Camp, which happens only once in a month most of the time, and we're doing it after a long time. Like previous, I think we did it in December. So on this channel, you'll find this happening once in a month, and you're lucky enough if you're here for the first time. So that is good because there are a lot of things we give in these things. Okay, so let me do a hello all. I will take you through all of those things, like what are the things which will be provided to you and all those things. We'll tell about that. One sec. Okay. So I hope I'm live. Sec. Let me also check the time live. Okay. So hello all. Yeah. So it's a complete 12-hour boot camp, and we will have the appropriate like breaks because all of you need breaks. Even we need breaks. So we will have those things. And thank you all for joining. Please join soon. We'll start. There are a lot of confusion for the people who are joining for the first time. So definitely we're going to be solving those things. And plus, what we're going to cover today: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and communication skills also, which is like one of the main thing which is required for you to become a web app developer, because we help here you to become a web app developer. There is one more thing which is required, which is not taught right now, which is like React.js, but we'll teach that. We teach that also on our channel. So stay tuned. Okay, good morning all. So yeah, so first, I will take all of you through what is required to learn. There is an order in which you can learn anything, everything. Because what I'm telling right now, what we are telling, that is there in the internet already. That is there on YouTube already. But there is an order in which you have to learn everything. There is an order in which you have to learn the language. You don't go out there and learn PHP right now. You don't go out there and learn Python out there, Python right now. Okay, so what you have to learn and all those things, that is something I'm going to tell first. Maybe first half an hour for that, and then I'm going to start with HTML, followed by different teachers, followed by our awesome teacher Mawsum, who will take the CSS. I will come back again and I will do JavaScript. Then our another teacher, who is an English language expert, she will take your communication skills. So the thing is like maybe till 2 o'clock, like from 9:30 till around 10:30, HTML will be there. Then till 2 o'clock, CSS will be there. Then 2 to 6:30, JavaScript, and then after that the communication skills will be there. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so yeah, so someone is pinging anyways. Okay, so that is there, and so someone was asking me that can I get placement through front end? Okay, I will come back to all of those things. Like some of the questions will be there, which I'm going to come back to you. All of those things. So let me first share my screen and let me tell what is there, like all those things and all. Okay, so so first thing first, who am I? So this is about me. My name is Nabendu Vishwas, and I have a full-time trainer right now. But I have uh, like uh, spent more than 16 years in the industry. So I've worked in almost every top company on the planet, like Oracle, JP Morgan, and like I was like my last job was an associate architect in a product-based company in Bangalore known as InnoMinds. But past 1 year, like September 2021, I left my job to become a full-time trainer because that is what I love. I love more to teach people to code than to code. Okay, so that is what I became. And in the first year of its existence, TW have had more than 1,000 people to start their IT job. And I do corporate training also. So I teach in a lot of big corporates. like top 10 corporates are there, who are a top 10 IT company, IT service companies are there in India. In them I teach in startups. I have my own batches running, paid batches running. Okay, so besides this, we teach everything on YouTube for free also. Everything is there on YouTube for free, because we like the way PW teaches, like physics wala. Those who want to watch it, learn it for free, they can learn it for free, everything. Those who want to pay something, we have very, very cost effective courses are there. Okay, so those things are there. A bit more mentorship and bit more hand holding is there, or else everything there is there on YouTube. See, nobody does this 12-hour boot camp. So we are giving this 12-hour boot camp in which everything is taught, which you need to get started. So it is not like that we are going to teach something less or no. We are going to teach everything, because 12 hours is more than enough for teaching HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the thing which are required to you. Okay, so this is, as I told, this is about me, and you can go through my LinkedIn profile and you can learn more about me. Okay, I think someone might have sent also, but this is my LinkedIn profile. You all can go through that. All can connect with me. I have a lot of connections. Okay, so you all can connect with me also, and this is my whole thing. Like, I'm a lot of working from 2004. Okay, so 2004 was my first job, and this is my last job. It is August 2021 in Bangalore, Karnataka. This was my last job. After that, I'm doing full-time YouTube. I'm an author also, and I'm a full-time JavaScript teacher and founder at TWD. And I'm doing this for the past 1 year and 1 year and 5 months. Okay, that's good. Okay, so that is there, and this is about our company. And the thing is that you are going to get a very nice certificate. We are a registered company. We are registered out of Bangalore, but we are located in Bhopal. So that is there. We pay our GST on time and all of these things. So you're going to get a very good certificate. And other thing is that you are also going to get a free gift, which is a one of our paid boot camp. Like it's a let me show that thing. Like maybe I will show this thing. Okay, this is something which we give to everyone. This is our web dev transition course. This is the thing which you are going to get for free. Okay, so this is like a Udemy kind of a course. This is a recorded course. This is a recorded course, and this has got everything, like everything which you need to be a web developer, from React.js to everything is got. And this you will get for free. This generally be sell for 2,000 rupees, but this you will get for completely free if you fill the all the 4 attendance form which will be given throughout the day. You'll get this, and you'll get a nice certificate also on the mail. On the mail you'll get. Okay, so when it comes to attendance form, and also a lot of you are asking, well, how to register and all this thing, and how to get this, like this is our prime course. This has been like recorded with this is even better than YouTube, because the recording is like top level, like Udemy level recording is there. Okay, so that is there, and you'll find like everything. Even if you're starting, you will find a lot of talks, how to start, where to start, where what to do. All those things are there. All those things are there. Even we have something known as advanced JavaScript concepts are also there. So those things will be there in this course, and this is completely free. This will be completely free, whoever get the certificate from us. And how to get the certificate? As I've told, there will be 4 attendance forms given. Okay, so this is the attendance form number 1, 2, 3, 4. So okay, these are Google forms, and I will send them. I will send them, and like this, I'll send them, and I will send them on the YouTube chat only, YouTube live chat only. So all of you should start your YouTube live chat. YouTube live chat, a lot of things are going. So attendance forms will be given only on the YouTube live chat. Okay. So let me also write on the WhatsApp group. Okay. So attendance forms will be given only on YouTube live chat. Okay, YouTube live chat only. The attendance forms will be given. Okay, so and you have to fill them there only. Please don't come back after, like if you're from a WhatsApp group. Please don't come back that I have not filled it. Okay, so in this, what you have to fill? You have to fill like your valid email ID, because on that email ID, a lot of people will fill the attendance form today. I think more than 100. So we will send them this, so you should fill a valid email. And sometimes people fill the wrong, like Gmail, they will write GAML, so that will be very difficult for us to understand, although we'll give you, but that will be very difficult for to go. Like we'll send it through a automated system, so it will be a bit difficult. Okay. So the next thing is that name. So name you have to give. So name, what name you have to give? Okay. So the name you want on the certificate, the name you want on the certificate, you have to give that. Maybe I have a certificate. Okay. I don't have a. Okay. Okay. So name will be okay. So let me 1 second. I will also show the certificate. Okay. So so the certificate, whatever name you get, you'll get that only on the certificate. Okay, so that is there, and then you have to. We are doing so much, so we want you to subscribe to our channel. So please do subscribe to our channel and write the username through which you have subscribed. Those who are watching from LinkedIn, please do come to YouTube, because on LinkedIn we are streaming on LinkedIn also. It will like be over after 2 hours. LinkedIn doesn't allow to do a live stream more than 2 hours. So please come to YouTube and you have to subscribe to our channel. And we have a very good educational Instagram channel also. Please do subscribe to that also. All the links are there, and your current role which is there, and your LinkedIn profile if you have one. Why your LinkedIn profile? I will come back to that soon. Why your LinkedIn profile is required, and if you don't have, write that I don't have. Okay, but you will miss something if you see if you okay. So like this you'll get a participation certificate from us through email. Okay, so this was done on 24th December, as I was telling. So this all you will get, and all our signature, and this all you'll get on the your email. Okay, so that is there, and that is done. And now, before starting with HTML and before give, okay, so when will be the participation, this attendance form given? So see, four attendance form at four different time, and you have to fill all four attendance form. The first attendance form will be given at around 9:30 a.m. Second attendance form before we start like with JavaScript, which will be around 2 2 p.m. it will be given. Third attendance form will be when we start our communication skill, which will be around 6:30 p.m. Okay, so once you like every one thing is over, then we'll get. And the fourth attendance form will be given towards the end around 8:45 p.m. 8:45 p.m. it will be given. So that is all about it. And before going to HTML, because I have to soon start the HTML, so I want to tell one thing. Okay, I want to tell one thing, and that is how you should start and what you should start. Okay, so the thing is that what we teach here is known as a web app development. Okay, web app development. We don't teach web development, and for web app development you need these three things: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. For website development, you don't even need HTML. You need only HTML and CSS. You don't need JavaScript. You don't need HTML and CSS. Okay, okay, uh, okay. So Google form will be given here only. So okay, Google form will be given here. Wait for that. Okay, in this live chat where you're there, it will be given there. Okay, so that is there, and so HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is there. Okay, so what I was telling, that the website development don't even require HTML and CSS. Now, the most simple websites, if you go to any website, like you'll see that they are actually made in something known as WordPress. They're very simple website. Nothing is there. Some pictures are there and something are there. They're made in WordPress. That is something which we don't teach, because that is something in which there is no money. We don't teach anything in which there is no money is there. Very less money is there. A lot of hard work is there, and there is no something like that in WordPress. It is that everybody can do it. So what happens after 4 5 years? You will not have a career in that. We want to teach you something which you have career, because those things doesn't need brain. Any job which doesn't need your brain, which doesn't need you to sharpen your skill, are dead jobs. That we all have seen with the AI. Okay, any jobs which doesn't need your brain is a dead job. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript. JavaScript is the main tough thing. HTML, CSS, you always feel okay, it is very easy, anyone can do it, and almost anyone can do it. I know people who know only HTML and CSS and they have made a career out of it, but they find a lot of difficulties, because they come to me and they're telling that my salary is not increasing above 35,000 rupees, because nobody gives a WordPress developer more than 35,000 rupees. That is the industry standard in India. So the next thing is that if you want to go over that, the next thing is that the JavaScript. You have to learn JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These three things you have to learn. But you have to add one more thing to it, which we are not teaching today, but it is like we teach that a lot in our channel. That is React. You need to learn all this four things to become something which is known as a front end developer. You don't have to go outside it. This is something which I'm telling from a lot time. You can, if you don't believe me, like search for someone like whom you can be. This is a person known as Tane Pratap. Okay, search for them. Recently, you all know physics wala. So physics wala, he teaches like for NEET and all those things. Okay. So, but in again, on all those things, there are no jobs and there are too much competition. So recently he started like physics wala skills, something like that. Okay, with Hitesh Chaudhary, the top YouTuber in India. And he is also teaching all these three things. If you go to his course, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, because most number of jobs are in this only. Right now, the tabs which are open in my channel, like in here, the tabs which are open, most of them are created with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Mainly the React.js part. React.js is a JavaScript library which you can only learn when you learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, because it's a combination of all those things. You have the knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to learn React. And most number of jobs today are in React.js only, because this is the age of web app. This is a web app. This is not a website. This is a web app. Okay, this is a web app, and so, a complicated web app. See, I can do this thing. So this thing, everything is a web app now. You like go to LinkedIn. It's a web app. It is not a simple thing. It's a web app. A whole like 50, 30, 40,000 people work on this, only on this thing. And out of that, I will tell like in any company, because I was a front end architect in any company, around 50% people work in front end only, more than that sometimes. Rest of them work in back end, DevOps, and all those things. Okay, so most number of jobs are in front end only. So that's why I always tell to do these things: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Okay, so that is there. But how do we learn all these things? Like, there are three secrets. After that, we're going to start. Okay, so even if you're going to learn all these things, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, a lot of you are not from IT background, I know, because a lot of you who have come here are not even from IT background, because people keep on pinging me. A person from Indore pinged me some days back, and he was like, he had done a diploma, and he was thinking that, okay, can I come to IT? And yes, he can come to IT. Anyone can come to IT. And when he told me like any degree is required or something is required, I said no. Nowadays, no degree is required. But you need to know this thing. Why degree is not required? Because um, see, like just that. Okay. I told him this. He was like doubting himself. Okay, so I cannot become. I am only a diploma holder. So I told him this story. It's a very popular story, from security guard to tech officer. So this guy was a security guard in a Zoho. Zoho is one of the top company in India. It is in Chennai, like not even in Chennai. It is in a village in Tamil Nadu. It is the top company in India, one of the top product-based company. People die to go in this company. And this guy was a security guard. He was not. He was only 10th pass, and he saw people, okay, working on computer, and he asked them, please taught me, tell me, teach me development, web development. And he was taught web development. Okay, he was taught web development, and he became a developer. So anyone can become a developer. Okay, okay, so anyone can become a developer. So it doesn't matter. In US, most of the jobs are like, I have a lot of students in the US also. I am a writer, so a lot of my books they read. Waiters read my book in US. They're waiters. They read my book and they become the developer. So because I have a lot of books also. Okay. So if you go to like Amazon, but they are quite costly book. So mainly what happens, US people will buy. So I have some books. So one of the person, like, he was in contact with me. He purchased this book of mine. Okay, so this book of mine, one project, and he was like in contact with me. He was waiter there in US, and he found a job because he did some projects from my this book, and he got a job. Okay, so he was a self learner, so that is a different thing. So, but how do people from non IT can get a job? They have to do a lot of networking. Okay, they have to do a lot of networking, mainly on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram also they can do, but mainly on LinkedIn, they have to do. And on LinkedIn, actually, I'm going to help also. That is the reason we are going to take the your LinkedIn IDs. Okay, so LinkedIn, you should like how I should do. Okay, how I should do. So you should. There is one of my intern is there. So if I go to his profile, so his profile is nicely built, like aspiring front end developer. You should write this thing that you're an aspiring front end developer. He's a mechanical engineer turned front end developer because he's working for me right now. He is a very hardworking from Hyderabad, but he's like working for me right now. Okay, so that is there, and if you see his activities like. Right now he is doing something very cool, so that is there. But when he used to learn from me, he used to the sec okay, he used to create projects like this, complicated projects like this, and then he used to post it on this because I make all of my students post their projects on LinkedIn. So he used to post them. Now, you cannot learn React today, but we have a lot of mm, uh, React things on our channel. If you're not yet subscribed, you can subscribe to our channel and you can find out that we have a lot of React. Okay, a lot of React on our channel. Please do that, and React is like a must to become. So please do that, and so I think all of you are watching from our channel already. So you know our channels. If you go to generally have a React. Okay, we do React a lot. Okay, so like if you go to the videos part, React Saga and all those things, man, crash course and all, we do a lot of React. React full course is also there. Did some time back a React full course also, so that also you can find out React full course. You can do that from there. React full course. Maybe I'll give this. Okay. So you can get all those React, and we do React certifications also. So you can be in the WhatsApp groups which you are there, and you can see that React certification is also done, but it will not be done today because it will be way too much to be done today. Okay, so you have to do this. Post your projects on LinkedIn, build your network, try to add people who are from the same locality, and do that thing, and you will definitely get a job. Okay, you don't even need our help. Most of our students get a job like this. Okay, so before moving forward, I want to tell about this person, Danny Thompson. Okay, so this guy is also like he's from the US because I know a lot of people from US like this. So this guy has see how many followers he have got, and what he's like. He was like this. In US, those who don't know, US is like if you don't study, most of the people end up as a cook only, end up as a waiter only, or they end up working on a like somewhere. Okay. So communication part will start. Someone is asking when communication part. Communication part will start at 6:30. Okay, 6:30. So this guy was a cook, and he's like a top guy in tech, and he like this is what you can do. Like if it is not like that only US it is there. Okay, India is like the capital of startup right now. You cannot get a job if you are a mechanical engineer in Infosys, TCS at the start as a fresher, but later on you can get. But see, I think okay. So he was like this 11 here, he was a cook, and then he became. So that is something which I'm telling. So you have to be a good networker in LinkedIn. And we also help. I will get back to the Facebook group. Daily action. This is something which you cannot do. Like code 2 hours daily. You have to do code 2 hours. And there are some challenges are also there, which you can search out. What is this 100 days of code challenge? This is a very popular challenge. But you have to code 2 hours. After your job, you code 2 hours. That cook, how did you get a job? After his job, he coded 2 hours daily. Then he only get a job as a software developer. You cannot get a job like this as a cook. You cannot get a security guard. After his 8 hour shift, he coded, not in during his shift. After his 8 hour shift, he coded. So you have to code 2 hours. You're a mechanical engineer, you are someone, you're a housewife, it doesn't matter. Even in India, it doesn't matter. There are enough of job for all the people in India. But people don't want to work. People don't want to study. So that is the people don't want to do hard work. If you do hard work, there are already jobs are there. And I was telling that if you give your LinkedIn profile, okay, so let me share the attendance form, and I will also tell one more thing. Okay, so because a lot of people, okay, then I'll see if all of you are filling the attendance form. Okay, so uh, first first attendance, I want to give it to the LinkedIn people also, but as I'm telling that LinkedIn people, okay, because it doesn't goes to there. Please, okay, I will open LinkedIn. I will show one more thing. So see, it is live on LinkedIn also, but I want you all LinkedIn people to please come to communication skills, communication someone is asking this communication skills will start at 6:30 p.m. Okay, so that is there. And first, yes. So I'm doing this only this time on LinkedIn. Also, I'm pasting because from next it will you'll not get on LinkedIn because LinkedIn I cannot do a lot on LinkedIn. Okay, because LinkedIn. Okay, so I pasted it on LinkedIn also, so you can fill it there. Please, but who are watching it on LinkedIn, please do come to YouTube and watch it because in 2 hours it will be not there on LinkedIn. Okay, and before getting started, I want to tell one thing here. See, we are asked. I have given the attendance form, so please start filling the attendance form, and I will also mark it so that it stay at the top. So please start filling the attendance form. Okay, please start filling the attendance form. So what will happen once you start filling attendance form? See, like this responses, I'll not open these things. I'll get these responses. So I can see more than 30 people are there. So I should get 30 response at least right now. Okay. So more will do later on. I know. See, 3 responses I have done. So why I am taking LinkedIn profile from you? Why I have asked you to give a LinkedIn profile, and if you don't have, you cannot put. And I told that LinkedIn is a very important networking platform. If you start posting your React.js project, it is my guarantee that you will get a job. If you post 10 to 15 projects on LinkedIn, you will get a job. Out of that, 5 JavaScript project, 5 React project, and 2, 3 complicated MERN project, you'll get it. Okay. Okay, sure. I will sure. Okay, I will share. Okay, I will share. Sure. Uh, it will be in the. I will share today's project. It will be in the like your YouTube. Like what is it say? Description. Okay, description. It will be on the YouTube description. I will definitely share today's all the code will be shared. It will be there on the YouTube description. So that is there. So what we'll going to cover in the bootcamp, Anuj English. So you on the YouTube only you can find out what we are going to cover in this bootcamp. It is all mentioned there. Okay, so then also I will tell because you are asking. It's good if someone is asking. We are going to cover these things, okay, and cover these things completely, except maybe we are going to cover this thing. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and communication skills. Okay, so these things will be taught in this bootcamp. Okay, and hope you all have started filling the attendance form. Okay, so that is it. And why we are asking the LinkedIn from you? See, the thing is that okay, and those who want, please send me connection request also. I will. I'll accept. Please send me connection request also on LinkedIn because it will be beneficial for you only. I don't require a lot of connections because I am only going to other. I have 26,000 connections on LinkedIn. Those who don't know, LinkedIn allow only 30,000 connection, and I am one of the top influencer in LinkedIn. Okay, so what does that mean? Yeah, from basic to advanced, it will be covered. Everything will be covered from basic to advanced, because this is a very big boot camp. Okay, so it is not like we are just going to touch it. Okay, we are going to cover everything. Cover everything. Okay, yeah, the total session I'm not going to take it out from YouTube. You can watch it later on also. This will be on top. It will be available after this also. So we're not going to take it out. Okay, so that is there, and so do refer it because this is a complete thing. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, whatever we teach in this bootcamp, it is like complete. You don't have to learn outside that. We are one of the top trainers in India right now. Like we have top trainers, and we like I teach in a lot of things. Like you can go to my profile. Like I have spent 16 years in this industry. Out of this, 10 years, like I have spent in the web development. So I have been working from the time when it started. I've been working from that time. Okay, so okay, so that is there, and okay, so let me give you all my LinkedIn profile again, and please do connect with me on LinkedIn. And what I was telling you all, one thing. Okay, we'll start. Okay. Anyways, the JavaScript will start from 2. Okay. JavaScript will start from 2. JavaScript is very tough. I know that thing. HTML, CSS you will find easy. JavaScript will start from 2 p.m. around 2 p.m. to 6:30. 2 or 2:30 p.m. to 6:30. Okay. So Yeah. So I will show one thing. Okay. So why I'm asking your LinkedIn profile? So I'm asking your LinkedIn profile for a reason. So I'm quite active on LinkedIn. You might be seeing that's why I have this much followers and all. So whoever, okay. So this is also again people from even Europe calls me to conduct session. This is something for a Europe I'm conducting this session soon. So okay. So whoever this is will get the certificate from us. We are going to promote you. So this is the workshop. This is workshop. This is different. Generally, we have only 3 hour workshop on a Saturday, but once in a month we have this 12 hour boot camp. So this is something which they have done. In this, you can see I have given congrats to everyone, but I have only tagged this Ashwini Umi, whoever is this. So why I have tagged her? I have tagged her because she gave me her LinkedIn profile. A lot of people have just mentioned that they don't have a LinkedIn profile, and even some of you have mentioned we are going to mention, but will not connect with me. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to tag people. Okay, so please do connect with me also so that I can tag you all easily. Okay, so and why tagging is important? The tagging is important. If I tag people you reach to my network, you reach to my network of this many people which have got almost all the biggest name in the country startup people, everybody is there, so you're going to get that. Okay, so that is there, that's why I'm asking you to connect with me on LinkedIn and provide me your LinkedIn profile in this. Okay, so I've given, so that is good. Like 27 responses we have got. So right now there are 36 people. I should get response for everyone. So please, who are there, please, I will mark. I will tell again. Now I will start with HTML. Okay, please fill the attendance form. Okay, let me also mention it in the WhatsApp group. Okay, please fill the first attendance form. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so no more questions and all. So let me close it. Okay. So the attendance form is already provided, na? It is already in there in the live chat. So you should check it again. Now it is already there in the live chat, and it is also, I think a lot of people have written something. Okay. Maybe okay. Already given, I think. Okay, so it is already given. Okay, so one thing is that we teach JavaScript. JavaScript is actually, this is a good question. JavaScript is actually very, very difficult to learn. Okay. Not learn, very difficult to master. But our main goal is to provide you a job and not like you to make a JavaScript ninja. Even I am not a JavaScript ninja. Okay. JavaScript ninja, if you want to become, it will take 4 years and you forget everything. Okay, you will not learn everything. Our main goal is to help you to become a React.js developer. I will plainly say that make become a React.js developer. So we teach only that much JavaScript which is required for you to get learn React.js and become a web developer. React.js you can learn Angular also. We don't teach that much JavaScript that you become a ninja in JavaScript, but yeah, you will master it. And if 4 hours is not sufficient, then 4 hours is sufficient to teach that much JavaScript which is required for React. If you need more than that, come to a channel, or I will give you the playlist because we have a lot a playlist for advanced JavaScript, also ninja level JavaScript. Ninja level JavaScript, I'm telling, it is very difficult. Okay, but we have that also. Ninja level JavaScript also we have another JavaScript expert who's not doing today. So Hari, he generally teaches JavaScript. Nowadays I concentrate on React, but I know everything so we have a Hola JavaScript series also going on the channel that is very ninja level JavaScript. And the 3 to 4 hours is more than enough to learn JavaScript, but it is not enough You have to do practice. So nothing is like I'm teaching and you're going to learn. Okay, so that is not like that. Even CSS requires a lot of practice. So it is all about practice. Okay, all about practice and creating projects, and those are also there on the channel. The projects are also there on the channel. Okay, so okay, so one sec. So one sec, I will again paste the Google form before starting. Google form before starting with HTML. So HTML is the first thing. Mm, one sec. So someone is asking they don't got the I will again paste this thing, and this is the last time I'm pasting it. So first attendance is here. So please fill the first attendance. Okay. So now we're going to start with HTML. And HTML, see, I'm going to first create a folder in my computer known as HTML. Okay. So HTML, I have created a folder in my computer. So that is okay. Now, generally nowadays the coding part, we don't do it in something known as Notepad plus plus. Anyways, I don't even have Notepad plus plus because this is a Mac. So Notepad plus, people used to do a lot of coding in Notepad plus plus and all, but there is a lightweight code editor which is required, and that is known as VS Code. And one thing I will tell you, I was talking to someone, and he was telling me, sir, I don't have a laptop. So I told him to buy a second-hand laptop, please. I know a lot of people will tell, okay, you can learn it on mobile. No, you cannot learn it on mobile. You cannot run VS Code on mobile. Okay, so you need a laptop in OLX in a budget of 10,000. You get very good laptop, and VS Code doesn't require like a very high laptop. Earlier, what used to happen before 2010, there was something known as Visual Studio. It was a very heavy code editors, so people used to do HTML CSS in Notepad plus plus. Nowadays, please don't do it on Notepad plus plus. Go here and download something known as VS Code, because HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, everything is done in this. Any programming is done in this only. So you go there and download this thing. Okay, download this thing and install it on Windows. If you go to this website with Windows, you will see download for Windows. Okay, you'll get this thing. Okay, yeah, we are going to make projects also in this bootcamp. We are going to make projects. Yeah, HTML, CSS projects, because yeah, we are going to make some projects. But the first thing is that theory will be there, because we have a lot of projects on our channel. If you want, whoever is serious about learning web development, I will give a special playlist at the end. So in that order from our channel, you have to learn. So in our channel also, right now you will go, you'll get confused a lot of, should I learn this? Should I learn that? Should I learn? No, there is a playlist which nobody in the industry gives you, that playlist, because nobody wants you to learn from a order and to get you a job. Okay, that playlist is very difficult to get, and that playlist is also something which I'll get, and that is a free playlist because that is from a channel. In that order, my channel have more than 800 videos, so you will not understand, okay, from where you should learn. Okay, so that is there where I should get the CSS project, JavaScript projects, all of this thing. So those who stay till the end and fill this attendance form, I'll give them that playlist. Okay, thank you all. And so that is there. So a lot of questions. So you have to download it, and Windows, how to install it, that installation instruction also we have on a channel. If you want how to install it on Windows, I have a Windows machine, and in that I have installed it. Okay, okay, so that is there. And yeah, there's nothing in sequence. Okay, that is the problem. Nothing is in sequence. You go to Code Harry, like Code Harry is a very popular Hindi channel. Like you go to that, nothing is in sequence. Traversing Media, nothing is in sequence. Free Code Camp, nothing is in sequence. Nobody gives sequence. Okay, because then they loses everything if they give it to you in sequence. Okay, so I will give a sequence through which you can become a web app developer in 6 months on your own. You don't have to pay anything. You can become on your own. Do that whole playlist. It will take you around 6 months. Even if you're from an IT background, it will take you 6 months to do, because IT people learn Java. I know that thing. Okay, it will take you 6 months. So that is it. So VS Code, once it is installed, it will be okay. It will be like this. Okay, it will be like this. VS Code will be installed. So now what I'm going to do, so let me start soon because it is only 9:40 and not even started with HTML. Okay, so this HTML you'll get, okay, HTML you'll get, and this is, I will drag it. This is the most easy way to do it. I will drag it and put it here. I'll drag it and put it here, and this is there. Okay, now what will happen? Let me keep it here. Okay, now this HTML is been shown. Now I can create a file in it. Okay, so I'll create the first file, which is known as index.html. Index.html. Okay, so why I'm creating this index.html? Because, and see, I've clicked this so that this is gone away. So click this. So index.html because everything has an extension. Like a JPG image have an extension. Like a, if I see my download folder, see, this is a CSV, XLS, PNG, MDX, MP4, PDF, all the things have an extension. So there's the coding languages also, everything have an extension. HTML have a .html extension. So now the next thing is that to begin, we need to have some structure in HTML. HTML is a templating language, but we need to have a structure. Okay, we need to have a structure. Okay, so one sec. Okay, okay, we need to have a structure. So this structure, how we'll get the structure? So this is where your VS Code comes into picture also, and this is a very good thing. So the structure you have to write by your hand, and instead of that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a knot, and I will press a tab or enter. Okay, tab I'll do, and it will give me the structure of a HTML file. So what is this structure all about? This structure, let me take you all through the structure. HTML is like this, greater than and less than sign. Okay, so we are teaching for exact beginners also. So like this, everything will be like this. Okay, so most of these are known as tags. Most of the tags have a starting and the ending. Starting, ending, starting, ending. Okay, starting, ending. Like this, it is there. And a doc type HTML is there. Okay, doc type HTML. Okay, so this HTML have got a starting and a ending. So that HTML is the main tag, which have two tags, like one a head tag and a body tag. So HTML, because it's HTML document, language is English, and head tag will have your, like the thing which are required to process your website. One of the thing which will be there, like this Visual Studio Code you're seeing, it will also be there. So I will write HTML basics, see where it will come. Okay, still basics I will run, right, and here, before moving forward, let me tell about the what is a meta tag. What is this meta tag? Okay, okay, also let me write something in the body. So I will write, body consists of a lot of HTML tags. Okay, HTML tags. HTML is all about learning about different tags. There are more than like 1,000 tags, but you don't have to learn everything. Whatever I'm teaching right now, that is the main thing. Okay, so I'll do the H1. H1 is there. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Anuj. Okay. Please do like and subscribe if you're not done. So I will do this H1, and I'll write a HTML dash. Okay. Write some of those things. So H1 is one of the tag, and there's something else also with H1, which I will write H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. So these are different level of subheadings. Okay, all of these are there. So, but before even showing this file, I want to come back to this meta tag. What is this meta? So meta is there something which you don't have to learn. This is very complicated. Even I don't know the syntax because I don't learn it. Because this meta tag is something to do with digital marketing. Digital marketing. Okay, and this is mainly used by SEO expert or digital marketers, not by developer. Why? Meta tag generally contains the, you can give the description and the keyword for a website. Description and keyword for the website is very important. Why it is very important? Because that is how you come to know about a website. Suppose I want to download, I'm new to development and anything, and I want to download a free code editor, but I have heard a word like there is a code editor which is required to learn development. So what a person will do? So they will go to here. Everybody will go here. and they will search for free code editor. When they search, okay, see the first free code editor, Visual Studio Code. That is good. But if I go down, coming in the Google first page is the art. Like it's a like a technique which only like top companies knows. It's very difficult. So if I see what is there? Same page. This page have come. How does that come? So this Visual Studio Code is from Microsoft. So Microsoft digital managing team must have put the correct keywords. What keywords? Keywords like free code editor slash cheap code editor, free to use code editor, comma, they put the keywords. And how does Google work? Google works like Google have this bots, automated bot which scans the whole of the internet and come to any site. And the site even the site which are already created, they will scan it, and they will need this keyword and description, and they have a huge database. In this, all these things are put. So when you do a Google search, that you hit the huge database in which it will go. So this is how Google works. That's why this thing is very important for, not from for developer, but for digital marketers. So we'll not go much into it. Then this title is something which I told it will be shown here. Okay, so I've done all these things, but how to see this website? So to see this website, I will go to this desktop. This HTML is there. So see, this index of HTML has been created. So what I'm going to do here, good morning, everyone. And those who have not filled the first attendance form, we are going to give you certificates and some free goodies. So please fill the attendance form. Those who are new here, please fill it. Okay. So I'll go to this index.html, and I will, if I double click it, so all of you know, if you have index.html, maybe you don't know. If you open it, it will open in the browser, because HTML will open in the browser. By default, it will open in your default browser. For me, it is Safari because I'm on a Mac, but I don't like it. So right click and open it with the Google Chrome. Because Google Chrome, okay, not Google Chrome. Maybe this one is okay. I'll open it with. I have another like Firefox Developer Edition, so I'll open it with this. So this is opened. Okay, so this is opened, and now see, I'm going to see all these things like HTML crash course and all these things. So these are different heading tags. Okay, there are different headings. So HTML is all about learning about this. So I cannot make the video quality to 10080 because it's very costly to like stream at 10080. We're streaming at 720. Sorry for that, and it requires very high like system also. I have a high system, but it requires higher system than that also. Like it requires a 2 lakh machine to stream at that thing, and like it's a Mac. So a lot of you might be thinking, okay, why this guy is using a Mac? We have a Windows only. So I cannot. I have a Windows also, and my laptop I have a Windows also. But if I stream on a Windows, like the Windows will not be able to take streaming takes a lot of bandwidth. Okay, and those things are there. Maybe soon we are going to like buy that 2 lakh laptop and do that 10080p, and that will do soon. Okay, so but it requires a 2 lakh laptop to like stream at that quality, and the streaming software also need to be paid a lot for that. Okay, so we are streaming at 720p. It is like pretty good. Okay, so HTML like this crash. So see, it is coming like this. H1 is coming like this: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Only till S6 are there. They're different headings. So you might have gone to some website and you might have seen like main heading, subheading, then like that. Okay. So S6 is the smallest. Then something else is there. Okay. So the thing is that there is something known as a paragraph tag also, P tag. And P tag, I'll go and I will copy something. Maybe I'll copy something. P tag is known as paragraph. Okay. So everything in the inside the body you do. Okay, P tag. In the head, nothing much is done. Only this HTML basics which was written here, it has been shown here. HTML basic. Okay, so P tag I have done. So P tag I will save it, but it is not showing. The P tag is not showing. Why it is not been shown? Because in HTML, what happens when you save something in the code? This is what the developer sees. This is what the end user see. So this is the end user see. So when we do this development, what we do? We have to reload it. Then only you can see it. Okay, see now us developer don't like reloading. I don't know about you, but I don't like to like reloading every time. Like even I do this thing. This I have to again, like, even if I save it, it will not save. I have to come and do the reloading. I don't like it. So what do us developer do? So, and that is where VS Code again come into picture, and there is something known as live server. Okay. So you go to this tab, this is known as the extension tab, and you search for something known as the live server. Okay, this is the live server created by a person known as Ritvik Day and all. And you can like install it. You can install, when you install it, it will get installed. It is, these are small programs which open source developer have created, and that you can use it in VS Code. So there are like lakhs of like these things, and people do open source, like it helps in their career. Okay, so they do open source and they create this thing, and see, this is like 30 lakhs downloads. So this guy had got a lot of traction because of that. Okay, so that is there. And okay, so when you install this thing live server, what happens? If I go back here, I can do a right click and open with live server, or you'll get this thing also, go live button will also get. So I'll do this thing, open with live server. Unfortunately, it will open in my default browser. Okay, so it will open something like 127. No need to learn this thing. What is 127? It's a local host thing, so a bit technical. So if I go here, put something here, it will show like this. And the thing is that I will add something more here. And before going forward, one thing more I want to tell. There is something known as comment in HTML. Comment in not only in HTML, almost every other programming languages also. We have something known as commenting. So this commenting I'm going to show. So this I'll do HTML, no, not HTML, heading tag, and I will select it all, or I can no need to select also. Just your mouse should be here, and control and backslash. Control and backslash you print. You type control and backslash. It's a shortcut. Then I will write it a para, GRAPH, tag, control and backslash. It will be done like this. And now what I will do again, I will have one more paragraph, but right now I don't have any data. Like I just closed that thing. So most of the time the developers don't have a data, like the end user don't provide the data, or they need a dummy data. So to use a dummy data, you can do two things. One is that there is like a lorem ipsum thing is there, which is a very old text lorem ipsum. It's a dummy text. It's not a real text, but it looks like a real text. Okay, so there are a lot of lorem ipsum generators. You can go there and take it from there. Okay, so you can see it was actually popularized in the 1960s. Actually, in the printing press, they also needed a lot of dummy data when the printing press was included. Okay, so it was like see, it is also written here. So it is a dummy data, and you can go and generate lorem ipsum like this from here. But the plus thing is that VS Code comes inbuilt with lorem ipsum generator. So I'll write this P and I'll write LOREM, lorem, and press the tab to create my dummy text. Okay, it will create my dummy text, and now I will save it. See closely. If I save it, it has been shown instantly here. This this was actually reloaded. Okay, this was actually reloaded and shown. Okay, but if you come back here, still the lorem ipsum is not there. I have to do a manual reload. So I don't like to do this manual reload. So nobody likes. So that's why we do it like this. Okay, so I will close it, and we'll going to work on this only. Okay, so we have seen two important tags in HTML. Now we are going to see the next tag, which is known as the list tag. And there are actually two, three, okay. So there are three kind of list. Okay, three kind of list. One is known as the UL, but you use mainly this your unordered list and ordered list only. So unordered list is there, and then I'll have a li item one, 3, 4, 5. Some of this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. UL means unordered list. So inside the UL, I have something known as li. Li means list item. So everything in HTML has some meaning UL and li. So this is one of these things. This is unordered list and one is list item. Okay. So so another tag which is there. I'll copy this thing and it is known as a OL, ordered list. You see what is ordered list. Ordered list have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, like this. So if I have one more here, it will be like this. Okay. And you can change this all these things, but not through HTML, through CSS and all. You can change this thing. By default, it will be like this. Unordered list will be like this. Okay. Ordered list will be like this, and it will be shown. There is one more kind of a list, and that list is known as, I'll copy this thing, definition list. Definition list. Okay. Definition list. Although not use that much definition list, because it does something which you can easily do with CSS. See, okay. So like this is a known as DL is known as definition list. In this DT you can write anything like this, coffee, and then it's been shown like black octane. DD, and this is data tag, and this is data tag, and this is known as data term. Okay, defines term, and this is known as defines each term. What is this? The coffee means this, milk means this, and all these things is there. Okay, so even you can do one more thing here. There is a tag which is known as a strong. What is this? Strong, as the name says. See, most of the HTML tag starts and end, and you can use it like this also. See, it will make it a bit bolder. So I will make it here also. Mm. Okay, so yeah. So HTML, okay, I'm not. HTML is the building block. HTML was something which was invented even before your CSS was invented. Okay, and HTML was invented around 1993. CSS was invented a bit later on. So all the sites which were there earlier, used to have only HTML in that. Okay, so that is there. This is how we do the list. Okay, so now the next thing, earlier people used to do a lot with table tables also. There are something known as table tag, but nowadays tables are generally used to show some, like you go to maybe some Netflix or somewhere, there are tables like basic plans, premium plan, and those things. The table tags are being shown, and nowadays there is no site without CSS. Okay, earlier it used to be like that. Even the Google was earlier with without CSS. Okay, so table tag is something which we are going to do next. Okay, so table tag, again, there is a lot of tag here. You don't have to learn all those things. So table tag, you can always refer to these things on the internet, but you should know that, you should have it on the back of your mind. Okay, there are these tags are there, so this table tag is there. So table tag actually, how do I know? So table tag comes with two things. One is known as T head, and one is known as T body. T body. So T head and T body. Now T head and T body is there. Okay. Here I'll do a TR, and this TR means just like a HTML has a head and a body. In the table also we have a head and a body. So TR. TR means table row. Here I'll have a TH. TH, table header. It's a header name Change and right, save it. So see, it will be shown like this. And and now in the table body, we will again have a table row. And inside this table row, this time we are not going to have this your table header. First, we'll have something known as table data. Table data, and here we can have these things. Mm, Like this, we are going to have table row. So we can have a lot of rows here. Lot of rows here. Let's have save it. So like this, you'll have the table. Although without CSS, table is like very ugly. Like nothing is there, but it's a table. Like the rows are there. The rows are there. The rows you will get. Okay, the rows you will get. So this is about the table tag. Now the next important tag, which see we are now touching any CSS right now, because CSS we have not even learned. As I've told earlier, the most earlier sites are also without CSS. So let us do one thing. Let us there is a okay there is like this archive.org. Let me open this. Okay. So as I was telling that most of the sites earlier were not, like they didn't have this CSS and all. So there is a internet archive also in which you can search all the sites. Like I will search Google first. Okay. Maybe this is very slow. Okay. I have opened in a different link. I'll show that thing how Google will look at a different time used to look earlier. Okay, so we'll not waste time. We'll go to the form tag. Forms are very important. So why forms are very important? And before going to forms also, what I'm going to do, I've come a bit down, so it is not looking good. So we'll learn two more tags before form. One is known as HR. HR means horizontal rule. It will create a line like this, and there is another one known as BR. BR means break row. It will have some space. So because we have come down, so we need this thing. Maybe I'll have two more because I'm going to have it between them. So now we are going to learn form tags. There are a lot of form tags. And why are forms used? Forms and form tags are generally given inside the form. Why are they used? So this form tags are used to take the input from the user. So when you've gone to facebook.com for the first time, you might have seen you have to register name, email, ID, gender, all these things you have to do, and you have to submit it. So this forms takes the data and then send it to the backend. How it send it to the backend, that is a different thing. That is for that you have to learn React JS and all those things. And in backend, what it does that also you have to learn something known as Node.js and all those things. Okay, so how all these things are done, you can learn from there. Okay, so and we teach all of those things. But right now, the main thing is that the form tags are used to take data from the user, and let us see that thing. So this form I have done, and inside the form you'll have a lot of tags. Forms only have more than 100 tags, but I will tell all the important ones. So first thing is forms comes as a in the form there is something known as a input tag. Input tag always comes in pair with something known as a label tag. Okay, so LABL label I'll do. press the tab. See, I'm always writing something and pressing the tab, and there is a VS Code shortcut to complete it. I'm just typing something and pressing the tab. So for is something which I will come back. For is like the name, and I'll do the maybe the name, and then there is something known as input. Input I'll do text, and I'll have another thing as name equal to name because it is a name only, and there will be something known as ID also. I'll explain all these things what are they, and similar to this, I'll have write one more thing here is the age, 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 and this will be type number. I will save it. So see now what is coming. See name. This labels, let us also understand how it is coming. This whatever I have written in the label, it is coming here. Then in the input, I have this input box, which is like this, in which I can write anything. Okay, I can write anything like this. Okay, so I can write anything. Now in this age, you will see it is a different kind of input. Okay, here I have to write the number. This is coming because it is input type text, and this is input type number. In the number I can write something, and also I get this thing up and down thing, and I can do this thing like this. So this is how it is there. So now let me tell about all these attributes. These are known as attributes which come in the HTML. So what is this for and what is this thing? So as I've told, label and input always comes in a pair. So this is one pair, this is another pair. So how to know that they are a pair? With the for and the id, we can know that they are a pair. With the for and id, we can know that they are a pair. So this for is name and id should also be the same thing. For is age, id is also be the age. Then what is this name tag? Name tag is something which will be used when we send this data to the backend. We're going to learn how to send the data to the backend, not like backend programming and all. There is a way I will show how it is sent to the backend. Right. So like backend doesn't require, okay, so this all this structure and all. It only requires the data to save it. So the data will be saved, send like name equal to Nabendu Vishwas, age equal to 40 to be sent like that. Okay. That is something which should be there. Okay. Now before moving forward, in HTML we have a lot of issues like it doesn't have like I want to do something here. Okay, I want to do something here. Okay, so okay, one thing. Okay, so this kind of tags are known as your inline tag. Okay, because they are coming in the same line. They are known as inline, and this h1 and all these things are known as a h1 p. This all things are known as a block level element because they takes their own block. So if you come back here, okay, come back here, you might see that this is like this could have come after this also, but this is coming in its own line. So they are known as block level elements. So this paragraph is also block level because two paragraphs are coming one after the another. And this is also block. A lot of them are block level. Okay. So there is one more tag. I think I should have told about that earlier. So we'll do this form soon. But I will tell about one more tag. Okay. So that is known as a it is table anchor tag. That is a very famous inline tag. Okay. Anchor tag is very important in a website. Like a is there href, and href, and here I'll write EWD and I will give my YouTube channel. One sec. Okay, YouTube channel link. Let me give my YouTube channel link, and if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. And this I will do, and I will have another like Okay, so this I will give, and let me take my LinkedIn profile. So you can give any site here. So what will happen with this? See, both of them are coming in the same line. That's why they are known as inline also. So what happens with, and this is something which you all have seen. Okay, all have seen this thing. If I click here, it will open the YouTube channel. It will open the YouTube channel in the same tab. Okay, and it will also open like this. Okay, so they're coming one after the another. So even if I have a lot, but H1, see, they were coming not one after the another. They were like coming in the next line. So they are block level element. And in this anchor tag, I want to tell one more thing here in the anchor tag, which is like whenever I click, it is opening the same tab, which is not a good thing to do. Okay, so there is something known as target equal to underscore blank, target equal to underscore blank. This is a keyword, target equal to underscore blank. If I save it, target equal to underscore blank, see what will happen here. If I click here, it will open in a new tab. This is opening in the same, but this will open in a new tab. So that is all about it. It is open in a new tab. So that is there. And let us go back to this form tags. Okay, form tags will form tag, and in this form tag we have this label input, and so everything is inline, so it is coming in the same line. So we don't know much of css right now, because next we are going to learn css. We don't know any css right now. Okay. So what we are going to do here, there is another tag which is known as a div, which is known as a div. Okay, and div is the block level element like h1 and all, but you see this div a lot. Div you see a lot. Okay, so okay, and I'll go. And those who have not filled the first attendance, please fill the first attendance. It will not be given again. Please fill the first attendance. It is given some matter. Then only you will get the certificate and the free goodies. So div, again I'll do a div, and this div I'll put all this thing inside it. They are generally used to group things together because this thing is a block level element. Okay, they're block level elements, so they are making its own block. They're coming one after the another, but still I'm not liking it, because the thing is that it is very close. I can use another div, but we have learned about another tag known as BR, break row. I'll do it. So now it is okay. Although it is not as good looking as it should be, but it is okay. Okay, it is okay. In fact, the earlier sites were not at all good looking. Okay. So this is open right now. So let us see one thing, which is like how Google used to look from the start. Okay, so maybe so it started from 1998. I'll go to this 1998. Okay, second slow. So when did Google start? Google started on, I think, 11th November, and this 11th November 1998. Let us see. I should have opened Yahoo. Yahoo, like Google, anyways. Google doesn't have much functionalities. The Google today also, it is like so. See, this was how Google used to look. Welcome to Google. And this was how Google used to do, because there was no CSS at that time. This was how Google used to do. You can, this is a very good website. You can see how Yahoo and all used to look and all without CSS. And nowadays, you know how good it looks. So that is there. And now uh, we'll go a bit ahead, and we'll learn a lot of tags in the form tags. So next one which we are going to learn, again I'm going to have it in a BR, and div I'm going to do, and then here I'm going to do a label, and for message, and message, and text area. I'll do text area. So calls and rows you can give anyways. Text area is something like input type text. Okay, input type text ID. name and ID is there. So always for will be to this ID and name is there. If I do it, let it, I will remove these things. Okay, it's not required. Okay, so this is a text area. It is different than a input type text. Why? Because I can write this is good. You can write multiple lines in it. Okay, I can write multiple lines in it. So this is the text area. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is drop down. Okay, so div and label and color and color and form is one of the most important thing in HTML form stacks. Okay, select name and color, color and option value is red, red color, blue, blue color, green, green color. So save it and you'll see this drop down is there in which you can select anything. So here one more thing is that what is the option gives you this option value is there. So value will be something which will be sent to the backend. Okay, value will be something which will be sent to the backend. In option you can give as many options as you want inside the select tag, and value will be something which will be sent to the backend. We'll soon come to that how it will be sent to the backend. Okay, so the next two thing which we are going to learn here is one is known as so one is known as a checkbox and one is known as a radio box. We're going to learn this again, very useful things which you all have used. So all of you have logged into Facebook and all. Okay, so H4 I'll take and I'll do a what do you own. Okay, then I'll do input. Yeah, we can write input ahead of label also. I'm going to write label also, but I'll write it later. Okay, check box name equal to vehicle 1, value equal to bike, and maybe ID also equal to bike. Then we'll have a label. For an ID should be same. It will be bike and it will be bike. Let us copy this again and have a what type of it? Like two car, 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 save it. So see, this is coming like this. Again, you have watched all these things. Okay, and checkbox. In checkbox, what happens? You can select one or you can select two. They're basically two different things. When it will be sent to the backend, I'll show how it will send. Vehicle one will be sent different and vehicle two will be sent different. So now we'll also learn about the radio box, which is very important to take only one input. So the radio box, and the most common case is to take the gender because you cannot have multiple genders. So input type is radio, name equal to gender, value equal to male, and ID ID equal to male, and label will be it will be ID is male, male like this. Gender it is female, female, female. So other save. So it will come like this. And again, I can select only one of them in the radio box. They are sometimes also known as radio box group. Okay, there is one difference on a checkbox and a radio box. See the gender name is gender. Here the name is vehicle one or vehicle two. So that is there. So this is done. So we have done all of this thing. But beside this also there are some of the things. See in which I want to tell, and you can always refer to this. There is a like a like a link. I will also paste this link. Like very good link. Okay, so that is there. So actually, HTML has gone through some major upgradation in 2015 when HTML version 5 was released. Okay, so this doc type means HTML version 5. Before that, HTML version 4.4 used to run, and there is a committee in US known as W3C which gives all these things. So all these were important tags, but in 2015 a lot of other things were also added, and they are used a lot nowadays. So I will tell in this also, there are some of them are important. You can go through this link anyways, this is a good link. So there is something known as okay, this one. This one is a very important thing. So input type date, I will copy input type date. See what will happen. Input type date, I'll get a nice calendar here, and I can select anything here, any date here, any year here, anything I can do. And this was actually very difficult to do earlier. Okay, so earlier it was used to have some complicated JavaScript code to do this thing, but nowadays it is just as simple as putting a tag input type date. So this is one of them which is used a lot in sites like Facebook and all, because they need your date of birth. And there is another thing which is used in sites like Naukri.com, upload your resume. So that is generally done with this thing, input type file. Okay, so if I go back here, see browse, no file selected, and I will do, and it is selected. So that is like this. Okay, so now we come to end of this. Okay, so but how to submit it? You might have seen in Facebook there is like submit is there. So how do we submit this thing? So to submit this thing, there are like either you can submit it through a input type submit or a button type submit. Of forms, I will come here and do a input type is submit, value equal to, here value is bit different. Okay, value is send, and this one more thing is input type is set. Input type is set is also there. I'll save it. So input type send. Okay, maybe I'll have some br here. Okay. Like this, the send button and the reset button is been done. So reset button is like if I have written something but I want to reset it, so I will that I can click it and everything will be deleted. But input type submit is a very important thing. Okay, and it both of them create buttons, that is good. I will also create a button tag. Okay, so button tag are created with button and send. Maybe I'll write submit. Button tags are created like this. Okay. So what is the difference? What is the difference? Okay. Okay. So input type submit and button type submit are both of them are same. Okay. Input type submit and button type submits are both of them are same. Uh, both will create a button, but this type submit word is very important. Why it is important? See, in this I have not written anything like type submit. Type submit is only written inside a form. Inside a form it is written. It does something special. I'll show. I'll show what a special thing it does. For that, I have to fill this form. So this is good and blue, white, male, and five browse. Okay, what I can do? anything. Maybe I'll do this thing. Okay. And then I will click on submit. See, now watch closely. If I click on submit, what will happen? If I click on submit or send, what will happen? Okay. So here, see this thing here. Closely you watch it here. Closely you watch it here. What will happen? And also see that what will happen here. If I do a send, see, first something was submitted and then the refresh happened. The refresh happened and everything was lost. Okay, but something was submitted. What is submitted? Let me cut it and let me paste it here only. I will comment it out, but I will keep it because this is very important. So see, name equal to Nabendu plus Vishwas. As I was telling, it will send it through this thing, name equal to Nabendu plus Vishwas. So this is how it is sending to the backend. Age equal to 40. Message, this is good and is sent. Then color equal to blue. What is this color equal to blue? Color equal to blue is this select. So here color equal to blue. So this has been sent, not the blue color. Color equal to blue. Value has been sent. Then the other important thing is this checkboxes vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 are sent differently, bike and car. Okay, so as I've told, checkboxes are sent differently, vehicle 1 and vehicle 2. And then the other thing is that gender is sent as a 1, which is male. So this value is been sent for gender, 1 value. And then birthday is sent like this and the file is sent like this. So this is how it is sent. Okay, now we are coming to the last topic in HTML, which is like image tag. Images are very important. Without images, there is nothing. So I will do a image tag. Okay, and there are two ways to show images. One is to so IMG through IMG you show the image tag. So the most common way is to download the image because and the other way is to give the link. Okay, so the best place to download images is unsplash.com because here you can get royalty free images. Okay, so I'll take this image and download it. So I'll go here and maybe download a large image and just download it. Then what I'll go here and create a new folder with this known as images and okay. So it has been created here. I will it del and splash. And then I will drag it and put it in the images folder like this. You can do it. But put it inside the images folder, not somewhere else. So I'll put it inside the images folder. Now I want to show this image. So I'll do in src images splash is showing me del and splash. And this is the directory and I will write a del laptop. I'll save it. Now see, now what it will show? It will show a big image. I'm not been able to see. I have to like drag it like this. So in HTML, you don't have many things. Like in CSS, you're going to see how easy it is to do. Okay, so but we have something known as width equal to maybe 600 and height equal to 400. I'll save it. So it is been shown like this. Okay, so that is there. And as I've told, what is this alt? I'm going to come back to that. But let me copy this. And there is another way. Instead of giving this, go and right click and copy image link, which you can get from anywhere. Like copy image link, paste it, and it will give some big image link and save it. I'll see this second image also. But what is this alt tag? So this alt tag is something which have to do with if the image is somehow not able to load. Maybe the internet connection is not the other developer made some mistake. I cannot close my internet connection. So I will make it S, save it. So you see this Dell laptop has been shown like this. Okay, so it shows like this bit different in different browsers. Okay, so it is showing like this to me here. Most probably in most of you will not use Firefox. Most of you are going to use Chrome. So in Chrome, it will show like this broken image. So this broken image will be shown in Chrome. Okay. So with this, we have completed the HTML. So we will have CSS now. So we will have a 5-minute break before starting with CSS. Okay. So Mosam is going to take CSS and we're going to have a 5-minute break. Okay. So one sec.
So, hello all, and welcome to this special day where we will be conducting the live bootcamp for 12 hours, which is from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And let us start with CSS. So, CSS is again a property of W3 School, which is managing by them only. And 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. So, I have created a folder and I have added in the CSS, sorry, in the VS Code. So, let me have the index.html as the HTML file, and here I have the basic code. Control S, go live, and so this live is on the Safari browser, and I will change this to the Chrome browser. So here the setup is like that. So this is our setup, which we will carry till the end of CSS. 1 second. So this is how it works. Okay. So now, so CSS, what is CSS? CSS is basically cascading style sheet, and it is used to decorate or make the website very beautiful, attractive. Or I can say, without CSS, your website will not look good. It looks ugly. So now there are three ways in which you can add CSS. So first one is internal. Second one is first one is inline. Second one is internal, and third one is external. Okay. So these are the three ways in which we can add CSS. Now, what is inline? Inline means in the same line. So try to correlate the meaning of the words with their natural behavior so that it would be easy for you to understand or to remember. Okay. There's no need to mug up things, to eat things, to drink things. No, not required. Please keep the things in your mind so that you can have a reference, which is more important. So try to get the meaning of the things from the natural behavior. Inline means in the same line means directly we apply CSS to the HTML element. So here H1 is the HTML element. So let us use the style tag and a background color property, and the value, let's say, uh, I'm on. So this is the color. It looks like it. Now after this thing, we have the internal means we apply CSS to the HTML file. So this is the complete HTML file. So here we will be applying this with the help of style tag, and in this style tag we apply this to H2, and in the H2 we again use the same property, but in this we add a color FF00AA in the same pattern. So 1 minute dash FF00AA. So this is the color pattern which we have added. Now you can see this is the color. It again comes a kind of a pink shade. Now the third one is external. What is external? External means somewhat in a different place, or externally we are applying it. So yes, it is the right way. So let us create a new file, style dot css, and this style dot css we will be applying, or we will be adding the CSS. So let us add for H3, and we'll again a background color property using the color pattern of RGB. Now, let us see the value. So 0, we will start with 0. In the green, we'll have the value as 100, and in the blue, we'll have the value as 255. So this is how this thing works. But if you see here, there's no connection between both the files. That is why it is not coming here. So what we will do here, we will use a link, and so it starts coming here. So this link tag is a tag which links the HTML and CSS file. So now if you see here, the file name what we have created is the scale.css. It automatically picks up the same file name. So that is how it is using the external 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 way of adding CSS. Now if you have noticed one thing, I have added background color. This one again, background color, and a background color property. But the if you have noticed one thing in all these background color, what I have did, I did I had taken the color, but every color addition is of a different form. So why I did that? So I just want to tell you that there are some ways in which you can add colors. First one is simply typing the name of the color, which I did. So there are around 140 color names which you can simply write it, like salmon, purple, green, blue, black, violet, orange, red, like that. Light green, light blue shades are also available, which you can simply write it down. Now let us have a reference from where email color code. See, so here these are the 140 color names. See, which you can directly write down. Now, second one is the HTML color picker. See, this is HTML color picker. Now you can click on any color. You can have their color name. You can have the HSL code. You can have the hexadecimal code. You can have the RGB code. Now, what is this all about? So here, if you have noticed, first one is simply typing the name of the color, which I have told you. There are around 140 names which you can use it. Second one where I have added color is in a form of some hexadecimal. Okay, some hexadecimal form. So in this hexadecimal form, we have some hash kind of a pattern where after hash it have 6 alphanumeric characters. And the range of this character starts from 0 to 9 and A to F. So if you see here, these double F resembles red color, these second two green color, these double A blue color. So RGB. It works like that. Now the third one is simply the purely the RGB color, where we have the plain RGB, and the range of this RGB starts from 0 to 255, where 0 is black and 255 is white. Now, if you see, if you have noticed one thing here also, that any color will be prepared with the help of a combination of this RGB. So now let us see this thing. So here this is okay. So one more type of color is HSL. So here HSL means hue. S stands for hue. Hue contains the colors. S stands for saturation. Saturation contains the sharpness. And L is the lightness. Lightness contains the brightness. Now after this thing, if you noticed, the last form is the RGB. Now here you can simply drag, have the values, combination, percentage, and you can prepare the color. So this is how it works like that. Just simply copy the code, copy it, paste it in the VS Code, the color will looks like that. Now, all these sites are managed by W3 School, the reference page which you can easily take it out. Now, after this colors, let us have the selectors. What are selectors in CSS? So here, if you see, this H3 is a CSS selector. Entire thing in the curly bracket is a declaration. This is a property. This is a value. Okay, I repeat. This is a selector. Entire thing inside the curly bracket is a declaration. This is a property, and this is the value. So that is how it works like that. Now, after this thing, let me have a paragraph where I have a lorem kind of a thing. So this is how it works. Now, in this paragraph, let us add some basic font properties. So we'll have a font size of, let's say, 20 px, and after font size we'll have a line height of, let's say, 2 rem, And after this line height, let me have text transform to uppercase. After text transform, we'll use text decoration to also, under a line. And after text decoration, let us have letter spacing of, let's say, 1.5 pm, and we'll use word spacing of, let's say, 5 px. And after this thing we'll use font family. So let us add a font family. So here, by default, if you see, there are a minimum of 3 fonts which we need to add. But so let us pick up this Arial, Helvetica, and Sans serif. Now see. So why it works like that. So here, if you see, there are a minimum of 3 fonts which we need to add. So we have added it. But what is the need of these 3 fonts? So here, if you see, the first font, which is the Arial font, is the primary font, and the second fonts, the Helvetica and the Sans serif, are the traditional fonts. Oh, sorry, are the secondary fonts. Now, all these fonts which you see are known as the traditional fonts because these fonts are being used since long. Now, after this thing, if you see, if you see, there are so many browsers these days, and it is not possible for every browser to support each and every type of available fonts or available content in available of the available content. So what is happening here? If suppose Google Chrome does not support Arial font, so it will automatically pick up the next available font which I have given in the font family is the Helvetica font. So automatically it will pick up. Now, suppose if Microsoft Edge does not support the Arial font, so it will automatically pick up the Helvetica or the Sans serif font. So that is why it has been given. That is why the need of these primary and secondary fonts are available. Now, after this thing, let me have some new type of fonts which is called as the Google fonts, because Google are now into our each and every part of life. So Google have introduced their Google fonts also. So we have Google fonts. So here we have the Google fonts, and so these are the Google fonts. Now here let me add the Roboto font. So in this Roboto font, we'll pick up this thing. And one more we can have this one. So here, let me import it, and we'll do a copy, and we'll import in the top. So this we have imported the Google font in the VS Code. Now we need to add the Google font. So here, if you see this, we have imported the Roboto font with the font weight of 300. Okay. So let me add this thing. So what we do, we have Roboto, Roboto, and see how it looks like. So see, it is the fonts which actually change the entire view of the fonts. So that is why Google fonts are being used a lot. Now, after this Google fonts, you can have a secondary fonts also, which will actually add in your VS Code. So after this thing, let me have another paragraph. So another small paragraph will have a lorem of 10. Okay, but what is happening here? What is happening here? This particular set of skies, what we have given to the first paragraph, this one is being used by this one also. So why it is going like that? Because there is no segregation, there is no difference between both the paragraphs, that which font, which set of styles need to be used by when. So for this, classes and IDs has been introduced. Now, what is classes and what are IDs? So classes and IDs both are used to target any HTML element. So these are HTML elements. Both are used to target any HTML element. So let us target class top, and here we'll use ID as top. Now, if we use p dot top p, now this particular set of style with the class top will be applied to this particular parameter. So that is how it works like that. And for the secondary, we have the ID as bottom. Now, what is the difference between classes and IDs when both are used to target the string element? So dot is used to highlight the class and hash is used to highlight the ID. Second thing, same class can be used multiple times, but ID can only be used one time. So that is the primary difference, main difference between classes and IDs. Dot is used to highlight a class and hash is used to highlight the ID. So let us apply hash bottom. We'll apply a font size of, let's say, 30 px. So it works like that. And we'll again use a font family of robot. So it looks like that. Now, after this classes and IDs, let us see the next thing where we will be seeing the box model property. Now, what is this box model? So box model. So as the name says, a box kind of a thing. So let me show you the box model here only. This is the box model. See, the box model contains, so first thing is the padding content. After content we have padding. After padding we have border. After border we have margin. So this is the structure which works like that. So let us create a small box model. So we'll have here the padding, of let's say 20 px. After padding we have a border of let's say 5p solid with black color. After border we have margin of let's say 5p. 5 pieces will be very small, let's say 25 px. So this is the structure of a box model where we have the content. After content we have padding. After padding we have border, and after border we have margin. Now, there are some more ways in which you can have this thing, and let me tell you how this thing will work. So if I have given a padding of 20 px, 20 px means 20 px top, 20 px right, 20 px bottom, and 20 px left. So it is the space which is created internally and on all the sides. Now, after this thing padding, we have margin. Now, what is this margin? Margin is used for the external space. After border, we can use the margin. So margin again works in the same direction, means top, right, bottom, and left. So it works like in the same pattern. Now, after this thing padding and margin, there are some more ways in which you can have this thing. So let me have a padding in the left of let's say 10 px, padding in the top of let's say 20 px, padding in the bottom of let's say 30 px, and padding in the right of let's say 40 px. So it works like that. Similarly, if I want to have padding in the different ways, I can have padding of, if I give 20 px and 40 px. See, 20 px is for top and bottom, 40 px is for left and right. So we can use in this pattern also. Similarly, we can have for margin. If I have margin top for 40 px, 50 px, sorry, margin left for 40 px, margin bottom of let's say 30 px, margin right of let's say 20 px. So it can be used in the same pattern. Now, similarly, we can have for one side also. So we can have margin. If I use 40 px and 20 px, so we can have 40 px is for top bottom and 20 px is for left and right. Now, this is whole about the box model property, where in which we can have where in what ways we can use the box model. Now, after this box model property, uh, let us see the next thing, which is called as a styling of list. So for this, let me have a structure UL and LI into 6 greater than A. So we have 6 times of Li with anchor tag inside it. So we'll have a category class categories, and after this thing, what we do, we will use a hash functionality here. So this hash functionality will disable the click functionality, and in this anchor tag, we write the content category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4, category 5, category 6. So these are the 6 categories what we have created. Now, if you have noticed, by default, this category header have a color in this. So where it is coming? So it is coming from here, where we have given the h2. So as we have not used any class or ID, so it gets replicated on all the h2s inside the code. So what we will be doing here? Now, this is the basic structure what we have created. Now, what we will be doing, we will pick each and every element and we will style it. Also the classes. So dot categories, and here let me have a border post of, let's say, 3px, solid with black color, and we'll use a border radius property. Border radius property of, let's say, 5px. Sharpen the edges. Now we'll use some padding of, let's say, 30px. Okay, and after this thing, as we have already imported a font, we'll apply font family to Roboto. See the difference. And after this thing, what we will do, we will pick each and every element. Dot category is h2 PHP text line center. And here also let me add a property to text transform to uppercase. So entire thing will come in the uppercase. And here what we will do, now pick dot categories UL, and we'll use the list style to none. So the dots will get removed and we'll use a padding of 0. It shift towards the left. And after this thing, let me pick dot categories. Anchor tag. We'll use text transform. Sorry, text decoration. Text, no. Text decoration to none, and we'll give the font color to black. And what else we can have? Now we will target the LI. Will want some padding in the bottom of, let's say, 20 px, fine. And let me have a border in the bottom, let's say 1p. It's dotted with black color so that it looks like that. And let me have a hover property also on the anchor tag. So dot categories anchor tag hover, and will have a change in the background color to yellow. So let me, as soon as I hover the mouse, see, as soon as I hover the mouse, the color will gets changed to yellow what I have given here. So this is the hover property. Hover property means as soon as I move my mouse on the element, it will apply. So let me have an increase in the font size of, let's say, 20 px. Okay, so that is how it works like that. Now after the styling of list, let me have a styling of form. So in the styling of form, simple, we need to create a form. So let us have a form tag. Let us have a form tag, not font, form tag. And in this form, what will be doing? We'll have a will have a structure. So in this form, we usually carry two things: label and input. So we will use input type. This is a structure. Now we will replicate the input type text and the name we will replicate. So this is a structure. Now what we will be doing here, we will replicate this thing, but we need to have a div, and in this div, what we will do, we will create. So we'll have a common class as form gp form group, and now we will do the copy paste. So here we have, okay, so this is structure. Now we have the label for name. This is for email, and again the last we have the label for message. Okay, so these are the labels what we've created. Now for the label, the input type will be text and the name will be name, and email, the input type will be email and the name will be email. And the last we have a label for message, and here we will be using a text area property. So text area, the name will be message, and name will be message. That is how it works like that. Now, 1 second. Now, what we will do here, we will, after and the end, what we will do, we will have a input type submit also. Okay, input type submit also, where the value will be submit. Okay, where the value will be submit, and let me have a class with the class name as btn. btn button. So now what we'll do, we will have, okay, so let us have a parent class as my form also. Okay, so now what we'll bring, we will be picking each and everything and we will do the styling part. So how will you doing it? So let me have dot my form and we'll use a padding of let's say 20 px. Okay, and after this thing, my form, let me use multiple class space dot form tp, and here we'll use some padding. Uh, padding in the bottom. Padding in the bottom, let's say 15 px. So that's how the space will get created. And after this thing, let me have dot my form input. Okay, so in this input, we'll use a display of block properties so that it will use the things one below the another. Now, after this thing, one second, one second, form GP, my form, this is structure. Okay, so here this structure will work like that. Now, after this thing, what we will be doing here. Okay, so let me apply this on the label part. Okay, so now it is aligned. Okay, so after this thing, what we'll be doing, we will be targeting this button. So we have a class dot btn dot btn, and in this dot btn, what we will be doing, we will be picking each and every property and will add the style part. Okay, so how will you doing this? Let us check now. So we will add some TSC text align center, and after this thing, we'll use text transform to uppercase, and we'll have some padding of let's say let's say 0 and 20 px. So 0 20 px means also let me give here 5 5 for top and bottom, and 20 px is for left and right. We'll use a border radius property of let's say 10 px. Okay, so the button is now in the oval shape, and after that we will increase font size of let's say to 20 px. Okay, and what else we can have? So let me have a line height property also here to let's say 20 px. Okay, so this is how the structure will work like that. And let me change a background also here. So background. We'll change it to a light salmon. So this is the color. It works like that. Now after this thing, let me add a hover property here. So dot bt btn hover. And this hover will change the background color to yellow as soon as I hover the mouse. See. And let me add a click functionality here. So dot btn active. Okay. So we'll change in the background color to red. So as soon as I hover and click, so click will give me different color, and a change in the font color to let me say it for white. So hover, click. So click functionality will do it like that. It's how to add. Look at. Okay, so this is how it works like that. Now, after this thing, let me see the next thing which is very important here in the CSS, which is called as the positioning. So what is this positioning? Positioning, as the name says, positioning. Positioning means to position something. So for this, there are four ways in which you can position things. There are four ways in which you can position things. So first one is the static. Static means the natural behavior. So here, if you have seen the form tag, input tag, and the label tags. So here, what I have used, that how it is coming, it actually uses the natural behavior, which is the static behavior. Now, after the static behavior, we have the relative. Now, what is this relative? So for this relative, we have to have a structure where I will use H1 with CSS and H2 with HTML, and we'll use a class position box. So this is a structure. Class position. Now after this thing, what I will be doing here. Okay, so let before this thing, let me comment out each and everything here. One sec. Div plus p box. In this p box, one second. So let us target this p box. So dot p box. But your p box is a position box. Will have a width of, let's say, 800 px and a height of, let's say, 600 p. Okay, and after that we will have a border of, let's say, 4p solid with black color. Now while this second border is coming, one second. This is how it works like that. After this thing, what we will be doing, we will be seeing the positioning of relative and absolute. So relative, as the name says, relative. So it is relating something. So what is it? What it is relating? So for this, let me target the H1. So dot P for H1 will use a position of absolute. So this position of absolute, and I want this to be down from top of, let's say, 30 px. Now what is happening here? Here now the HTML code is like H1, H2. H1 have CSS, H2 have HTML. So H1 will always have to be above H2. Now what is happening here? H2 is above than HTML. So how it works like that? So using the position absolute, absolute means it is taking the reference as this whole page. Now, after this thing, what we will do, we will use a relative. Relative. So let us apply the relative, and this relative will always be applied to the parent. Now, with this relative, it will be applied now. So what we'll do, we will apply this to the H2. So dot P box H2, and here we'll use the position of app. the load, and from the bottom, I want this to be 50 px, and from the right, let's say 600, not 200 px, and here we'll apply for the side, let's say 200 to 2 px. See, so that is how you can position the things. Now, after the last is the in this position is the fixed. Fixed. So as the name says fixed, so we'll use a button, and we'll have a class as FBT and fixed button, and the content will be fixed. So now we have FBTN as a class. So what we will do here, dot FBTN position fixed, and I want this to be from the top to 90x down. So here it works like that. So it is using a position fix where the from the top it is 90 px down. Now how it works like that? So it, irrespective of the size of the page or the size of the screen, it remains fixed. It remains fixed on, it will not move anywhere. Now after this thing, let us have a background image property. So in this background image, let me have, or already now when you have downloaded an image, so let us use that particular one. So what we will do in this position box, okay, so we'll insert a background image. Okay, so what we'll do, we will insert a background image with URL. One second. This image folder needs to inside CSS. Okay, now it is. Now it is. Images, del unsplash. So this is how it works. But it seems that it is not. It is not in the perfect shape. So we will have a view first, and then we will decide. Okay. Okay, so that is actually showing only a quarter part of the image. So what we will do, we will use some properties and we will try to fix it. So what we'll do, we will use a background repeat with no repeat, and we'll use a background size to cover. So with the help of these two properties, you can fix a image. Now after this thing, let us have some some more thing in the background images, which is called as the pseudo classes. What are pseudo classes? So pseudo classes are basically the properties which is again a extended way, to target the HTML elements. So let me have a structure first. So here I use a UL, and in this UL I use a LI into I. In this UL I have a class as pseudo, red, green, blue, black, purple. After this thing, let me have a similar thing, but with the different. I will use the ID here. Okay. So now we will be using a pseudo class properties to target the HTML element. So let us see how it works. So we'll have dot pseudo. If I want to target the first child, we'll have the first child and we'll change the background color to red. In pseudo, oh sorry, uh, UL, why it is not coming. So okay, so let me try once again. So we'll have dot pseudo space li, and I want the first child to target with the background color to red. Okay, now it works. So it will work like that. Now, similarly, if I want the last child, so what I will do here, I want the last child to the background color will be orange red. So it works like that. And if I want the blue color to target, so what I will do here, I will use the nth child concept, and the let me use a purple color to target the third child. Now after this thing, let us use for the second. So here we have, we'll use hash pseudo li, and I want this to be like nth child to odd. When you have 100 lines of code, 1000 lines of code, and you want this thing to happen, so with the help of a single line code, you can make this happen. And red will use a thing. So you can see like that. You can use this when you have 100 lines of code, and you can set this thing in a very proper manner. So that is how you can use this thing. So here comes to an end of here comes to an end of CSS basics. Here comes to an end of CSS basics, and let us have a break of 5 minutes. Then we will start with the Flexbox. 5 minutes break. Will resume at 11:30 p.m. Okay, so let us resume now. So there are some questions. Let us see them first. Then we will start with flex. So, okay, first one was given earlier. Okay. Attendance, my dear friend, don't ask for attendance. Attendance link is our job. We will share it. Okay. So once based on our schedule, we will share it. So it is an automatic process. System will automatically share the attendance. Once it will be shared in the live YouTube chat, we will inform you that please fill the attendance sheet. Okay, so what else you are looking? 5 minute break. Okay, okay. After the session, you can post the recording. Recording will always be there. Okay, recording will always be there with the same link, so you can use it. Live. This is live. This is live. Yesu Babu. You, in case I want, so I told your name also. Yesu Babu Dangati. This is a live session. If it is recording, I can't say your name. Now, sir, please let you difference between both of them. What both of them I can't understood. Little bit have will want the full question in detail. So the questions are completed now. Now let us resume with the flex box. Let us start with flex box. But before this, let me have a setup. So अरे अटेंडेंस मिलेगी भाई, अटेंडेंस मिल जाएगी, अटेंडेंस मिलेगी आपको, बताया जाएगा. We will share the attendance form here only in the live YouTube chat, and we will tell you, we will give you a 1 minute's time, 2 minutes time to fill it. Don't ask again and again. That's our job. We will share, we will give you the attendance. Please don't ask again and again. Now we have the structure. Now, let me have the flexbox structure and okay. So flexbox, what is a flexbox? A very important property of CSS, which is basically a display property. Flexbox is basically a display property. And in 2015, I guess in 2015, CSS Grid and Flexbox both come into picture to make the web page responsive. Now, in 2000, before 2015, what was happening actually is there were only two type of devices. Okay, first one is a desktop or a laptop, and the second one is a mobile device. So what developers do, they prepare a web page, they prepare for a web page for a desktop version, and for a mobile they prepare a different web page for a mobile version. So for some time everything will be fine. Now after some time, what happened that iPads will start coming. So what they do, they prepare another page for iPad, but they use a common database. The link is different. So if you remember, the link will be m.facebook.com. So that M is the mobile version page. Now what is happening after some time, that different mobile devices of different screen size are coming. Now, that puts the developers into trouble, that it is not possible for them to design a web page for n number of devices. So that is from their point of from after that time, the grid and flexbox came into picture, and they will be like that without the very less use of media queries, you can prepare a web page which is responsive. So grid and flexbox is actually, the task of grid and flexbox is to make the web page responsive, because these are the display properties and it is being used a lot now. Now, this is basically a theoretical part. Why what is the need of flexbox? Now, For this thing, let me have now I will be having a ready-made structure. Okay, so please don't ask again and again why it looks like that. So we'll have the so in the index.html we'll use, and here we have the flex flex. We'll have a link tag, and let me make go live again using Chrome as the by default browser. So the structure is now ready. So now what we're doing, I will be having a parent class container with a divs with a common class box and a separate class for separate items. Now let us have a style. So here you can see the style we have added. Now let us start applying the flex properties. So the basic thumb rule for flexbox. Flexbox property will always be applied to the parent class. Here the parent class is the container. Okay, so dot container dot container, and we'll have a display of flex. Now, as soon as you give the display of flex, what will happen here? By default, everything will align in a single row. Why it is aligned in a single row? Because that is the property of flex. Flex works in two type of axis. First is main axis and the cross axis. So here by default it is having a main axis. Main axis it works from left to right. Now let us add a border property of 4px solid with black color. So here if I use inline flex, see, so if I'm using the inline flex, in the inline flex, the border ends where the item ends, but when I using a flex, see what is happening. The border ends where the web page ends. Okay, so that is how this thing will go. Now after this thing, let us see the flex direction property. So we'll have a height. One second, yeah. What is happening? Height of let's say 100 VH. 100 VH. VH is the vertical height unit of height. VH 100 VH means for the full page, full screen view. Now after this thing, let us change the direction of the flex. So we'll have a flex direction to row. So by default, it is row only. Why it is row only? Because it is the by default nature of the flex. Now, if I change it to column, it will be in a vertical pattern. Okay. If I use a row reverse, see row, but in the reverse direction. Similarly, we have column reverse. So it starts from 10 to 1. Now, okay, so this is the structure. Now, after this thing, what we will be doing, we will be now what has happened here? We have changed the main axis. We have changed the main axis. The main axis is now from top to bottom, and the cross axis is from left to right. So the main axis is from top to bottom, and the cross axis is from left to right. But here, if we have not given the flex direction as column. The main axis is from left to right and the cross axis is from top to bottom. So that is how it works like that. Now, after this thing, let us have the main axis. Okay. Now, after this thing, what we will doing here, we will apply what we will do. We will see the next thing. Okay. So here we have a common set of styles box. So let me copy the style name and we have dot b dot box, and in this dot box what I will do here will apply a width of, let's say, 300 px. Okay, now in the width of 300 px, and if I remove this, what is happening here now, what I will do here will use a flex property of wrap. If I use flex wrap of wrap, see, it has wrapped themselves. Wrap means cover themselves. Now, see how it works. So, as soon as, see, automatically depending upon the size or the next available space, after the item number 4 will be greater than or equal to 300 px, the next item file will shift. See. So, that is how this thing will work. Now, after this thing, if I fix the width to 33.3%. So how it works like that, 33.33%. So it will remain as it is. See, it will remain as it is. Okay. So that is how it works like that. Now after this thing, if I want to have space between the content, we'll use the margin of, let's say, npx. So white. Okay, sorry. Margin of 10 px, margin of 10 px. Okay, so without, if I use a border will also work here. Border of 10 px, solid with white color. So you can create spaces between the items using a border property also. So that will be again a very, that will make the contents look very beautiful. So you can see the looks are now in a very perfect manner. After this thing, let us see the flex ordering. So what is this ordering? Ordering. Ordering means the order in which the boxes are arranged. So if we want to change the flex box ordering property, so how we will do it like that? So in the flexbox ordering property, we can change the order. So here, if you see, the order is in the sequence pattern 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if I want to change the order, so let us apply. So if for box 5, I want the order to be like 5. So it will be in this pattern. Now for box 7, order of, let's say, 8 dot box of 2, order of, let's say, 6. Now understand, try to understand the logic. The value of the order, if the value of the order is less, it will be after the last item. Okay, and if it is more, it will be in this pattern. So the value of the order depends upon the placement of the item. So that is how you can change the ordering of the flex box. Now flex box is also known as the flexible box, where you can use the flexibility. Okay, That is how the flex box is being used for the flexible box also. Now, after this thing, let us see the next point is which is the alignment and centering. So, how will you using the alignment and centering part? So, for this thing, let me have the structure like okay. So, well, let me do one thing. Let me comment out all this thing, and we have the structure. Mm, 1 second. We'll have a simple structure of display of X. Now, what we're doing here, we will be using the justify content property to, but we'll use a border of let's say 2p solid with the black color. Okay. Control A, Control Shift P, format selection, and entire content, entire code will get rearranged. Now, we'll apply the AC justify content to like start. So by default, it is in the start only, so it will not have made any change. Now after flex start, we will use flex end. See the movement. Now it is in the main axis. Main axis is from left to right. So justify will always works on the main axis. Main axis is the row axis. Row axis is from left to right. Flex start, flex end. We after flex end we have the value as center. After center, we have the value as space between. So you can see the spaces between the items. After space between, you can have space around. You can have this space around for these. Now spaces are around the items. After this, we have space between. Now between the spaces are we have the space evenly. Now evenly we can see space here also. So evenly the spaces have been distributed. Now let us do the same thing, but what we will do here, we will what dot box will have the color to white. 1 second. Okay, so nothing to do here because already we have given here. So red box color is white. Font size of let me change it to 30px and text and center padding is of 10 px. It is fine. Now we'll have the flex direction to FD flex direction to column. Now the movement will be in a vertical pattern which is from left to right, and let us have a minimum height of 100 VH. Now we have the same set of properties which we will apply here. So we have the justify content if I use flex start. By default, it is in the start only. So it will look like that. Flex end. So you can see it is in the end. Now after flex start and flex end, we have the next set of property which is called as the center. After center, the next set of property which is called as the space between. After space between, we can have the next thing which is called as the aligned item. So to align the item on the cross axis, which is the opposite of justify content. So let us see how it works. So for this thing, we will have the dot box as color as white. Font size, let me change it to 100 px, text line center, and a padding of 10 px. Now let us see the next thing. We'll have a display of flex. Border property we'll have, and let me comment out this. So we'll have height of standard vertical height. Now, what we are doing here, we will use the align item property. So we'll use the AI align item to stretch. So this is how the stretch will work. Now after a stretch, we have the next thing which is called as the align item base line. But for this align item baseline, we need to add some irregularities. So these irregularities will be like that, where we have increased the we have where we have different font size for different blocks. So here with the help of a single code, which is the align item baseline, you can see the base of all the items are common. See, the base of all the items are common. Now after this thing, what we will do here, let us mm, let us see the next thing here, which is called as the minute. So which is called as the flex container property, which is called as the align content. So we have seen align item, we have seen justified content. Now we will see the align content property, which basically aligns the item across the cross axis. Cross axis means the top to bottom property. So for this thing, let me have the 10 items. Okay. And what we will be doing, we will be using a display of flex, and this kind of thing is not required. Fine. So we have display of flex, a border property, and a height of, let's say, height. Now after this thing, what we'll do, let us use a box width of 33.33%, which is fixed. Now here we'll start with the flex wrap property also. We will add the flex wrap property also. Flex wrap to wrap. And after this thing, what we will be doing here, we will apply the align content property. So we'll use AC align content to flex of start. Okay. Next we have flex of end. After flex of start and flex of end, we have the next property, which is called as the center. After center, we will use the next property, which is called as the space between. After space between, we have the space around. And after space around, so these are the set of values. Let us check space EVE and LY space evenly. So evenly, the spaces has been distributed among themselves. So 1 minute. Okay, so now, now. Oh, so here now we will see the next important thing in the flex box, which is called as the flex item property. Okay, so earlier what we have done, we have applied the the properties to this container, this container is the parent container. Now what we will be doing here, we will be applying this to the separate items. Okay, so that is, so for this what we will be doing here, let me have dot two, will have a padding in the bottom of, let's say, 300 px. But before this thing, let me set it. We'll use the flex of the start. Flex wrap property we need to remove, and we have a display of flex. A border property, we will be using a height of 100 ph and align item is selected. Now we have align items of flex of the start. Now here, if you see, we have added a flex box 2 dot box, adding in the bottom, let's say 400 px, and similarly we will use dot box 7, padding in the bottom of, let's say, 200 p, let's say 50. Now we'll apply the property to individual. So what we will doing, we will be applying the properties using the align self property. So we'll use align self. If I use align self of flex and, let's see, align self of center, and here we'll use align self of flex of start. But for this, if I change the flex of end, so it will be like that. So that is how it will be aligned here. Now after this thing, let us see some more properties in Flexbox, which is called as the Flex Grow, Flex Basis, and Flex Change. So how it will work like that. So for this thing, let me have some emojis concept. Okay, but okay. So the styles are common. Okay, now here if you see what we will use here, mm, simple, we use a display of flex property. Okay, now what is happening here? If we give flex of 2 to a box, so what we are doing here, we will be distributing the available free space between the items. So for dot box flex of 1, and similarly if I give dot box 2 flex of 2. Now what is happening here, if you focus here, dot box 2, 1 second, dot box 2 flex of 2, a display of flex, 1 second. See, now you can easily see it. Now flex of 2 means twice of the free space. See, twice of the free space has been given to this particular box, and a part of this will be given to rest. So that is how this thing will work. Now after this thing, if for the okay, so let me reduce the items to 2. Okay, now let us apply the flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis property here. So how it will work like that. So here if I give flex of 1 and 0, 1 and 0. 1 and 0 means 1 to first one is for the flex grow, second one is for the flex shrink, and the third one is for the flex basis. So how it will work? So for the box 1, if I give the full form FB, flex basis to 400 px, and for the second box 2, if I give flex basis to 300 px. So see, so how it works like that. Flex grow. Flex grow means the ability to distribute the free space between the items. So this is a free space. Let us distribute it. So I want flex grow 2. So twice of the free space has been given to item number 1. And for this, we'll use flex grow to 1, and half of will be given to the flex person. Now, if I use the flex shrink property, flex shrink, I want this to shrink 5 times, and this to shrink. One second, what happened? Flex basis 2. Okay, okay, okay. Now after that, we have given flex grow to 1, and flexing, let me put it, yep, flexing. So see, when less space is available, the ability to shrink, see, so that is how this thing will work like that. So here comes to an end of the CSS flex box. Here it comes to an end of CSS flex box. So let us have another 5 minutes break. Then we will start with CSS grid. So we'll have a break of 5 minutes. Resume at we'll have a break of 5 minutes. We'll resume at 12 times a CSS grid. Okay, so let us start with CSS grid. For grid, let me have a setup ready. X.html and file.css. So let me one second. Let me have the ready and here grid grid link tag and go live. But this time in grid, we will be viewing the output in Firefox Developer Edition to have a better understanding how grid will work, how grid will show. So we will be having the output in Firefox Developer Edition. So this is the setup being ready. Now, what is a grid? Grid is something, as I've told you, why is the need for grid in Flexbox? The need is again the evolution of multiple mobile devices and the responsiveness. So the grid has come with with this perspective. Now, in this grid, in this grid, there is Flexbox works very fine, but Flexbox has a limitation. The limitation is Flexbox works in only one direction. Okay, but when Flexbox works in one direction, but these days things the requirement is of multi-direction. So Flexbox works in one direction, but grid works in both the direction. Both the direction means grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns. So when grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns, it is very easy to place any items in the process. So let us see how it will work and let me have the structure with us. So here the structure will be one second. Simple structure, the parent class container. So control A, control shift P, format selection. The selection will be in a perfect pattern. After this, let me have the set of skills. So control A, control shift P, format selection. So all these reds in the screen will get removed. Now, after this thing, let us see the properties of flex. So for the flex, let me apply the flex property to the parent class, which is the container. So here, this parent class container will use a dot container display of grid. But here in this grid, as I've told you, grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns. So we need to declare rows and columns. It will not work automatically. Similarly to flex. So what we do, we apply GTC grid template columns. So we declare two columns first of 200p and let's say 500p. So we have declared two columns. First one is of 200px and another one is of 500px. Now we need to declare rows. So GTR grid template rows. So we will declare three rows. Okay, so 200px, So now, see, there are two columns and three rows. So what is happening here? But we have 10 items. So 3 to the 6, that means only 6 items will be arranged here. But what about for 7, 8, 9, and 10? So for 7, 8, 9, and 10, depending upon the size of the content inside the cell, the space has been allotted. Fine. So that is how this thing will work. And now let me see the next thing here, which is called as the GG grid gap of, let's say, 5px. So this 5px will create spaces and we will call it as a border or gaps. So this will again help make the grids move beautiful. Now, after this thing, let us see the next thing in the grid, which is called as the tracks. Now, what are the tracks? So there are two kind of tracks. So now let us see this here. So there are two kind of tracks. First track are called as the explicit tracks. Explicit tracks are the tracks which is being created because we have created grid template columns and grid template rows. And implicit tracks which has been created because we have declared, because it has been created by the grid system. Fine. Now, in this explicit tracks, so these are the tracks which has been identified by the dash, and implicit tracks are the dots. So explicit tracks are identified by the dash, implicit tracks are identified by the dots. Explicit tracks are created because we have created grid template rows and grid template. Implicit tracks are created by the grid system. No, no. After this thing, let us have some more thing here, which is called as the um, grid auto rows. So what is this grid auto rows? Grid auto rows 150px. Now for the item 7, 8, 9, and 10. For the item 7, 8, 9, and 10, earlier the space has been allotted to them based on the size of the content. Now we have given every 150px guide. This 150px will be allotted to this and 10. Now, after this thing, what we will do here, we will see the next important property, which is called as a auto flow. Now, what is the auto flow? Auto flow, okay. So let us see how this auto flow will work. For this thing, let me have only two items. Here, by default, if any item will get created, it will create below the item number one. But if we want this to create by the side of item number two, so we have a property which is called as the grid auto flow. So how it works? And by default, it is row only. So if I change it to column, but one second. If I change it to column, by default, the next row will get created. By default, the next item will get created by the side of item number two, which results in the creation of another column. So that is how, with the use of grid auto flow column, we can use it. Now, after this thing, we will see the next important property in CSS, which is called as the sizing of tracks. Now, for the sizing of tracks, let me have a change in the structure where we can have, now see, we have So where we can have the items from 10 to 50. Now here we have given the grid auto flow column. So what is happening? The new items will get created by the side of item number 1 and 2, which means I can say in a row pattern. So here, what will you doing here? We will be using simple a grid gap property and nothing else. Now, the structure will be like that. Now, what we will do here, we will be, okay, so let me increase this to 20. Yes, now we have a GTC grid template column and we want the space now in a percentage pattern. Now, see, what is the problem here? This last row, this last column, I said this last column sticks to the horizontal bar. See, it sticks to the horizontal bar. Why it is happening? Because 25 into 4 plus 20, that is 120 px, but the screen size ideally is 100 px, so it is 120 px, so that is why it works like that. Now for this thing we have a property which is called as we have a unit which is called as a fr is a free space left after the explicit fit. Now to understand this, let us have a basic code. And what we'll do, we will create a grid template column again with 200p x and 150p x. We have two columns here. And let me have a border of, let's say, 5p x or red with black color. So this is a structure what we have with us. Uh, Now, after this thing, what we are doing, we will be adding a fr property here. So how this will work? So we have one fr. Now, what is happening here? The free space left is called as a fr, and we will be utilizing this in one fr. So if I give two fr, so twice of the free space has been given to the last column and a one part has been given to the second last column. So that is how this thing will work. Now after this thing, let us see the repeat functionality. Sorry, the auto functionality. So how auto will work? So auto functionality. Now auto means depending upon the size of the content inside the cell, the space has been allotted. So auto will be like that only. And after auto, we will be seeing the next thing, which is called as okay. So let us check how auto will work. So in item one, so this is how the auto functionality will work. Now after this auto, let us check the repeat functionality. How repeat functionality will work. So if I want repeat two times one f. Now try to understand the structure. First one is auto, then 150px, that repeat two times one fr. So one fr, okay, and again one fr, and again two fr. So this is how the structure will get designed. Now after this thing, let us see the next part. Let us see the next part, which is the sizing of grid items. Sizing of grid items. So what we will be doing here, we will have to have an increase in the items. So one second. Now we have 30 items with us. Now, in this 30 item, what will be applying? We will be checking. So what we'll do, we will apply GPC grid template columns with repeat 5 times of one. So we have 5 columns of one FR each, and we have a display of grid gap of 20 px, and a border is also there. Now, for this particular item, let's say 10, not 10. Let me pick up 9. So for this item 9, dot item 9 will have a background to white so that you will easily catch what is happening in item number 9. And let me have a width to 500 px. Now, what is happening here? This item number 9, this item number 9 is disturbing the whole of the column. But if we want, this not to happen, so we will use a functionality which is called as the GC grid column functionality with a span of 2. So you can see that twice of the space has been given to the item number 9 without disturbing the whole of the column set. So that is how you can use this with the help of a span functionality. Now, there are some more shortcuts in the span. So we will be seeing that now. So what we will do, we will use a GR grid row and a span of 3. So we have used the 3 row space and 2 column space for item number 9. Now, one more shortcuts are there. So if I want this to start from a particular column and ends at a particular column, so let us see. I want this to start from column number 2 and at column number 5. See, column number 1, 2 started, 3, 4, 5 end. Similarly, we can have for row also. I want this to start from row number 1 and at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. It starts from row number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It ends. So these are the shortcuts which you can use for the span functionality, where you can use the merging of the cells, but this merging will not create a impact on the rows and columns. Now, after this thing, let us see the next thing here in CSS grid. Okay, next thing here in CSS grid, which is called as the autofill and autofit property. So now, what is the autofill and autofit property? Autofill, autofill, as the name says, autofill. So it tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row without moving on to the next row. Autofill. So let us see how this property will be in action. So uh, here we have a display of grid gap of 20 px, border there, and a grid template column. If I write here with repeat autofill, this thing is not required. Now see, the definition is it tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row without moving on to the next row. So that is how it works like that. Now, here every column is to be 150px, and if the next available space after the last column will gets equals to 150px or more than 150px, the next item will get shifted. So that is how this property will works, and it is how the responsiveness will be come into picture. Now after this thing, let us see the auto fit property. So now what is auto fit? So auto fit is almost very similar to auto fill, but there's difference, and for the difference let me do one thing. I want only 4 items here. Now for this thing, let us have the structure to be dot contain a display of a grid gap of 20px border is there, grid template column with a repeat auto fit, auto fit of 150px. Now after this thing, let me open the inspect part here. Okay, so now here for this, what I will apply a property to the last item, which is the item 4. So here dot item 4 grid column end. I want this to be in the -1 part. Okay, so I want this to be -1. Now if I write again here, we'll see what is happening here. See, that is the beauty of auto fit and autofill. So here it is very useful for you to design the menu items where you can have the home, start, products, and in the last you can have services like that. So you can design very well with the help of this auto fit and autofill property. Now, after this thing, let us see the next thing, which is called as a min max. So min max, minimum, maximum. So in the min max, let me have the structure. The structure is very similar. In this min max, we have the parent class as min max container. And in this min max, what will you doing? We will have the same set of styles. This is what all about. Okay, so in this min max, if you see here, we have autofill. But let me change it to 100px. Now see what is happening. This goodbye, the G and E are coming out of the box. Now we have to fix it, and for this we will use a property which is called as a min max, and this min max will give two kind of spaces. Okay, min max 150px and 1fr. We have the repeat autofill min max of 150p and 1fr. Now what we have did, we have two type of spaces available. So how it works? Either depending on the size, it will take up 150px or 1fr. So here it is taking the 1fr space, and that is how it will work like that. After this min max, so min max along with repeat, along with autofill and auto fit, along with auto property becomes very powerful. So with a single line of code, you can very easily place the items. Now, after this thing, we will use the grid areas, or I can say grid template areas to place the item. So let us see how we will be doing this. So for this thing, let me have a totally new structure this time. The structure will be like that, where the structure himself is telling that I am the sidebar. Okay, one second, one second. So here, what we'll be doing, we have the structure, but let me do one thing. Let me remove all thing now because it is creating a mess. Okay, so we have the structure like that. So what we'll do, we have a plain grid template column. Here, what we will do, we will use simple kind of a structure with one FR and FR for the center part, and again one FR for the right part, and we use GTR grid template rows with 150p, 150p, and 100p. So we have the structure like that, where we have to place the sidebar, this sidebar, this center content, and this footer, which we will be placing it. So how we will be placing it? So let us see the pattern. So we'll use the grid template areas to place it. So we have the GTA grid template areas, and in this we will place it. So we have the side bar 1. In the center we have content, and again sidebar 2. In the second part, we again have only the footer. So the structure will be like that. Sidebar 1, content, sidebar 2, sidebar 1, content, sidebar 2, and the footer. So let us do the inspect part and see, is it working properly? Yes, it is working properly because we will be able to see that where which content will get placed. So here, now let us start placing the items. So here we will be doing dot footer. Will use a grid area to footer, and for item 1 we have a grid area for sidebar 1. Similarly, we will use for item 2 we have for sidebar. We for item 3. For item 3 we have, and for item 2 we have content. No, this footer is not get placed properly. One second. Oh, this is not end. So this is how the structure with the help of grid template areas and the grid areas you will be able to place it properly. Now, after this thing, let me switch on to the next important topic, which is called as the legendary masonry layout. In this legendary masonry layout, we have to have a structure. So structure will be like that, but need to comment out all this thing. So we have 70 items with us. Now, what I will be doing here, I will be using dot container display of grid gap of LDP X, and we will be creating GTC grid template column with a repeat 10 times on R. So you can see we have 10 columns of when FR space. Now let us see the next thing, which is the, let us add some irregularities. So let us add some irregularities here. So what we'll do, we have added some irregularities and it will show like this. Now using a single line code, we will place it. So we have a grid auto flow dense. Now what is this grid auto flow dense? So try to understand this thing. The free space is being utilized by the item itself, but here the sequence is not guaranteed. So if you count from 1 to 70, you will be able to identify that. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here is 6. 6 is below 1 to 5. And 1 second. See the responsiveness. So that is how it will work like that. But again, the main problem is the sequence is not guaranteed, means content will get placed here, but the sequence is not guaranteed. So where you have a scenario where you will not have to maintain a sequence, so you can place or you can use this thing in a very easy manner. So you can see no free space is available in the screen, and all the items are also placed in a perfect fashion. Now after this thing, let us see the next thing, which is called as a alignment and centering part in the CSS. And for this thing we will be using the uh, 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 now focus. Justify item, justify content, align content, and justify self, align self. So these are the properties which we will be going to see now. Now, one very important thing here, if you want to check here, justify works on o-axis, align works on column axis. Okay, so these are the values where justify and align will work. Now for this thing, let me have a setup We have currently 40 items with us. Control A, Control Shift P, Enter format selection. Okay, the setup will be like that. Now we have a parent class container and we apply the set of styles to this parent class container, but let us create a new one. So what we will do here, we will have a dot container display of grid grid gap of 20 𝐸�XGTC grid template column with the repeat 10 times of one FR. So we have 10 columns with one FR. Now, what we are doing here, we are just checking the justify items first. So justify item will align the item along the row axis. Row axis means from left to right. Now let us see how it will work. So we have the justify item, the value will be start. Now one second, let me go to the inspect part and let me make it enable. And also one thing I can do here, so dot IT and will change the background to white so that you will be easily able to focus it. Now the flex justify item start. After justify item start, we have the next as justify item end. After end, we have the next value as center. Center after center, we have the next value as stretch. Okay, so these are the four values of justify item. After justify item, we have the next value as align item. Now, how this align item will work? So for this align item, it aligns the grid items along the column axis. So as I've already written, align means column axis. So let us create so grid template row also. So GTR grid template row, we will create a repeat 5 times of 100 px we have created. Now here we will add the we will add the align item property. So AI align item start. So by default it is in the start only. Now after start, the value of align item. So we have the align item start, we have the align item and we have the next as align item center, and after center we have align item. So if I have to have justify item center, align item center, the item will be in a perfect center. And 90% of the times, these two line of codes are being used a lot, where you can place content in a very beautiful manner. Now, after the justify item and align item, we will see the justify content. Now, justify content again justify on row axis, so it works on row axis. Now, what we will do here, let me reduce some. Okay, so here we have the structure. Okay, so let us add border also. Black color. Okay. Okay, so we have display of grid gap of 20 px, a border is there. We have grid template column with repeat 5 times of 100 px. And similarly, we have grid template rows with 5 times of 100 px. We have justify item. Now we will have the justify content to. Okay, justify content to start and 1 second. Now, after start, the next value is the end. So we will use justify content and after start and we have the value as center. Stretch start and center stretch space between space around space evenly. So these are the 7 set of values for justify content. Now, after justify content, we have the next property which is called as the align content. Now, align means align works on where column axis. So here we will see the align content property and the value of align content will be the 7 values start and center stretch space around space between and space evenly, and it aligns the grid along the column axis. So let us see the structure. So we have the display of the grid gap of 20 px. Let us introduce a height of 500 px. A border property is there. We have grid template column with repeat functionality, and the grid template rows is not required here. And after this thing, we have justify item, align item, justify content, and let us add the align content also. We have AC start. Now the vertical movement is here, start and center stretch space around space between and space even. So these are the 7 set of values for for align content. Now after align content, we have the next thing which is called as align self property. So what is the align self? Align self property will be applied. So before align self, let us see the justify self. So justify self, it is similar to the justify content and which actually overrides the set of rules which has been applied to all the items. So how it will work? And the value or start and sentence stretch, and it will gets applied only to the single item. Okay. So here for this item number 8, for item number 8, from background of let's say mm, yellow H background of yellow. Now after this thing we use justify self to start and enter. So these are the four values of justify cell. Now let us apply to the align cell. So for this align cell, let me add the rows. So we have pre-template rows. So let me remove this thing now. We have one FR, one FR, 300 and one FR. So four rows. Now see the movement. Okay. So we have the align cell to but and center. These are the four values of align self. Aligned means on a vertical pattern means from top to bottom. So here comes to an end of CSS grid. So let us have a 5 minutes break. Then we will have a project, a small project. Let us do a small project also. So we'll resume at 1:05 p.m. with a project on CSS. Will resume at 1:05 p.m. with a project on CSS. So let us start now. And today we will be doing a project also, and which we will be downloading it, which we will be picking it from the front end mentor site. Have okay. So four card feature section. This is a project, a simple project. So for this, you will get an idea that where we will be using what. So view challenge, download starter files. So these are the files. Okay. These are the files they have given in the design. Let us have a view on the design first. So this is what we will be designing today. So we have currently, if you see, we have a one second. Okay. So we have a header. This one is a header. This one is again is a header. This one is a paragraph. And this is what we have an idea that. So we have 300. Okay. So this is again four kind of a box. Again, we can call it as a H3 para image and a border top. So this is what the pattern is. Now, if you see, these both are H1s. Okay. These all four boxes are identical in size, shapes, design. So we will use a common class for this thing, and so that is all about. So now let us go back and see how we will be going to design it. So making it small, and what they have given us. So they have given nothing. That's their usual practice. So only the content. So only the content. One second. Only the content which is available here. Only the content which you see in the H1 para, the supervisor, only they have given like this, and nothing they have given except that. So this content we have a ready-made source. Rest all we need to do the style part. So let me fix it here. So here, and what else they have given? So in design they have given images. They have given the images, and this kind of images is very good because these images will not blur or shrink. It will remain as it is. And after this, we have index attachment. We have already seen readme design and style guide. So style guide is also very important because they have given the colors, what colors we need to use, and also these three colors they have given a font size of 15 px and a font family of Poppins which we need to import it. 1 second. So let me create first file.css, and in this what we will be doing. Okay. And after the last, this footer is not required, so we can remove it also. Now, let us see the next thing, how this will be in a working pattern. Fine. So here, what we will be doing, these are the contents of the boxes. So let us make it a little bit down. And this is the para content. So this content is what this, and this is the H1. So let us start this. And what we do, we have create a header, and in this header we have H1, and we again have a H1. So these are the headers, both are of similar shape and size. After this thing, we have a para, and in this para, this will be our content. So Control X. This is the content. And after this, what we will do, there comes to an end of the header. This header is the top section. This is the top section. Now we will design the boxes. So for this boxes, we will use a dot container, and this dot container we have a common class of box, and in this common class of box contain three things. If you see, a header, para, and a image. So what we will do, we will first add the header, three, para, and a image. So images will have the first one is supervisor. So supervisor, where the content now need to make it up. Okay. So what I will do here, this is the structure. So let me replicate it. So let me replicate it three more times. Control C, Control V. Now supervisor, Control X in the para. So this is the content. Okay. Now second one is the team builder. So here is a calculator. Not immediate calculator. This is the karma. This is the team builder. This is the structure what we have get with the help of the HTML. So this is what seems good, because here if you see the H1 para. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Now let us go to the styling part. So here we need to import the font what they have given. So let us import the Poppins font, Google font. Uh, and font bit also they have asked to use some. Let us check. Style guide font with 200, 400, 600. Okay. Opens. Uh, 200, 400, 600. See, and in the top, we will add it. Now, after this thing, what will you doing? We will be styling the body. So we have body and we implement the font family to opens. See the structure now change. Now let me do one thing. This is required. Now after this thing, we'll have a background color. Background color. So they have given a background color also. So the background color seems to be of this thing very light. Very. After this thing, we will use the box sizing border box. Okay. And after this thing, we will target the header. In this header, we will use from margin of let's say 50 p and oh, and also max width. Let us apply max width also to px and tsc text align center. So this is all about the setting of the header. And after this thing, we will have to have a h1 also. So h1 will have a font weight of 400 and a margin of 0. And for the H1, second H1 will use the nth child to will have a color which is something different, um, which is somewhat, I guess, this one. No. After this H1, H2, we will target the second part, which is a container. So dot. But before going this, let me have the structure from here. Dot container. Have a display of flex. Flex means everything in a row pattern. Now we need to style those pattern. So we'll have a max width of let's say 100 px. 100 px, not 100 px will not work. 1000 px, 1100 px seems good. Now, after this max width of 1100 px, what will you doing? We will be applying a margin of 0 and 4. So, and we'll use a flex wrap of wrap and also JCC justify content center. After this thing, what we will be applying here, we will target the common class box dot box. We'll have a padding of let's say 30 X border radius property also we will using for the sharp edges. Fine. And a background color. Background color is white. You can see uh, uh, you can see there is a difference in the color. The background color is different and the section boxes color are different. So we will be using this particular thing. Now we need to create the border images there. We need to align the image and this image needs to be aligned here. This border top is required. Paragraph color is required. Okay, so we will be applying this thing. Okay, so and the box padding of 30 px is here. Border radius, okay, background color, and we'll have a margin also for the spacing between them. So let us apply 15 px, okay, and bit of this boxes will need to be limit to say 50 px, and we'll again apply display of flex, so it will align everything in a row. This box to display of flex everything in a row, and here what we'll do, we will change the flex direction to column. Now everything will be one below the another because the direction is changed. Now what we are doing here, dot box h3, dot box h3 will apply a margin of 0, but everything will be in the left part, and a font size standard size they have given option to be X. Now after this thing, we need to target the image. So dot box IMC will use the align cell property to and see align cell property to and, or you can use flex and also the result will be similar. Now after this thing, we will target the dot box para, and in this para we have a special font size of let's say 12 px. 12 px is not good. In px, and also a margin of 15, 0 and 30 px. So after this thing, what we are doing, we will use the nth child concept to give the border in the top, because we have a border in the top also. 1 second. See. So what we are doing here, dot box nth child. So one border top 5p solid. So different colors they have asked to use. So 1 minute. The first one, mhm, replicate. this is the structure of the project. Okay. So now what we'll do here, now in the last, we will align them all. So, sorry. Dot box, nth child, if I use odd, and here using a transform translate property, transform translate on the y-axis to 50%. So 1 minute. 50% transform translate to 50% on the y-axis. Then second, if I use 0%, 1 second. Uh, mhm, 1 second. But it is not aligned. 1 second, 1 second. Okay. So before going this, let us introduce a max width also. So at the rate media max width to 775 px. For the this box nth child, this nth child, if odd, I want this to be transformed, translate to 0. But it is not working. Why it is not working? 1 second. Okay, in the mobile view it is working fine, but some problem with the desktop view. So let us fix it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and the dot box and its child or transform translate y to 50%. Desktop view is not working perfect. 1 second, what is working? We have a common class h3p and the image. One minute, let me see. Font size, margin also सही है. Border radius padding of 30 px, margin width, display of flex calculus column seems good, and in we have display of flex. Max width of if I increase to 1150 px. Margin of 0 and auto flex wrapper justify content will be enter. Huh? Okay. So now it is working fine because we have increased the max width to 1150 px. Now seems good. So if I change it to 100 px, it will be like this diagram only. So that is how we can have the project on CSS. Now let us have a break of 20 minutes lunch. Then we will resume back. So lunch break of 20 minutes. Resume at 1:55 p.m. with JavaScript. We'll have a lunch break of 20 minutes. We'll resume at 1:55 p.m. with JavaScript.
Okay, so we will start in the next 1 minute. Let me create a new folder. So I'm going to take all of JavaScript. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Also, I will create a new JavaScript folder. Although we don't require much of CSS right now because JavaScript folder. Create a new JavaScript folder and again I'll open the VS Code and I will take this JavaScript folder and as we are told, all of these files, you'll get all of these files. Okay. All of these folders, we'll put it in a nice GitHub and send it to you. Okay. So JavaScript folder I have opened. Although JavaScript is a programming language. Okay. So why JavaScript was invented? JavaScript was invented mainly because we have seen HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML, if you take a house analogy, HTML is like building a house, like putting the bricks and all those things. CSS is like painting the house, but in the house after painting you have those switches and all. Switches are there, so when you click something then the fan should start, when you click something then the light should start. So that is the something which JavaScript does. It is used in a website for event, like if you, it was originally created for that only. A button, we have seen a lot of button till now, seen a lot of button till now, which was created by me, by Mosam maybe. And when you click on it, something should happen. But how that thing will happen, that will be decided by JavaScript. In fact, in modern apps, a lot more are done with JavaScript, like the API calls and all those things are done with JavaScript. And we're going to cover that also in JavaScript today, how to do the API call, how Amazon works. Although we're not going to touch React, but then also with JavaScript also you can do all the things which you can do with React. So we're going to start with the exact beginning of JavaScript. Okay, so let's get started. And we don't need any styling and all, because I will tell you where JavaScript we can see the code for JavaScript. So I'll do a index.html and the next thing I will, as usual, do this not and JavaScript beginners. Okay, so beginner. Okay, so I'll write and then just have a H1. Okay, Java, because we should have something in the web page. So that's why I am doing this. Okay, JavaScript beginners. That is there. I'll save it. Then I will go live, and I don't want to go live on this thing. I want to go live on. And I want to go live on Chrome. So I'm opening the Chrome here. So let it be opened. Chrome is opened. And so where is JavaScript right now? So like this website has been shown and all those things. So JavaScript is the programming language right now, which we are going to learn. It's the programming language. Till now, HTML and CSS, both of them are not known as programming language. HTML is a templating language and CSS is like just for styling. It is not programming language. From here, it is a bit difficult. Okay, it is a bit difficult, and a lot of people find a lot difficult at this point JavaScript, because it's a programming language. And if you're not from an IT background, you have never seen programming language. IT background people, at least they see Java or C, which is nowadays not used in the industry. So they're like their syllabus is also outdated. And but they at least know programming language, at least know the for loops and all those loops they know. Okay, so this is something so which we'll learn right now. So how to like add JavaScript in this project? Okay, so what we do, there is something known as a script tag. I'll take the second one and the press. So script tag in the SRC, you have to give some file. Just like the CSS, you were linking it in the header, linking it in the head, but JavaScript you have to link it in the body. I will tell the reason for that. And now I will create a new file. You can write, name it anything, but main.js is a good name. Okay, main.js, JavaScript, main.js. And then I have to put it here, main.js. Then I'll save it. Okay, now let us write a very, very simple JavaScript code. And here I'll do, and I'll close it and I'll do a CLG console log, and I'll write hello Java script, and then a lot of you don't know there is a console, sorry, console dot one. Uh, this is a warning, and console dot error. This is a, so I have written this and I have saved this also. And why it will run? Because I have linked it here. Okay. So this is the main.js. But where to see this main.js? It is not shown anywhere in this thing. So for this, you have to do a right click and do the inspect. And then go to the console. It is written here console.log, console.1, console.error. These are inbuilt methods in JavaScript. Most of the time you'll use console.log only. It's a fancy way to do console.1 and error. So when you open it, like this element is been shown, but you have to go to the console now to see these things. Says hello JavaScript. This is a warning. This is an error, and they have been shown. Most of the time you're going to do console.log only. Okay, so because programmers they want to see what is there, but it is used a lot in debugging also. So console.log, this all the things are inbuilt. This all of these things are inbuilt in, like JavaScript have got some syntax. These all things are inbuilt there, and you don't have to write this on your own. So in low level languages they have written this thing, so that is there. Now JavaScript, just like any other programming languages, have something known as variables. Okay, variables. And if you want to close this call, like whatever is there, if you don't want to see it, there is a comment is there again in JavaScript. Just like comment we have seen in HTML, we have comment in JavaScript also. So I'll select all of this thing and I will do this thing. Yeah, document.write is also there. That will write in the document. Okay, so DOM programming is also something which we are going to do later on, but we're just starting from the beginners. So what we're going to do, we are going to do this beginners, then we are going to do like beginners DOM programming, we are going to do async, we are going to do, and we are going to, if we get some time, we are going to do some project also. Okay, we are going to do some project also. So that is there, and I have commented it out. Okay, because we are here till 6:30, and if I am not able to do the projects, then I will tell you where to see the project, because we have a lot of projects on the channel. Okay, so JavaScript, so we are doing the JavaScript beginners. Okay, so there are variables. Okay, so variables we are going to learn first. Variables are there in JavaScript, just like it is there in all the other programming languages also. So the variables are there here also. So variables, we are going to see, first thing is var first name is equal to value, and then let last name equal to this class, and const full name equal to value this class. Okay, so like this I've written. So what are this thing? Okay, let me also show this thing. CLD first name, last name, and let me do this thing. You have to see the result here because console.log is here. So you can see this Navindu Vishwas, and Navindu Vishwas has been shown. Okay, so let me also do one thing. Let me make it a bit bigger, because this is like nothing. Okay, so again I can clear this console like this. So what I have just done. Okay, and what are these variables actually? What are these variables, and why I have written like var, let, and const? If you're coming from Java or C++, you might be saying, okay, what is this var, let, and const? We generally write strings. These are all strings. Okay, there are like strings are there. We write strings with string in Java, or numbers with integer or double or float in Java, C, C++, all. But why I'm using this var, let, and const? Var, let, and const are the way to declare variables in JavaScript, because JavaScript is a loosely typed language. Okay, JavaScript is a loosely typed language. In that, whether it's a string, whether it's a number, something, it will be taken care by JavaScript only. Okay, but why then var, let, and const? Actually, JavaScript was created in the year 1995. From then till 2015, there was no let and const. There was only var in JavaScript. Only var was there in JavaScript. So, but after 2015, there is a new JavaScript was created, which is known as ES6. We'll see that also. ES6. Okay, I forgot to tell. We're going to see that also. ES6. Okay. So ES6 is a modern JavaScript from 2015, like this is 2023, so all the browsers have the ES6. It has got some very good features, and in that let and const were introduced because there are some problem with var, which we are going to see right now. Okay, so that is there. And so first name, last name, and full name, it is same, and all these things are like strings. Okay, because we give it like this. Okay, and one more thing is that when we do a variable, not only in JavaScript, in any other language, there is a in the memory of the computer, there is this temporary thing. Memory means the RAM of the computer. Temporary space is created and then it is accessed through that. Okay, so like that, a temporary space in the RAM of the computer is created. So that's why it is said that in programming also you need a good RAM, because everything is in a RAM. No, nothing is in the storage of the computer. Everything is in the RAM. Databases are also stored in some external servers. Okay, that is a different thing. Okay, so that is that. These are all temporary, because if it is in the RAM, it is temporary. Okay, so now the next thing which I was going to tell is that what is the difference between var and let, especially var and let. Const is a different thing which we are going to see later on. What is the difference between var and let? Okay, so the difference between var and let is that var is what is known as functional scope, and let is something which is known as block scope. So what are they? Let us see that. Okay, so I will again comment this out, and I write something like there is a statement known as okay. So this statement is like if we are true. Okay, so this is a if statement. Okay, this is a if statement, and this if statement is what? Okay, what is this if statement? If statement we are going to learn in detail. If statement is there in almost every other programming language. So what happens here? There is something like a is greater than 10. Some variable I'm writing, and suppose a's value is 12. 12 is greater than 10. It is true. Then it will go inside. It will go inside only if it is true. Okay. So instead of writing like this, we can give a variable true. True is a Boolean variable. Okay. Like this, I can write. And then if it is true, then I will write a var num1 equal to 10, and in the console log inside if var and num1. Okay, so what I'm doing here in the console, I want to see the value of value this 10. So that's why I've given a plus and a variable name. So see here I'm using the var and giving it the number, not a string. Okay, so that is also there. So this is there, but again one more thing I want to do, console.log, and outside if bar num1, and close this, and I will save it. And see, inside if var is also printed, and outside if var is also printed. Okay, inside if var and outside if var, both of them are printed. Okay, so I will make this a bit bigger. Okay, so console I made it a bit bigger. So inside a var and outside a var, both of them have been shown. So what is the problem? The problem is this only. The if statements and all create scopes, something known as scope. So the scope will be from here till here. The scope of a statement, like if a statement, switch statement, we're going to see later on. The scope is from here till here, from here till here. So in any other programming language, this second statement will fail, because the scope of the num, scope is like a box. The num is stored in a box which is from here till here. Outside that, the num1 doesn't exist. In any other programming language like C, C++, Java, this will fail because num1 doesn't exist out of this. And this is something which is known as block scope, but not in Java state. With var, at least it is not there. But it is there. This is the like a issue with JavaScript. So to solve this issue, what they did, they introduced let. Okay, so let they introduced. So instead of var, I will do a let num2 equal to 20, and this num2 I will write here and here, and outside if it is let, and this is let it, and save it. I got an error. Reference error num2 is not defined. It is a very, very good error to get. Num2 is not defined because the scope of num2 is from here till here. And see, because of this var creating a global kind of a scope, we used to get a lot of issues in JavaScript. Num now is right because when you create a variable, it should be scoped. Like a if statement from here till here, the variable is scoped. Its value is from here to here only. So that is how it is scoped. So that is the now. But as I told, like it's an interview question also. Like, what is the difference between var and let? Let var is functional scope and let is block scope. So what is a functional scope? Let us understand what is a functional scope. See, JavaScript is mainly a functional-oriented programming language. What a functional-oriented programming language? Just like Java and all, they're class-based language, like object-oriented programming language. Everything like program cannot be written like this, which I am writing right now. In everything in a one program, like in a Go, it is not written like that. Okay, so everything either will be divided into classes in object-oriented programming or in a functions. Functions are something to divide big programs into like small chunks. Okay, and some reusable code is also there. So there is something known as a function. Function is there in Java and C++ also, but in object in a functional programming language like JavaScript, they are like much more superior. Okay, we are going to see different way of functions also. Okay, so how to like how I will change this to a function? Like I will, what I'm going to do here, I will come and do a function var exp like this, and then uh, I'll do one thing. I'll put all of this thing above here, and then okay, I have to call this function. So I'll do a var exp like this, and then I will outside it is function var. I'll do save it and see. Inside if var is okay, outside if var is okay, but this one is giving me error. Line number 21 is giving me error, which is this line. So what is happening? As I've told, we write a function in JavaScript with the function keyword, not like in Java. Java, we generally write it with like differently. Okay, so here we write it with, mostly with function keyword. So I created a function known as var exp, and inside this I put the code. So and then I'm calling the function. Function we define, then you have to call it. You can call it multiple times also. So I'm calling it. So when I'm calling it, what is happening? It is going here. Num1 is like this 10 inside if, as we know, it is not contained inside if, so both of these are printed. Then when it is going to line number 21, it is giving me error because at this line number 21 there is like no, there is no num1 because its scope is a functional scope. It is num1 scope is a functional scope because we declared it with the var. So to start from here and here, start from here and here. So its scope is only from here to here. So that is what is num is all about. Okay, so that is there. Now I'll do a lot of commenting here. Okay, so the next thing which we are going to learn is the data types. Okay, data types we are going to learn. So I'm going to come here, do a data types, and so what are data types? Data types are like in any other programming language. There are data types like integer is there, float is there, and all those things are there. So JavaScript also have those data types. But you might think like, okay, we don't write it, but internally it like converts, the compiler converts. So here also we have a string, here also we have Boolean and all those things. But JavaScript have like 6 primitive data types. These are known as primitive data types because there are non-primitive data types also, which we are going to learn soon. So data types is like string, number, boolean, null, undefined, and symbol. String, number, boolean is something which you have might have seen in other programming languages also if you have done in other programming languages. Null and undefined is something which is related to JavaScript. We'll come to that. Symbol is something which is very new and it is a bit complicated. Nobody uses it. Okay, that much. Okay, so that is there. Now I will come here and do a const name equal to W. So this is a string. In JavaScript, we do string like this. Okay, const name equal to W. Single quotes, double quotes. There is the again another thing which is backtick, which you're going to learn in ES6. Then const age equal to 40. So what is this? This is the number. Okay, I will tell one more thing. Const rating equal to 9.5. Okay, so what is this? So in any other programming language, if you're coming from some other programming language like Java and all, age equal to 40, and this both of these are different data types. One of them is known as integer, another is known as float or double, because the point numbers are generally different in other programming languages. In JavaScript, both of them are numbers. Okay, so then I will go and const is developer equal to true, then const x equal to null, and let I will have. Okay, so these all things I put. Now I want to see the data types of this thing. Okay, so I'll do CLG. There is a command in JavaScript known as type of name and type of name, type of age, rating, developer, X, and that. Just okay. Okay, so no problem. Save it. Okay, so type of name, it is giving me string. Type of name, it is giving me string, which I know it's a string. Type of age, it is giving me number, and type of rating also it is giving me number. As I've told earlier, like in JavaScript, there is nothing like integer and floats. Everything is a number. So number is there. Okay. Then is developer, it is giving me boolean. So there is another value in boolean which is false. FLSC false. Okay. So that is there. And now what is this null and undefined? Okay. So this is null. This is giving us object. I will come back to that. Null and undefined. But there are two things which I want to tell you. One is null and one is undefined. What are they? What is null and what is undefined? Okay, this is null, x is null, and z is undefined. So both of null and undefined means empty values. Both of them means empty values, but null is something which is given by the user like this. And if you create a variable like this and keep it like it will be undefined. But both of them means empty values. Okay, just like a very good example is that if you go to college and fill a form like admission form in which there is a first name, middle name, and last name. A lot of people don't have the middle name. So what they will do? They will either put a dash or a NA. NA means not applicable. So uh, either put a dash NA or they will leave it blank. Okay, it means they will put a NA or a blank. Let us understand like that. NA or a blank they will do. So if they put a NA, it means not applicable. But that form will go to some computer operator and she will fill it. And what will happen? Either she see NA or she see a blank. She knows that okay, it means empty value. In the computer, empty value will go. So both of them means empty value. NA means also empty value. Null means also empty value. Undefined also means empty value. But null is given by the developer, just like me, and undefined is given by the system if you don't give anything. But then why this is okay? Now that is null and undefined. But why the type of null is not null? It should be null. Type of this is undefined. That is okay. But why type of this is object? So that is because what happened in JavaScript? What happened? JavaScript was created in 1995. Actually, it was not going to be created. Initial websites were created with HTML, then CSS came. They started doing CSS, and there was nothing like a browser in the world. So world's first browser, which was known as Netscape Navigator, was going to be come in 1995. So before 10 days before that, when it was going to be released, it was going to be a big thing on the internet. So someone thought that why not like I create a language which will ship with the browser. Today also JavaScript ships with the browser. HTML is JavaScript. Okay, so I will create a language which will be used to click on the buttons. Earlier in CSS also we can create a button. HTML also we can create a CSS button, but there was no click functionality. So that guy thought, okay, let me create a language. And that guy single-handedly created a language in 10 days. Only in 10 days he created a language single-handedly. And when he create a language single-handedly, generally languages cannot be created single-handedly. They're very complicated. They need some assembly language and all those things. So there were a lot of bugs left in JavaScript, and some of them are not bugs. Some of them were his imaginations. Like he put like this uh num like your num var as a function scope, which is like crazy, like var as a function scope. Who puts? Because these languages are like from a starting. So he did that thing. Then he did one mistake also. What mistake was that? He unintentionally type of null, he like did object. So this is a mistake, and a mistake which cannot be rectified, because as you have seen, this Google, Yahoo, and that all of them are from the start of the internet, like the start of the internet, 1995, 1993. They're from that time. And if you like change this thing, half of the internet will break down. The old sites will break down, like Yahoo's and all those things, Google's and all those things will break down. That's why this bug was never solved. That's why in JavaScript they always add something. They added something in the 2015 in ES6, which we are going to learn. Okay, that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to see is like okay. So one sec, someone. One minute. Okay. Okay. So that is there. And now the next thing which we are going to see is like string concatenation. We're going to see string concatenation. Let me do this all and do a string concatenation. Okay, string concatenation. We're going to see what is this. Okay, string concatenation. So const to do. Okay, then const age equal to 40. Okay, so some of the ES6 concept I'm going to tell right now also, and I'm going to tell what is the ES6 concept. And your const is also ES6 concept, which is introduced in 2015. And most of the ES6 concept I'm going to tell later on when we are going to cover ES6. Okay, so string, there are two ways to do string. One is the old way, which we have I think already seen a bit, like this plus thing. Let me write the old way again. that is CLG. Suppose I want to write these two variables. So my name is plus name. Okay. So like this I have to write plus, and I am plus age plus YEARS. Then I want to write I am 40, whatever the number is old. But I'm not able to write this single quotes in years. Why? Because I'm using single quotes and I cannot write it again. So what I have to do, I have to do a back. I have to escape it. This is known as escaping. Okay, this is known as escaping. Let me do one more thing. But I don't want this much console, and then I can have this. Okay, so like this, the error will go away. Okay, so now if I save it, you see, okay, this is coming, but it's still not right. Okay, so my name is, there is no space here. Okay, is so I have to forcibly like think like this. Okay, add a space here, add a space here, add a space here, add a space here, and this was the problem. So because of that, what happened in JavaScript, something, another way of a string was introduced, which is known as template string in ES6. Okay, so what happened with that? We don't use the single quotes or double quotes also we can use in JavaScript. We can use the like this. Okay, like this is known as the backtick. Okay, so my name is dollar name. Okay, so here what happened, whenever I want to give some variable, I have to give a dollar, curly bracket, and that thing, and I am dollar age old. Okay, like this I'll do. Okay, so now say it will. Okay, so maybe yes also. Okay, R here. I don't even have to escape it because I'm writing plain English. I will know that there is a space. I'm not writing plus and all those things. But the problem is that the variable is written with dollar curly bracket. Okay, so that is there. Dollar curly bracket is how the variable is written. So okay, one more thing in JavaScript. Nowadays, what happens? This curly, this what does it say? Okay, this semicolon is not required always. Sometimes you can give or not give, it doesn't matter, it will not give you error. But in other programming language I have seen in Java, no, it will give you error. I prefer to give semicolons also. Okay, so that is there. Now there are certain string methods in JavaScript. Okay, so we'll see some of the string methods in JavaScript. So string is a very important thing, not only in JavaScript, almost every other programming languages. So I'll do a const str equal to hello Java script, like this, and then G. So there are some inbuilt methods in JavaScript. Okay, one of them is str dot length, pph. Second one is str dot to case, but it requires a function. Okay, then this we have str dot to lower case. So if I save it, you'll see is giving me the length of it, which is 16. And so it will give the even this will be counted. Str of 2 uppercase, it is changing everything to a uppercase. Str of 2 lowercase, it is changing everything to a lowercase. There are a lot of other string methods also. I'm going to tell where to find them. See, and you don't have to like by heart this thing. This all things you're going to get from Google. So str dot sub string 0 to 7. 0 to 7 is str dot substring 0 to 7 is there. Okay, so what is this? As substring, you can pass anything and like it will be cut like that. Okay, but zero. I have written zero because in programming languages, strings, arrays, which you are going to learn soon, start with zero. So it is like this is zero, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Seven is eight, but seventh one is not in substring. It has not been done. Okay, and one more thing is one more important method which I'm going to tell all important method, which is str dot includes Java. So it will see whether this word Java is there in this thing. Okay, it will see that thing, save it, see true, it is true. Okay, I have written POBOL and user give me false. Okay, so one more thing like where to learn this thing. Where to learn this thing? So you can learn these things like what is it? Okay, string methods MDN. MDN is the best place, better than your W3 school. Okay, so string methods MDN, Mozilla Development Network is known as. You can come here and you can see all these methods. Okay, all these methods are here. All these methods you can see all the methods here. Okay, so you can refer to this document or you can go to internet also and refer to all this thing. So that is these are the some of the string methods. Now, okay, so now the next thing which we are going to learn is a very, very important thing. It is known as arrays. Okay, it is known as arrays. Okay, this is like this is known as the so the next thing which we are going to learn is arrays. What are arrays? Arrays are primitive data types. Arrays are non-primitive data types. No, sorry, non-primitive data types. There are two non-primitive data types in JavaScript. Arrays and objects. They're very important. Arrays are there in almost every other programming language. Every programming language have arrays, but sometimes it is known as a list or something like that. Okay, I don't remember. I don't do much of other programming languages. So with JavaScript is enough. Okay, so ARRAY array, and then I'll have a G console like const lang equal to this do and the Java script, comma Java, comma C++, comma Golang, comma what three different languages I'm writing, comma 5, comma 2. Since JavaScript is a loosely typed language, you can have a array containing string, number, and a boolean. Not possible in other languages. Okay, so but first thing is that what is this this array? Which as I told is it is there in other programming language also, and it is like this. I can see it. So arrays are continuous allocation of the memory. Just I told when I will declare something like a const like var first name or const full name in the RAM of the system, a space is created and it will store there. When I do something like an array, what happens in the RAM of the system? Continuous memory is been allocated. Like suppose, and those are addresses. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Continuous 8 memory will be allocated, maybe an address 25, 35, 25, 26, 27, 20, 29, 30. Continuous, they will be allocated and they will be stored like this. So that is array. How it is stored in the computer RAM. So that is there. And it is it is there in almost all other programming languages also. So that is the now, if I want to access the individual element, so how do I access it? So there is a notation known as this notation. Here I'll do a 2 and I will save it and C++ will come, not Java. Because again, array start with 0. Array doesn't start with 1. Again, it start with 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, C++. Okay, now we'll learn some of the things in array. Array is like very, very important to your To do certain operations, array is very, very important. So let us learn some of the operations like push and pop and all those things. Generally, suppose I want to add something. So I can do like this lang 3 equal to C. I can do like this, okay. And CLG lang. Okay. So I will not go lot off topic right now because we have a lot to cover. There is nothing like implicit, explicit. Okay. So I will do this thing. Okay. So I will tell one thing. JavaScript is like such a big thing. Like it can take you like more than 4 years to like master also. We only teach that much JavaScript which is required for React. Although we teach advanced JavaScript also, and today it is not possible to do a lot of advanced JavaScript like implicit and explicit. I don't know in what context you're asking. Um, Returns are there. Okay, like that. Okay, so console.log lang. So see what happened here. What happened here? In lang 3, instead of this 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so which is this Golang. Instead of Golang, C was added. But generally, we don't add something like this in JavaScript. We have a specific function in JavaScript to add this thing. Also, we have this functions like this in other program language also. And most of the time in JavaScript or in other program language, we either we add at the end or we add at the beginning. Remove at the end or remove at the beginning. So let us remove these two things from the end because this is like they're like a different. Okay. So I'll do a lang dot pop like this, and then again I'll do two times because we're going to remove two times, and then I'll do a CLG like this. I'll save it and see. The second one you can see 5 and 2 are gone. So this is there. Now, how to add an element in an array? There is something known as and add an element to the end. Lang dot push and pass and then to add something in the starting, we have lang dot unshift shift, anything you can add. And again, I'm going to have this. What happened right now? Like this Pascal was added at the end because of this push. Shift was added at the start because of this unshift. Unshift. Okay. Now, one more thing is remaining. How to remove something from the start of the array? So I'll do lang dot shift like this, and then lg dot log, and I'll do a lang. Okay, I'll do a lang. And so shift will remove something from the start. You'll see that this is shift is a language that is removed from the start. This is how this is there. And beside this, we'll see some array methods also. Okay, we'll see some array methods also. So for that, we'll do this thing. And just like string method, these are array methods also. Array methods are very important. We want to see that in ES6. Okay, so one of the array method is array dot is array. And is array, if I pass the lang, or in the is array, if I maybe I'll pass this. Maybe I'll directly pass this. Okay. Array dot is array. You pass any array, it will tell that whether it is an array or not. It's true. This is a string passing, it's a false. And again, this is a very, very important thing. Generally, in coding, what happens, a lot of data will come from the backend. We're going to learn that. And backend API endpoints, the data will come. And when the data will come from backend API endpoint, you're going to see that you don't know what it is. Okay, I want to see that it's an array, then I can do this thing. So similar to this, we have these two things also. Okay, so let me copy this thing. And there are some others very important methods which we are going to learn soon. So instead of this, I will do this lang dot includes Java, lang dot includes COBOL. Save it. It is true because Java is there. Now it is say it will check whether this element is there or not. Java is there, but COBOL is not there. So it is giving me false. Okay. So that is there. So we are done with the raise also. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is another non-primitive data type, which is known as objects, which is known as objects. So we'll go here and do a objects. So we'll have a 5 minute break after the base beginners JavaScript is done. So we have a lot of other things also to cover like DOM, ES6, and what else? DOM we have to cover ES6. We have to cover and 𝐿 also you have to cover. Okay, so all these things we are going to cover. So that is a lot. Okay, so now we'll learn about the objects. Okay, objects. So let me write the objects. So objects are what? Objects are also non-primitive data type used to store data, and it's a very important thing. Const person equal to like this, and do a first name is window. One sec. Okay. So first name is Navindu and okay. So this is an object. This is an object, and see, it is different than arrays, and it is also used to store data. But what happens in an object? Everything is a key value pair. So first name is the key, Nabendu is the value, last name is the key, this is the value. This is so it is like this. Key is always the string, although we don't mention it like this. But the value can be a string or can be an number or anything else like is developer is true. So it can be anything like this. Okay, so like this, the objects are then objects are very very important data types. Okay, this are non-primitive data types in JavaScript. So if I do a CLG person, if I do I save it, it will show me this object. Okay, first name, last name, age, and is developer is true. So it is showing me this thing. Maybe I will make it a bit like I don't need. Okay, is developer is true is been shown like this. This is an object. Now, object, there are two ways to access the value of an object. One way is like you want to access this first name, I can do a dot, and this is the most preferred way. Dot first name, dot last name, dot age, dot is developer, and I can access that thing. And there is another way which is not that much use, but person, and this I'll do, and like a array, and then last I'll do, and save it. It will also give this thing. Okay, so what is the benefit of this thing and why you should use sometime what happens, see, this is a string, key is a string, but it is not required to give it as a string, but I can give it as a string. So I'll come here, do it as a string like this. Okay, and then I will have a space here. So suppose this last name I want to show it through here. I'll come here and go, it is giving me error. You cannot do like something like this with the space and all. But here, if I come, give it, I can give a space here. Save it, it will still show. That's why it is required. Okay. So this is object. Object doesn't have a lot of functions and all. So objects are done. Okay. So that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn are loops. Okay, we are going to learn loops. Loops are very important. Okay. So what are loops? Loops are there from the start of programming. Like some of the concepts which I'm going to tell right now are there from the start of the programming. And one of this concept is loops. So there is a for loop, which is also known as traditional for loop because it is very traditional. It is there from the starting. So and the syntax, this all things are known as syntax. Syntax have not changed since the starting. So I'll have a for let I equal to 0 I is less than equal to 10, I plus plus, and then LG. I will use the backtick and loop number and dollar I. So why actually before that, why loops are actually used? See, suppose you want to do some task again and again. I want to print loop number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So one way to do a console log and loop number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 times. Or if I want to write 100 times, I will not write 100 times console.log. So the best way is loops. If something is getting repeated, you can do it with the loops. I will save it. Loop number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is coming. But how it is coming? Let us understand that. Okay. I see. As I've told, instead of writing 10 console logs, I have been done it with the one console log. So let us understand how for loop, which is known as traditional for loop, which is almost similar to what is there in the other programming language works. So for let I equal to 0, when it starts like this. For let I equal to 0, I is less than equal to 10. Okay, is less than. First it will come here, then it will go here. I is equal to 0. 0 is less than equal to 10, which is true. Whenever till this is true, it will run. Then it will come down and print the loop number 0. Next time it will go up, it will not go up from this side, it will go up from this side. I plus plus. I plus plus is a shortcut of I equal to I plus 1. So I equal to I plus 1, I is 0 right now, I will become 1. So then it will see, go from here till here. 1 is less than equal to 10, which is true. It will come down and print it 1. Then it will again. Okay, so again it will go from here. Okay, it will not end it, it will go from here. This time it will print 2 because I will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When it will be 10, it will come 10 is less than equal to 10. Yeah, it is true. 10 is not less than 10, but 10 is equal to 10. So it will print. Then it will make it 11. 11 is less than equal to 10. No, 11 is not less than equal to. The moment this is false, it will come out of the loop. Okay, so that is there. So that is done. Now, like the for loop, there is another loop known as a while loop. It is quite similar, but we don't use it that much. I will tell why we don't use it that much. So let me write here. I'm going to convert this for loop into a while loop. That is also used, but most programmers don't prefer while loop for a reason. In that, what will happen is let I equal to 0. I will copy this and print it here. And while I is less than 10, okay, G, and same thing, I'll put it here. And this I plus plus. So this is how while loop are created. Like everything is a different. Here the condition only we check, but this number will go up and all those things. Okay. So let me save it. Okay. Again, the same loop number is running, and it is very easy to understand and follow. I don't have to explain you. It will go like this, come back like this, go like this, come back like this. No, all programs runs from top to down. Top to down it runs. So how it will run? Let I equal to 0. So it will come 102. Then it will go here. 0 is less than equal to 10, which is true. 0 is actually less than equal to 10. Then console.log, it will print the 0. Then it will increase it. Then this loop will keep on running till it is 11 and it will come out. So it will coming from top to down. So this is like look like very simple in comparison to follow. But generally we don't use this loop because for a reason. The reason is that sometimes what happens, for loop syntax contains I plus plus. This is a very important thing. But its syntax is like this much only. Generally, in real programming, what you are going to see this like a console, like in a while loop, you'll have a lot of statements, like not like one statement, you'll have a lot of statements. Generally, programmers forgot to do this thing. I plus plus. So I suppose I forgot to do this thing. Now I'll save it. Okay. So now what is happening? It is going. See, it is continuously increasing. It is going to something known as an infinite loop. Okay. Why it is going to something known as an infinite loop? Because okay, I will stop it, or it will break my browser. See, it was already showing. Okay. So okay, let me close it. Okay. Still running. Okay. So it would have broke my browser. I mean, it would have like crashed my browser. Okay, that way I have to close it soon. It will have crashed my browser. And these things happen in programming. If you do something like this, suppose I'm going to facebook.com and suppose someone have some of the Facebook front end team and written some mm, ugly code like this and they forgot to do this I++, then that facebook.com will break down because uh, browser also have a finite memory to break down. So why it is happening? Because it is checking that 0 is less than equal to 10, printing 0, but it is never increasing it. Again, it is doing the 0. Actually, it is again started. So like it is like even have stopped it, it is running. Okay, that is there, and it will definitely break it. Okay, so because JavaScript is not so easy to kill, I'll save it. Now maybe it will. Okay, so I will go live with this. Actually, it froze my browser. It's better to close it. See, this is how browser get broke. Okay, so it is completely broken. So what I have to do now? Kill it, which is like which one? See the memory. How much memory it is taking? 11.12.6 GB. So this is what memory intensive thing is there. It is taking 13 GB of my memory. Actually, I don't even have 13 GB of memory. My Mac have only 8 GB of memory. Eh, It is creating something like swipe memory and hello. Am I live? I think I'm live again. Let me check. And then again, other YouTube also. YouTube. Okay, one sec. Yeah, I'm live again. Okay. Okay, so what happened? Like it closed my browser. It says I'll not take this example from now onwards. Okay, so what it did, it like closed the Google Chrome completely. It closed, and then my StreamYard also like this streaming was also closed. Okay, so that is a very good example, live example, like how dangerous it is, how dangerous while loop is. So you saw how dangerous while loop is. Actually, it killed my Chrome. Okay, and because my Mac killed the Chrome because it was going beyond like 11 GB was taken by Chrome itself, and my Mac has only 8 GB. 11 GB was used by Chrome itself. Okay, my Mac have to forcibly kill it. That is a problem with while loop. Okay, so you should, that's why avoid using while loop. Okay, that is there. Now let me inspect console. I made everything big. save it. Okay, so it is coming like this. Okay, so the next thing is that we're going to see the there is a loop known as a do while loop. Okay, so do while loop, why it is used. So let me copy this and so do while what happens, I will cut this and paste it here. Do a do here. Okay, do while, save it. See the do while is been shown like this. But what is different from the while loop? Do while, see that first time nothing was checked. Okay, it came in. So if you want something like that, okay, the first time nothing should be changed, then you use the do while loop. Do while loop. Okay. So let me do one thing here to show this thing. I plus equal to I plus equal to 11 is like a shortcut equal to I equal to I plus 11. So 0 plus 11, it will become the first time only I will become 11. Just save it. The loop number 0 is been shown because the condition is not fulfilled the first time itself. If I do the same thing in while loop, it will like not work. Okay. So that is there. Now, this we have done. Now, one sec. Okay. Now I will tell one thing. Okay, so there is something known as a array of object. Okay, so array of object. So array of objects are very, very, very important. Why they are important? Array of objects, because that is how the internet work. We're going to learn soon about this. Okay, so there is a like a JSON placeholder, or there is something like fake API store. If you go to Amazon.com, Flipkart.com, everything like comes as okay, something which is known as an array of object. Very important. Like you're going to learn this API endpoints also, but array of objects is something which is like very important. So this, you can see an object. Maybe it can be a bit complicated and array. So like this. So you should always know how to loop through an array of object. Arrays are very easy to loop. See, the each of the element is an object. Okay. So I will now tell you how. So we'll have a array of object like this. Simple array of object we have like this. I will save it. Now there are three ways to loop through it. Okay, one is a for loop, one is a for off loop, and there is a for each loop also. So we come here and go loop it through a normal traditional for loop. So traditional for loop we do for let I equal to 0, I is less than lang dot length I plus plus. Okay, so like this. And then CLG lang I dot anything I can do. Right. So lang I, let me first show lang I. Okay, for let any loop is there. Lang dot length will return how much? Lang dot length will return 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We know this because there are 6 items in this array. It will return 6. So again, we know how it will work. It will come here. I is less than 6. Yes, it is true. So lang of 0, it will do first. Lang of 0, this. See what it will do, like lang of 0, it will show this. Then next iteration, it will become 1, show this. 2, like this, you can iterate over it. Suppose I only want the ID here. So I'll do the dot ID, save it. And the ID will come. Okay, ID will come. Okay, so that is there. Now this is a traditional for loop. We have another loop known as a for of loop. Actually, all of the programming languages have their own implementations of loop. Why do they have their own implementations of loop? Because traditional for loop is a bit tougher. Okay, so like for of loop is like for let L of lang. What is the let L of lang? Like you can take instead of this L anything else also. L of lang. Lang is this. anything else you can take. Okay, I of lang. So what happens in that, it will give me access to each of the object, so I can directly do like l dot name, save it. So name is also coming fine. So this is for of loop, but there is one more loop which I'm going to tell a bit later on also, and that is known as a for each. It is for each loop. Okay, so for each is a bit different, and we need to know a bit of functions for this, and I'm going to tell that. Okay, tell that also. So for each, so here we will have directly lang dot for each, lang dot for each we are going to have, and then I'm going to I can name it anything, like maybe I can name it I'll also I'll name it item. Okay, I'll name it item, and then I have to use this thing. This is known as the arrow function. We're going to learn about this like in the next 5-10 minutes. Okay, arrow function. What are arrow functions? We're going to learn about that. Okay, so item this and CLG item dot. So item will give me access to the object item dot here, and this for each loop is used more than for op loop or any other loop, because this is something which you can give in one line. So if I save it, see, it has been shown. Okay, so it is showing like this. Okay, 1995 is 2 times. Okay, so that is okay. So it is showing the everything. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so that is there. Now this beginners, we are going to see the last topic. After that, we're going to have a 5-minute break. Okay, so beginners, the last topic in the JavaScript beginners, which we're going to see, is the if conditionals or the if statements and all those things. Those are known as conditional. We have seen if statement a bit earlier also. So what happens with this uh, for and all those things, it runs when the condition is there, but it runs a lot of time. But is if statements and all those things, they will only run if the condition is true, and they will run only for one time, they will not run multiple times. Okay, so we are going to look into the if loop, if statement, if else statement, if else if statement, switch statements, and all those things right now. Okay, so for that, and we're going to see two things at the same time. One is conditionals. I'll do, and do a const x equal to 10. Okay, x equal to 10 I've written, and if x is double equal to 10, then ELG x is 10. X is 10. What did I did? So what I did, like I want to tell two things, but that is okay. So if statements, whatever is that, this is known as like I'm checking the condition. Okay, I'm checking the condition, and double equal to is something in almost it is known as comparison operator. Instead of this, you can have like greater than, less than, all those things also. They're also known as comparison operator. But double equal to is a comparison operator, which is not there only in JavaScript, but in almost every other programming language, double equal to is there. So double equal to is there if x double equal to 10. So what it will compare? It will compare and it gives value like true or false. So if it is true, then it will go inside and print it. Okay, that is how the if statement with conditional operators works. But there is a problem, again problem, because of JavaScript. JavaScript creator. What JavaScript creator did, like he used his own brain a lot. What he did, okay, so he thought like as I told, double equal to was there from the starting. But this thing, like if you see, x is like a string 10 and this is a number 10. They're not the same thing in programming. They're like totally different thing in programming. Not only in JavaScript, every other programming language, they're different thing. This is a string, this is a number. How they can be equal? They're not equal. They should, like, this if statement should never run. It will never run in like any programming language. Okay, it will never run because it will never go inside because they're not equal. But in JavaScript, it ran. Because in JavaScript, what happens if you use the double equal to thing? If you use the double equal to, what happens in JavaScript? At this time, if you have a double equal to, then it does a type conversion. Okay, it will see that, okay, this string 10 is equal to, like, it will do like this: string 10 is double equal to number 10, then it will convert it. It will convert it like string 10, it will convert to number 10, and then they are equal. So it does a type conversion, JavaScript compiler, which is a bad thing. That's why this will not work. Okay, so now we have learned if statement and this problem with JavaScript. Okay, now we'll learn if else statement and also how to solve this problem. Okay, so now I will I'll do a const y equal to string 20, and then if y not double equal to, again double equal to, it will give me error, triple equal to 20, exclusive to JavaScript, triple equal to 20. Actually, this was a very big bug in JavaScript, so it was solved within the next 2 3 years after in JavaScript become popular, after internet become popular after 1990, it like exploded after that. So CLG and y is 20, so it will not run anyways. If I run this thing, it will not run. You'll see nothing, blank in the screen. Okay, because when you use triple equal to, there is nothing like strict like comparison and all, like conversion is done. Okay, it will like see a string is there, it is checked with the number, it will not even check it. Okay, it will done. Then we'll have a else here. Okay, now we're learning one more thing. If else thing, we're going to learn else is there. Okay, else, and this here, and then it is y is string string 20, save it. Y is string 20 is coming. Okay, so this is the else part. Else part is something which will run if the if statement is not correct. So else, if else, it will run at that time. If else, okay, so that is done. Now, similar to else, we have if else if also. There is a like, we can create a line kind of thing, if else if. Okay, so let us understand the if else if statements. Okay, so we'll come here and do a if else if. So const z equal to 19, and then 19, maybe I'll do a 59. If z is greater than 100, then g z is greater than 100. Else, there is something known as else if z is greater than 80. Now z is greater than 80. 60, 60, 40, and else z is less than 40. Okay, yes, I'll say. Okay, so z is greater than 40 is coming. So how this works? This is like very simple. It will check here. 59 is greater than 100. No. Go to the second one. Else if 59 is greater than 80. No. 59 is greater than 60. No. 59 is greater than 40. Yes. Print that z is greater than 40, and it will exit from this. It will not go to the else part. It will exit from it. It will work like this. So this is the if else if statement. Okay. If else if statement. Okay. So one more thing is there right now, and that is there is something known as the and the or operator in JavaScript, and or operator in JavaScript, and they're known as and or operator only. So they're very important. So let us see that. Or and, 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 operators, I'll have a const x equal to 20 and const y equal to 30. Okay, like this I'll have. Then I'll have a if x is equal to 20 or y is equal to t, then any one of the statement are true. Any one of the statement are true will come. Okay, so what happens with the if statement? If is this or, this is known as or, double pipe, but there should not be any space like this. So it means that if any one of the statement is true, if this is true, which is true, x is 20, this is not true, but then also this will run this thing. Any one of the statement is true. So, and if you might have seen, it is like the opposite of it. Okay, and what happens? It is done by like this. Both of the statement, both or any of the statement not are true is true or true. So both of the statement are true. Let's save it. It will not run. Means both of the statement needed to be true in this thing. So it means that I have to make it as 30. Now it is giving. Now it is coincide. So this is like this. Okay. So we will now learn about something known as a ternary operator. Okay, so we are going to learn about something known as a ternary operator. So what is this ternary operator? Ternary operator is a shortcut of if else statement. Okay, so let us learn that. It is very important. It is used in advanced topics like React, and also we'll learn ternary operator. Const z equal to 10 and let color like this, and if that is greater than 10, color equal to red, else color equal to blue, like this. Okay, and I'll do a CLG of color equal to, save it, and it will show me blue color. This is like 10 is not greater than 10, so blue will be shown. So this we have learned earlier. Now we'll convert this statement into ternary. So how to do that? So I'll do a const color 2 equal to z. Z is greater than 10. So I'm converting it. Okay. Then there is a question mark. Then red or blue. Red or blue is done. And CLG color 2. Save it. It is also giving me blue. Line number 187 is giving me blue. How it works? So ternary operator, how it works? This question mark you have to give. Okay. So the question mark, it will see z is greater than 10. Yes, z is greater than 10. So if it is greater than 10, then no, it is not greater than 10. So this else part will be done, which is blue. Okay. So like maybe I'll make it as 9. 10 is greater than 9. It is true. So it will print up red. So this is how the ternary operator works. Okay. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is switch statements. Okay, switch statement. Switch statements are like if else statements. Okay, so we're going to learn about that. Then we learn about switch statements. Here we have a const color equal to blue, which color base is red, LG color is red, break. Okay, let me write it, then I will tell. No color was matched. Okay. Now I will do one thing. Okay, so no color was matched because of the color blue. This will be like blue, green, yellow, yellow. Wait, so color is blue is coming. Okay, so it works like if else statements only. You will come blue, it will take blue, it will come here, then it will check with everything like red. Oh no, it is not red, blue it is there. And this break statement is very much required in this switch statement. That like break is required. If else, like it is like if else if break statement were not required here. And default is like the else part. If nothing matches, it will be like this default. If I give it as a the ROWN. So see, no color match was there. Let's save it. And we'll learn about functions. Okay, this is the last topic in JavaScript beginners. After that, what we are going to start? One sec. After that, we are going to start with. Okay, we're going to start with the DOM. We're going to start with DOM after this, and then a bit of async. Okay, then we'll do async JavaScript, and then we are going to learn about ES6. Okay, so that's the plan. So functions, as I told earlier, JavaScript is a function oriented language, so everything is a function. So there are 4 ways to create function, and we're going to see all of the way. So method number 1 is known as function declaration. Okay, then function is like functions, as I told earlier, the small codes are there. Like suppose I'm making a calculator, and that in that I have to add numbers. So add nums function will be there, and then it will be num1 comma num2 here, clt num1 plus num2, like this will be there, and then add mums add add nums and 20 comma 30. So this is the most common way, and this is where functions are there. So it is 50. You can do a 30, it is 60. So this is the reason why functions are there. So this is one way to call the functions. Like in JavaScript, we have this function keyword. In other programming language, there is different ways and also JavaScript, this function keyword is there. Now, before moving to the method number 2, I'm going to tell one more thing in the method number one only. So method number two is I will write the name. It is known as function expressions. I will write. But before that, I want to show one more thing. What happens if I return something from here? Suppose I want to return the same. Maybe I want to return the same thing. Maybe I will make it a not add num multi nums. I'll make it. So right now it is working, but I want to return something. A return keyword is like here. I don't want to print it here. I want to return it, and you this return thing is you'll see a lot in this return thing. So return num1 into num2. I'll return it, but I'm not getting it anymore. So I'm returning because I'm not even consoling it. So how to console it? So to console it, what I need to do, I need to catch these things. When something returns from a function, it comes back to the function. So it is calling the function, returning, calling, returning. So like a ball is thrown from here, coming back. So it will come back to and to catch it, I need something. So I need a variable to catch it. Okay. So I'll do a const multi equal to this, and then CLG multi save it. So it will come like this. Okay. So this is how it is come. It is cached in this variable and then it is printed. Okay. So for this thing, what we're going to do, this example, we can omit this thing and directly do a console.log because it will there and it will give the 600. So it will work like this. So, but we have just seen how to do the return thing. We have not yet seen what is function expression. Function expressions are a special thing in JavaScript in which what happened. This is also from the starting. So function multi-num I'll do here. This is only available in JavaScript. So const multi-nums equal to function and like this. So I am creating a variable and making it equal to the function. So it will still give me 600. So this is a function expression in which a variable is equal to a function. So okay. So the next thing, which was actually created from this function expressions, which is known as the arrow function. This is a new way to give functions. We have already seen arrow function earlier, like somewhere we have seen. Okay, for each, we've seen the arrow function. This is the arrow function. Actually, it's a function. This is a new way to create a function. Okay, so that is there. And this I will create it as a mod nums, and modulus means test. What we are seeing, it is arrow functions. Save it, and it will like show like maybe I'll do 50. It will give me the modulus. Okay, 30 divided by 50, 20 is the remainder. It is giving me the modulus gives like. Okay, so this is not an arrow function. So arrow function, what happens? This function keyword is replaced, and there is the. It is like you might see. Okay, it's like only to do it like this. Okay, this is known as an arrow function equal to and greater than sign. There is no space between them, and I will get is 20. Okay, so this is the modern way invented in 2015. But there is some other thing also in JavaScript. There is a this keyword which is very complicated. So this is to solve that issue. Okay, this arrow function was created. So and we have another thing which is known as condensed arrow function, which you have recently seen. Okay, so I'll do a div once we are divided. So it will work. Let us see whether it is working. It is working fine. Okay, so what does condensed arrow function works? Condensed arrow function is like this. Suppose uh, I have only one statement. I have only one statement in my arrow function, like this case, and like the for each also we have seen earlier. Where is the for each? We have just one line. So this is a lot of time it happens like this. And that time what happens, you can omit these two things, greater than this thing, you can omit, and it will work like same only. No error, it will work like same only. So you can omit this thing, it will work like same only. Okay, so that is there. And now the other thing is that, okay, if suppose I'm passing only this 30, I'm passing only this 50, and 50 divided by maybe 20 I'm doing. So I'm not having this num2 anymore. So I'll remove it and I'll save it. It will work like 2.5. It is working like good. But in this case, there is another thing. You don't even need this. Don't even need this, and I can save it and it will work like this. This is a condensed arrow function like this. Okay. So that is there. And we've done a lot. And now we are going to do DOM. We're going to do at 3:30. DOM programming we are going to do at 3:30. Okay, so see you all at 3:30. Okay, so 5 minutes break. Okay, so I'm back, and we are going to do the DOM programming now. So, what is this DOM programming? Okay, what is this DOM programming? Okay, so first, let me close this thing. I'll create a new folder. That's why I'm closing it. Window. I'll create a DOM. I'll write it as DOM, and as I told, you'll get all this files in the description. I'm going to give that. Okay, so this DOM I have created. Maybe I don't need that big thing. Okay, so DOM, this is like the real coding which we are going to do right now. This will be the real kind of a coding. So JavaScript basics is a bit different from the DOM. So most of the DOM programs, someone was asking document.write, all these things come from DOM programming. So this is how like real project you will create in JavaScript. Although those concepts also you're going to use like the if and all those things, but the how do we use JavaScript in the browser? That is through DOM. JavaScript can be used at a lot of different places. Okay, so here again I'll come and create like a new file index.html and file.css and main.js. Okay, so these three things I'll write, and then this index.html I'll do a not, and then this, and okay. So here DOM basics. Okay. And the other thing is that I will have some of the code here. Okay. And I will also link the style sheet, link CSS, style.css is there. Then also in the body, I'll write a bit of code. I'll explain it. So this is all HTML. So HTML has got a H1, like let me also do one thing, like I will go live and it will be shown like this. A bit of thing is there, and okay, let me explain a bit of this thing. So there is a header, like a semantic tag h1 is there. In a section it is like div only. Inside this I have a form with different IDs and class name and all those things. Add user, and then there is a empty div with MSG. Then inside this div I have a for, like a label with name and a ID is there. Then again there is a for this email and ID is there. Okay, and then the input type submit button is there. Okay, and then I have a user ID, like a empty ID ul unordered list, and then it is completing, and I have the main.js at the end. Okay, so one more thing, I think I forgot to tell, the main.js or the script tag is always at the end of the body, because JavaScript by default it blocks everything. So we don't want JavaScript to block everything, so that's why we give it at the end. Okay, so we give it at the end when it is done. Let everything be load. But JavaScript is used to add interactivity. So again, one other thing is that I will also add the CSS, because this is like I'm teaching DOM right now, not HTML and CSS. So CSS also I will copy, and then we'll start with the JavaScript. Okay. So CSS, copy some things which we have learned today only. So to make it everything right. So I'll do the CSS and it will look like this. Okay. So then now maybe I'll have this here. Okay, so let us do the DOM programming. So DOM programming, the first thing is that in DOM programming, you need to grab different things. Okay, you need to grab different things. Condense mean, what is condense actually? Okay, condense. Condense means making something small. Okay, condense means making something small. Okay. Okay, I think you're asking for condensed arrow function. Yeah, it is. It is. It means something to make something smaller. Okay, so main.js, uh, as I told in the DOM programming, the main thing is to, like, first I need to grab something. I need to get something in the from here. So for that, we have some inbuilt different DOM functions. Okay, so that we are going to learn. So I'll do a grab single element and then const form. So I'm creating a variable and then doing document dot get. See, VS Code is already suggesting me document dot get element by ID. So it is suggesting me document dot get element by ID. I'll do this, and then I have to give any ID. Get element by ID means I have to give any ID. So one of the ID which I will give now. This is the ID, my form. I give single quotes. Just save it, and so it has been done. So I'll do again the CLG form, save it, and inspect console. See the form been selected. Okay, it's the whole form been selected with this thing, document dot get element by ID my form. So this is how we select things. Okay, so this is single element. There, similar to this get element by ID, there are some other things. These are all inbuilt function in the DOM. Okay, so that other thing is known as the query selector. Okay, so that query selector we'll see. Now instead of creating this like a variable, we know a shortcut. Let us do the shortcut, directly doing that inside a CLG, which is document dot query selector, and then, but it is a bit different. If I want to select this my form, how do I select? Okay, query selector is not telling that it is the ID or something. So in CSS, as we know, IDs are given with hash. I'll do hash my form like this. So, but if I want to select some other element, like maybe I want to do a class, which is a container. So what I'm going to do here, classes are represented by dot, dot container. But suppose I want to do something like a tag, like a H1 I want to do. So this H1 I can directly give and save it. See, this form has been selected, form. Line 5, line 6, this container section is selected, and this H1 DOM for beginners is been selected. Which, okay, if there are two H1s, the first one will be selected. Okay, so that is there. So this is how we grab single element. Okay, so I will now comment this out as usual. Now, what I'm going to do, there is something, this UL, which is like commented out. Like I will uncomment it. Okay, like I will uncomment it and save it. So it will be shown like this: item 1, item 2, and item 3. Okay, it will be shown like this. Now the thing which we want to learn is to select multiple elements. So how do we select multiple elements? Let us see these things. And these are all the multiple elements. So select multiple elements. Document dot query selector all. It is something known as query selector all, and then I'll do a dot item. Dot item. Okay, so dot item I'm going to do. Okay, so this there are three classes with item. So item, item, item. So dot item is there. Then I will save it, inspect, and so on. So something like a node list is been shown. So what is a node list? we are going to see that. So let's do one more thing, like document dot query selector all dot item is there. Similar to this, we have another thing we known as get elements by class name. Okay, by class name. And here I'm giving it, so I don't have to give a dot like this. I'll give, and I will have one more thing like get elements by tag name. So tag name is like ally. Ally is a tag name. I'll do a ally. So I'll save it. So see one thing here, something known as a node list has been created and something known as HTML collection has been done here. Okay, so that is okay. That is okay. What is this? All these things, HTML connections and all these things. So for that, I will maybe make an array, like maybe a single element like Java. Save it. Right? So single element like JavaScript has been shown. So that is okay. If I come here in anything, there is something known as a prototype in the console. In prototype, if you do, so prototype, what it tells like all the things which are available in this array. So like we've seen some of the like push, pop, all this different functions are available in array. In fact, a lot of functions are available in array. If I do the same thing in HTML collection, actually HTML collections and node list are like array. They're accessed like array. But if you see, there are very less functions here. In fact, there are no functions here. Okay. But if you go to the node list, again, you see very less function. But here there is a very important functions known as for each, which we have seen. What is a for each, which we have seen. Here, even the for each is not there. So let us keep that in mind and do one thing here, which is like this one. Uh, okay. We'll add this in a variable const node items equal to const all items equal to, we'll put it in a variable. And what I'm going to do here, uh, in this node, as you know, the best way to iterate through something is a for each loop. So for each is item. I want to iterate through it because it is saving something like an array. And then CLG item, I just save it. So it will show me all these three things. Now, the same thing I will try to do it with the all items. And it will call items, that for each is not a function because this in this there is no for each. In this there was a for each. HTML collection doesn't have a for each. Node items have a for each. So if you want to like this will anyways like not work. So if you want to do it, so how do we do it? How do we do it? So you do it through a traditional for loop, which is like not that easy. For let I equal to 0, I is less than call item store then length I plus plus and CLG call items I save it and it will be like this. It will be working like this. Okay, so that is there, and now we are going to move forward and look into some DOM manipulations. Okay, so DOM manipulation and I have a const ul equal to document dot query selector dot items I will have, and then so I'm selecting all the items. I'm selecting the items. What is this items? Items is this class. I'm selecting that, and then I'll do a ul dot remove. Ul dot remove. I'll do save it, so it will be removed. In this, it is there. Okay, so that is there now. Okay. Uh, we'll now close this and we'll do some DOM manipulations right now. And suppose again I have this item 1, item 2, item 3. Suppose I want to change this item 1, item 2, item 3 to something else. Suppose this like this item 1, item 2, and item 3 are in this list item. I want to choose this thing and I want to change it. So there are some ways to change it. So first thing is that I'll do a ul. Ul will select the complete arrays and all. Okay, so that node list and whatever is there. So first element child. So ul will choose this thing, which is this ul. So ul is this thing. Okay, so this whole thing. So you this whole thing is this ul. So it will choose this thing. Then ul dot first element child. It means it will choose this li. Then I want to change the text of it. So there is something known as text content equal to, I want to make it as HTML. Save it, and it is an HTML. Similar to this, like ul dot children. Us dot children is there. Again, this is another way children. So children has got 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. So 1 I'll do because I want to select the second element now. Second element is this one. I want to select that second element now. So dot inner text. There is something known as inner text. Okay. So inner text and text content are almost same. So inner text CSS. So item 2 will be changed to CSS. Now again I'm going to choose the ul dot first element. No, not first element. I want to change the last one. So it is the last element child dot inner HTML equal to, I can have anything here. Like inner HTML is very powerful. Like I can have a H O JS O P language of the language of web. HP and have, and if I'm going to save it, you'll see it is converted into an HTML. Like this H4 tag is done, P tag is done. So it is converted into an HTML. So what is this? Like inner HTML. So let me try to do the same thing here. Instead of the CSS, instead of this. Okay. So it is not interpreted as an HTML. It is like plainly done it. So with inner HTML is actually very powerful because inner HTML, through the inner HTML, you can do something like this. Okay, you will pass the HTML. Okay, now actually this JavaScript is very powerful. With JavaScript, you can do a lot of DOM manipulation, lot of changing the CSS and all those things. So suppose this const btn, I'm going to select this button. This button I'm going to select const button because this has a got a class of button. So I'll do document document dot document dot query selector, and it will be dot btn because it's a class. Then btn dot style dot back. Why it is taking like this? Style dot background color equal to blue, and btn dot style dot text transform equal to upper case TRAN trans. So see, both of those things are done. So it is done blue, color is blue, and this has been changed. Okay, so we can change the style here. Although how I'm writing it's a bit different than changing the CS. Like instead of this background dash color, it is like a camel case. So this is how you can change it through the JavaScript also. Okay, so that is done. Now we are going to see one of the most important thing for which JavaScript was actually developed. That is for event listening. That is for what will happen when I click on this button. That is the reason why actually JavaScript was created at the first place. Nowadays it does everything. So event listener. So and I have this thing first. Maybe I'll not have this thing because I already have this thing button. So I'll do a ptn dot add event listener. It's a function and a lot of things are there. One of them is like a click. Click event. So click is the most important event listener. So click I'll do and then a e. So first parameter is like a keyword, like a click. Second parameter is a function which you can create it here also, or you can create it outside also. So e, I will write like this, and then e, then I will write. What is this E actually? E is a very important thing in JavaScript, especially in DOM programming. It contains a lot of powerful things like in JavaScript. So if I go to the console and if I save it, E came, but it had gone away. Came, it gone away. So if you can see. Why? Because what happens in JavaScript, okay, no, E came, but okay, I was doing wrong. Okay, so what is the button dot add event listener click? So I have to click it, then only. So what will happen? Button dot add event listener click. So when I will click it, then this thing will run. So let me click it. Okay, so again it came, but it has gone away. Okay, it has gone away, something like this. Why? Because JavaScript, what happens, we have seen this in the HTML part. When we submit a button like a input type submit button which is inside a form, it refreshes the browser. Actually, this is not a good thing for JavaScript. This was done to in the earlier days when PHP was used in the backend, when data was used to send from here. Nowadays, data is not sent from the address bar. It's a very like hacky thing. Like you should not send it from here. So what happened nowadays? Like from JavaScript, we send it in a different way, and we don't want this default behavior of the browser, which is like refreshing it after I click on the submit. It is a very bad thing for JavaScript and also for JavaScript libraries like React and all. So I'll do e dot prevent default. It's a inbuilt thing. So what will happen here? It will not refresh the browser. I'll save it. Now I will submit it. It didn't refresh the browser, and I got the value of e, which is like a lot of things are there in the value of e. You can use a lot of things here. So that is done. But now I don't want to use e. What I want to do right now, when the user clicks here, I want these things to be changed. Do one thing, cut it, and paste it here. Okay, so what I'm doing here, the item 1, item 2, item 3 is there. So the moment I click it, it's changing it. Okay, so that is what I have done. So now let us create some a real kind of a project in which we are going to do some validations and then put what the user typed in this thing. This is a very important thing of JavaScript to do. So to see what is there now done there. So okay. So first thing is that I will want to comment out this again. I don't want this thing anymore. So next thing is, and what we're going to learn. This is a sort of a project. We are going to learn how to submit a form. This is a project. Okay, how to submit a form. Okay, so we are going to learn form submission. form submission. Form submission. So let us first select a lot of things. So first thing which I'm going to select is const my form equal to document dot query selector and hash my hash form. Okay, so we are selecting this my form. Then const name input equal to document dot query selector and so we want to select all these things. So this ID, name, email. So I want to select this thing. So hash name. Then a email input is email. Then I want to select these two empty things. They're there for a reason. Class MSG and this UL with ID of users. So const MSG equal to document dot query selector dot MSG because it's a class and const user list equal to document dot query selector and hash users like this. Okay, so we've done all these things. Now we'll listen to the form submit. So for that I'll do my form dot add event listener I'll do. Then here to come and do a submit is like a click event listener only, but this is a special kind of event listener which are applicable only in the forms in which a input type submit button is there. So add event listener submit. Then I'll do a comma and I have to write the function. There is another way to write the function. Instead of writing it here, I can like pass a reference and write it outside. So the my function name will be SVMIT. Anything it can be, but I'm doing it as submit. And then function and submit and then dot prevent default because we know we have to do this thing. And but how to get the main intention is to get the value of name and email input whatever the user type and print it here for the now for this time because we don't know how to send it to the backend. We are going to learn that later on. Okay, so CLG and is name input dot value. So I write and I do the submit. Name input dot value is giving me the correct thing. So it is means it is working. So means email input dot value will give me whatever is there in the email. Okay. So but before that, actually, before submitting, I want to we want to see if do a little bit of validation, form validation, which you might have seen. If the user doesn't enters all the data, like name and email, only two data are there, they should get an error. So let us do that thing first. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a if name input dot value is equal to empty string or email input dot value equal to empty string, then what will happen? It will happen like msg dot class list dot add. Right. So what is happening now? MSG. MSG is what? MSG is this empty div. This is there for a reason. So in this, I'll show this thing msg.classlist.add. So that will add a new class known as error in this. This line will add a new class called error in this. What is this error class? Error class is nothing but this class. It will add a uh, orange red like a red color box. It will add. And the other thing which I will do is msg dot inner text equal to please enter all the fields. Okay, like this I'll do save. Now let us expect this. I want to make this a bit smaller. Okay. So now what will happen? Suppose I want to inspect this thing. I'm coming to the inspector. So see one thing here. This class of MSG is there, which is an empty class. Okay, like this. Suppose I enter the name, but I didn't enter the email, and then I will press the submit. So what will come? It will come here. If input value is is equal to like empty string which is there, it will go inside. And first thing it will do in this MSG, look closely, it will add a class of error, and also line number 53 it will add please enter all the fields. So that's why I will see this thing, please enter all the fields. This is a very simple to do this thing, but there is one problem here, that whatever I'm entering, it is not going away. It should go away after some time, and for that JavaScript have an inbuilt function known as set timeout. So I will use that set timeout function here inside. So set time out is like msg dot remove after 3 seconds. So msg dot remove, what it will do, so what this set timer function will do, it after 3 seconds it will run and it will remove the whole message. Okay, so let us again see, this time again see this msg. I will click it like here also, here only, and I will go it, see error, and something has been done. After 3 seconds, whole class has been removed, so that the user get a pop-up kind of thing, and like it is removed. So like this we are done. Okay, so now the next thing is that suppose the user entered both of the thing, and now as I've told, I want to show this thing here. And in what thing I will show? I'll show it in this ul, empty ul. I'll show it inside that. So I will have to create a else part here, and then I'll do a const li equal to document dot create element. See, JavaScript is very powerful. You can create the whole of DOM with it. Like what I'm doing here right now, I'm creating an element li because I want to show something inside this ul. So I am creating an li first. Then I'll do li dot append child. The li I am appending something. Third attendance link will be given after JavaScript is done, which is not yet done. As I've told, JavaScript will be done by 6. So third attendance link at 6:30 around that time. Okay. So li.append child is document dot create text node, and then name input dot value, email input dot value. So I'll write one more thing. So here what is been done, like I'm creating a text node, inside that name input dot value and email input dot value I'm putting, and after that I will do user list dot append child, this li I will do it. Okay, again I have to inspect and I will show it. See this UL, it is empty right now. It was. I will click the submit. Now I have not saved it. Now see this UL again. Something got added and it is also been shown. So how it is added actually? Let us see again. So line number 56 will create a li tag. Then line number 57, what it will do, document.create text node, inner thing, it will like take this thing, name input dot value, email input dot value, and it will create a text node. It is required. Then ally.append child, it will like append child means this thing will happen. It will append it inside it. But then user list dot append child ally, what it does, ul is this, user list is this ul, this ul. So ul, inside this ul I am appending this li, inside this ul I am appending this li. So this is how this will work. Okay, now but you see that okay, this is still there. I don't want it to be there after I press the submit. So there is a one easy way to clear it. It is name input dot value equal to this, and email input dot value equal to this. Let's save it. Then I will come here and do a submit it. See, it is cleared and it is also shown. Now I will do like, okay, so it is also being shown. And if you see the UL, it has got two children. Okay, so this is the DOM programming also is done. Let us do one more thing. After that, we are going to take a break before the ES6. Okay. So the thing which we are going to run is known as async JavaScript. Okay. Async JavaScript or async JS. It is known as. Okay. So for that, as you want to be a front-end developer, we what front-end developer does actually. Okay. So I will host this thing for that also. That's a big topic. Sync JS. I'll do. Let's start HTML. And I just have this much. I'll have nothing else. Okay. So in this main.js, so what we are going to learn. So let me tell about how the internet works. Internet actually works the backend engineer. So we are going to learn how to be a front-end engineer. I've worked on backend, but very less. Like full stack, I've worked, but mainly I used to work as a front-end developer, front-end architect. So front-end developers get something from the backend developer as an API endpoints. So what are these API endpoints? So these API endpoints are like this some endpoint. This is not a website by default. Okay. So what it does, this API endpoints get data from the database. Frontend doesn't have direct access to the database. They get data from this API endpoints to get the data. Okay, they hit this API endpoint and get the data. And data is stored in a lot of different databases like SQL, but nowadays it is stored in databases like MongoDB and all. So this thing is created by backend developer in languages like Node.js, which is JavaScript framework again, Java, .NET, and all those things. Okay, so that is not, but I teach Node.js also. So previous week also I take a Node.js class. Okay, so even this site is made in, I think, in Node.js only, Node.js and Express. So this endpoints, how to get data from this? I cannot just paste it here and get the data. No. And even Amazon and all the things get data like this. All the like whole of the world works on this API endpoints also. Amazon also get data with from something like I told it earlier. I cannot show Amazon endpoint like it is the highest secure site on the planet. So fake stored API, it is like Amazon endpoint. Like this products endpoint, like you get data like this. Array of object. Array of object is the most common way for data to travel. So this is one of the way to for the data to come. Okay, so that is there. Now, okay, let me also go this live. Okay. So nothing is there anyway. Okay, so now to get this API endpoint data, how do we do it? As I told, you cannot directly get it, like directly, like you do it and you'll get it. Oh no, you don't get it like that. There's something known as promises. Okay, promises is something which I teach in my Node.js in a bigger way, and sometime in JavaScript also teach, but that is mainly a backend thing. So API endpoint is hit through something known as a fetch API. Fetch API, it's a inbuilt in the browser. Fetch API, you hit the API endpoint with this thing, fetch API. Uh, When we get the data, we get it as a promise. So we have to hit it through fetch API, and fetch API, like a fetch method it uses, how it uses, and all those things. Like they are uh, like a bit like over like fetch API. Okay, one thing is that okay, JavaScript. Okay, one thing is using fetch API. Using fetch API. Okay, anyways, it is not getting, so I know. So we have to hit the API endpoint through fetch API because the data which we get, it is in a form of a promise. So fetch API also, there are like two ways to get the fetch API. One way, okay, one way is the then and catch way, and the other way is the async await way. Okay, there are two ways to get the data. So we'll see the like async await way, that is much more modern. Okay, so async await. So yeah, I will call this. I will have a function. It's very important to have a function. Function fetch post like this. And if I have a function, I have to call this function also. So fetch post, I call this function, and then const res equal to await, and fetch. Fetch is a keyword, and in this fetch, I have to give the API endpoint name, which is this name. But it is giving me error because fetch requires something as async. So the function which is there, it will be async for the fetch. So I will make it async, async function. Okay, now the error has gone. But let us see whether something is coming. CLD res. Something came, but it is not exactly like the correct. So data is not coming. So what happens with fetch API? You have to do it two times, like two times the fetch we have to do, and it doesn't comes in a like a simple way. It doesn't come. You have to do like my script feature. Okay, yeah, I know. So on data. So this is something which is a bit difficult with the fetch API. So await rest dot JSON I have to do. So this is some boilerplate code which I have to do, and then I will do here and do this, and let's see. The data has been, we have got the data. I've got the complete data. So this is how I got the data from a API endpoint, which is like in the internet. It is somewhere in the America. I got the data in my front end. So like this, you get the data. With this two line of code are very important for a front end engineer. After that, in like different languages, you show it in a different way. Like in JavaScript, you might have some JavaScript code, and to show it, let me have some code. Okay, I'll explain it what is there. So item dot maybe title body, because this data dot for each, I'll tell what is there. Let's see whether it is coming. Yeah, it is coming. I'm getting all the data on the page, title and this. So this is how like the websites also like Amazon.com and all works like this only. So I got the data from a backend API endpoint. So what I'm just simply my code, what is doing a output empty variable output is done. Then data dot for each, which will be a big array of object. I'm looping through it, and output plus equal to, so output plus equal to, I'm doing output is initially empty, and when in each loop what I'm creating this b bold, and this paragraph, maybe instead of this b I will give it a h4, h4 I'll give, and save it, so it will be a bit bigger, or maybe a h3. Okay, so like this, it will be shown. So it goes through it and do it, and then I'm doing a document.body.inner HTML equal to whatever the output is there. If I inspect it, and if I go to this body, so this is body, this body, all of these things are added. Okay, so that is how it works. Okay, and I will show one more thing here. Output. See, this output is actually a very, very big string with the h3 and p. So it is a very big string like this. Okay. So that's it. Like we have done this much, like done important thing. Okay. So we'll have a like a 10-minute break, and we'll meet at 4:30 to do a very important topic, which is known as the ES6. Okay. So that will do. Okay. And that will be the last topic. Maybe after that, we'll go to do some projects also. So thank you. Okay, so let's get started with ES6 again. Uh, I'll take some slides also in this ES6. Okay, so that is okay. We again create a new folder known as ES6. Take it here, ES6, and again. Okay, so I have something like this also, and that is okay. And index.html and main.js, not again, and then s. It's, we will write the next one. Yes, it's because again we're going to do everything in the console. So script rc main.js, main.js I'll do right now. And yeah, so we are going to refer to this slide also, right? And let me go live. Using a different browser right now. Okay, so this console I have done, and maybe I'll make it a bit bigger. Okay, so ES6 is what? ES6 is the next generation of maybe it's okay. ES6 is the next generation of JavaScript released in 2015 by ECMA team, which releases JavaScript, and most of the ES6 features not running in all browsers. It's this old thing. So first thing is the let var and const. Okay, so let var and const, we have seen the let and var already, like some of the things we've already seen, so which I'm not going to tell again, which we have already seen. I'm going to not tell them again. So let var and const. So let, we were able to get the block scope which you have seen. Const is something important. Const, we cannot assign a new value to a variable after the initial declaration for the primary type like integer and string, but we can add values for the non-primitive types like array and object. So this is very important for const. Let us understand this. Okay, so okay, so in the main, what does const means? So const means, suppose const first age equal to 6, then I cannot do a first age equal to 8 like this. You cannot do like this. Okay, it will give me error. Okay, it will give me error that it is not allowed. So this is not allowed, and it will give me error. Move it, the error is gone. And let's see that first age. The first age has been shown. Okay, first age has been shown. I don't know what is this error. Maybe this is because of something else. Okay, so better to like, see it in Chrome only. Okay, so So 6 shown like this. Okay, and we cannot change it once we declare. But there is something in like ES6, it is been say that let we are const, we cannot assign a new values to a variable after initial declaration for primitive types, but we can assign a value for non-primitive types like arrays and objects. So let us see, there is something special with arrays and objects. So suppose I have this const child ages like this. Now again I cannot do something like child ages uh, like right, it will give me error, it will give me error. Okay, so you cannot do something like this, but you can use all of the your array methods to do something like push array method you can use. So I'll do child ages dot push 12 clg child yes, save it. Now see, it has been done. So const allow this thing in array, we can do this thing, do add something with this thing. Okay, so arrays and objects are non-primitive data type. Similar to that, if you have an object like this object, what you can do here, you can do two things here. So it is much more superior than arrays. So what two things you can do? One is that you can change a key value pair, and you can also add a new key value pair also. Okay, so let us do that. So person obj dot skill equal to React. So I'm changing from JS to React, and then person obj dot profession equal to developer. Okay, so like this, ELG person obj, like this, I will save it and see. Skill is React and profession is developer. It's been done. Okay, so this is something which is done. Now, this thing we have done. Now, the next thing which is there in this slide is the fat arrow function, which I already seen. We're not going to see it again. Then this is a default parameter, which is very important, which we are going to see now. So we are going to see, comment this out. Okay. So we're going to see default parameters. Now default values can be used in the parameters when no values are passed. So what does that mean when no values are passed? For that, we have to first see a function, like, and we can use any function like arrow function also, and anything, it doesn't matter. Default parameters is equal to const. So the second attendance link, okay, let me mention it also. Okay, third attendance will be sent after this is complete and 6 6:30 p.m. Yeah, sure, I will share the PPT, like not some very, like maybe I will share right now only. So you can use this PPT. Okay, so that is that I have shared the PPT. Okay, so this default parameters. Okay, so we are looking into this default parameters. So default parameters, what happens? Suppose I have a function like const is equal, okay, is equal is there, and this is equal is like just taking two parameters like num1 and num2, and I'm using the arrow function num1 and num2. Then I'm doing a CLG num1 num2 and return num1 equal to num2. And then like this I have, and then CLG is EQUAL equal, and is equal, and I'm passing like two variables I have to pass. So I will pass 10, comma 20. I'll pass. I'll save it. It is going like 1 is 10, 1 is 20, and it is false because 10 is not equal to 20. Okay, 10 is not equal to 20. Now, what is there in JavaScript? In JavaScript is like a loosely typed language. What happens in JavaScript? Suppose I don't pass this thing. I don't pass this thing. 10. It will not throw an error like Java and all. It will take the num2 as undefined and it will make it false. But this is not a good thing. If I don't pass anything, something should be passed. This is a very big use case. If nothing is passed, something should be passed there. And that is known as default parameter. What happens is in num2, I will make it equal to 20. And in this case, what will happen if nothing is passed? 20 will be taken and that will be done. And if what if something is passed, then that default parameters will be overwritten and that something 10 has been taken. So this is what is known as the default parameters. So now the next thing is object literal extensions and dynamic field. This both of these things are two different things. So what is written here? In object literal extension, we now have the extension of a key of an object. So first thing is what we are going to do is the object literal extension, and let us create a object literal literals extensions. So let obj equal to name, do, and age. Suppose I have something like this, and then do a CLG obj, save it, and this CLG will be anyways be created. Okay, so let me comment this out. So CLG will be there. Now, what happens in this object literal extension? Suppose this name is there. Okay, suppose I have a variable called let name be named equal to into let age equal to t, and then I will have this variables here, and it is the same thing. No difference is the same thing which I did. But why to name it something like this differently? Why not to do it like this and name an age, and then here name an age, and this is a normal JavaScript, nothing different. Okay, normal JavaScript. Now, what happens in this case, in the case of object literal extension? See, all this ES6 which you are learning is a modern JavaScript which was created in 2015. Okay, what happens if the key and value are with the same name, same type? What we can do? We can delete it like this. And it is same. It is a shortcut, but it is a very important shortcut used a lot in React and at different places. So we can remove it like this, and this is the shortcut. Okay, so that is done. So this is known as object literal extension. Now the next thing is called as dynamic field. It is a very important thing. Dynamic field is actually very important. Dynamic field, we can assign dynamic values to the key in an object. dynamic varies to a key in an object. Okay, so let us again understand it with an example. Example is much more better. And here I will do a dynamic fields. Dynamic fields I'll do. And here, what is happening? Let age field is equal to age, and then let ES6 BJ equal to name, uh, comma, age field. So see, it has been changed to age. So in this dynamic fields, what happened? We have this square brackets. Okay, we have this square brackets, spatial square brackets in this. So I can control the key from outside. It is very complicated and it is very useful in programming. Controlling the key from outside. Sometimes it comes from the server. Like this, I can write anything and it will be done. Like this, SAS is done. Okay, so that is how why it is very, very important dynamic. Okay, so this is done. Now the next thing is very, very important in React here, and not React, in JavaScript, which is known as the spread and rest operator. With the rest operator, we can pass argument to a function and get it converted to an array. So let us do the spread operator first, then we'll do the rest operator. Both of them representation is same, but how we like meaning is totally different. Okay, so again I'll do this thing, and I'll go here, and what it is telling rest operator, we can pass argument to function and it gets converted to an array. So let us keep that in mind, and it is very important. So we'll do rest operators like this, and I will have a let array have func equal to, suppose I have a function, and uh, suppose in this array func I'm passing some 4 2 1 8 7. So I'm passing this thing, okay, and I want somehow for this thing to be converted into an array. With normal JavaScript, it is very difficult to do this thing, very, very difficult to do this thing. But with ES6, there's something called the REST operator, and what happens, as the definition says, pass argument to function and it gets converted to an array. So how do I pass argument to function? I'll pass argument to function with the dot 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 arr, dot 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 arr. I'll do, and this is not a keyword. This can be anything. Save it. See, it got converted to an array. This is the power of the rest operators. Okay, now let us understand spread operator. Spread operator is the opposite of rest operator, which takes an array and convert it into a list of arguments. Convert it into a list of arguments. It's telling. So let us do that. So spread operator. Spread operator. So in spread operator, maybe I'll take this function. Let a equal to this array is there. Now, in JavaScript, there is a function known as math.min and math.max. But the problem with this function is that it doesn't take an array. And suppose my question is that I want to get the minimum and maximum of minimum of this array. How do I get it? So in this case, it will be very difficult, but because it takes only argument. It takes argument means it works like this. I have to pass arguments like this, which I cannot pass like this. It will give. But suppose I want to pass this array. So how do I do that? So I do that with at dot min this a. So a I cannot pass it like this. It will anyways give me error. So it will not define whatever is there. So what I do dot dot dot. What it does, this array it will take and spread it like a argument. Save it. See, one is coming. So similar to this, I have a mat dot max. It will give me the max. So this is how the spread operator works. But spread operator does a lot more things also. Like spread operator, with the spread operator, we can merge two or more arrays. How we can merge two or more arrays? Suppose I have an array. I have like this maybe this two, three arrays. Okay, so a and all these things are. Okay, if I giving this comma, 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 it means that they are also let. Okay, so I have this all these arrays. Even A I will take, and I want to merge this array like this four arrays I want to merge. So it is like very difficult to do normally, but with the spread operator, what it does. So I will do a let maybe d1 equal to dot a comma. So when I do dot a, it will spread it. I have to pass a array here to make it inside an array because my answer question is to get an array back, merging all the array. I'm merging all the array. Okay, so but I'm merging only one thing. Then I'll do comma dot x1 comma dot a1 comma dot c1 like this, and then clg b1. Save it and see, it will come like this. Okay, so everything is like merged together. Okay, so merging thing we can do it in objects also. So in objects, how we were going to do the merging thing. Okay, so suppose I have this object, two objects I have. One is obj1 and obj2. Obj1 is having foo bar and x is 42. Obj2 is again having foo bars, y is 13. So foo is a common thing here. So here important thing to be noticed is that let merged obj equal to, I will again have to do the same thing, dot obj1 comma dot obj2. Okay, then I'll do a clg merged obj like this, merged obj. So you see the answer, like foo bars was taken and x and y are taken. Okay, that is okay. But why foo bar was not taken? Because there is a property in objects that it's a combination of key value pair, but unique key value pair. So I cannot take foo two times. Okay, so that's why the last one is taken. So foo bars and x and y were anyways not unique, so it was taken like this. Okay, so we've done this thing. Now the next thing is template literal, which we have actually already done. Template literal we have already done, so we're not going to do again the backtick thing. Okay, so one more thing, like one sec. Let me going to do some more things now. Sec, let me check what we are going to do. We are going to do array destructuring. Okay, we are going to do array destructuring. We are going to do object destructuring, and then we need to do some. Okay, one sec. Okay. So what is this array and object destructuring? So this is again a shortcut kind of a thing, array and object destructuring, and we are going to look into that. So we are going to first look into array destructuring. Suppose I have an array like a const RGB and I want to see the value of it. So what is the normal way to see the value of it and to use it? So I'll do a const R equal to RGB of 0. R can be anything like red also. You can say it red also. And R, let me do it G, and this will be having this 1 and RGB. This will having this 2 and then ELG R comma G comma B. Okay, I will save it. Okay. Now let us go back. I'm getting all these three values R, G, B. Okay. So this is the three things. Okay. But there is a shortcut in ES6. Instead of writing these three lines, what I can do, I can go here and do a const R comma G comma B equal to RGB. This is known as array destructuring RGB. So what it will do, it will do exactly the same thing which these three lines is doing. R will get the value 225, like the first element, G will get the second, B will get the third. So I will save it and see this is the same thing. So this is known as array destructuring. So the next thing is object destructuring. We are going to look into object destructuring. It is also same, but it saves a lot of things. Okay. So this object destructuring. So for object destructuring, again, I'm going to take some object. Suppose this object is there, but this is there. Okay. Now, again, I want to get the value out. So the normal way is to do const first name equal to developer dot first name and last name is developer dot last name. Country is developer dot country. And then we'll have a CSG first name, comma, last name, comma, country, like this, and save it, and it is coming right. But so much we have to write. Okay. Again, the shortcut of ES6 object destructuring. Here I will write const. Like here we were using this array bracket. Here we will use this object bracket. Then this I do and equal to DVLO. Yeah, developer, save it. So now it is been shown like this. So this is how this object destructuring work. Okay. So now we will look into a very important thing. Okay. So JavaScript but it is till 2015, it was a pure functional oriented programming language. Nothing like classes was there. So in 2015, classes were introduced in JavaScript through ES6. Actually, internally, it is still not use classes, and classes doesn't work well in JavaScript. But then also there is a concept of classes was added in JavaScript, and this classes concept is exactly similar to what we have in other object-oriented programming language like Java and C++, not C, C++. Okay, so let us see ES6 classes with constructors. Constructors we're going to see. So a bit of advanced topic like, but classes is like if you know Java, it is like very easy. Okay, so I will also explain a bit of classes, but anyways, not that much classes is used in JavaScript. So I'll do a class create room and so classes are given like that. Classes are like used in place of functions in object-oriented programming language, but again they also have functions. So I have this create room and then constructor is something which we're going to see what is constructor, and then it will be having a name, and then I will have a okay. So here a complicated concept comes up. This dot room equal to dollar and names room clean room is soap, painting, and cleaning dollar this dot room. I'll explain it all with dollar soap. So inside classes also we can have something known as a function. Okay, inside classes also something we can have functions. Now how do we call something from the classes, like, and what is the difference in it? So I want to call this like this function. So here what happened, classes also have something known as objects. This is not a JavaScript object, this is classes object, or they're also sometimes called as instance. So there is a very popular example, like classes are like a blueprint of a car, and objects are like the real car coming out of the blueprint. Okay, so that is there. So that is actually a real life scenario. Like, so suppose this create room is there. Now I will have some vary like instances are also known as object. Const naps room equal to classes objects are created with a new keyword, new create room, and then do. Okay, and then const is the room equal to new create room there, like this. I'll have now I'll have a let's do some do first, then I'll tell dot clean room formats like all. Okay, like this I'll save it and see it is coming. Okay, let me explain now. So this class we have created create room, and this constructor is there. Okay, constructor is something which will run only once when a new object or a new instance is created. A new instance of a class is created with a new keyword, new create room, and Nabindu. So I'm passing this thing. What will happen? This constructor, this when this instance is created, new like as I've told, these instances are like a new car. Okay, so new, it will get its own value of this and this. So what will happen, it will go here in the constructor, this dot rooms Navendu's room will be stored. Okay, so what is this keyword is actually very complicated, not, don't want to go too deep into this, but this keyword is used in classes a lot because this keyword can be accessed through various part of the class. Like I cannot use a, like instead of this I cannot use a var here, because var is also a functional scope, so it doesn't goes outside this. So that is the reason we use the this keyword inside the classes. Okay, so this can be accessed from here, this can be accessed from here. So what happened when you create a new object of a class, uh it gets its own constructor, it gets its own clean room. It is like that. Then after that, in this line number 106, when I'm calling it clean room domex, okay, so see, now cleaning this dot room is Nabindu's room with domex. And this line can happen only if it is like a, it will get its own value. Okay, and then like when I'm doing this, then it is Hriday's room. So because I have created an instance of this and I'm calling with that. So this is like the power of classes also, how it is done with classes, the power of classes, how it is like two different things are done. Okay, so this is the a bit of about classes, although we don't do that much classes in JavaScript. Okay, so that is done. Now we are going to look into like this array helper method, which is the last topic in ES6. One sec. And after that, we're going to see some projects there. So these are some of the methods like for each, map, filter and reduce. For each map, filter and reduce. Okay. So for each we have already seen, but then also let us see like for each is very important. So first thing we are going to see is the for each. Okay. So for each like if what is the use of for each? Suppose I have a classical for loop like this. Uh, a family is there and then a classical for loop is there. So if I want to get the data, I get the data like this. It will come. But we know that if you have to work it with like a lot of loop is there, if you have to like do it with for each, we have seen for each earlier. So for each is a higher order array like array function, and for each like this it will go and it takes the arrow function, and again this thing you can write anything. I'll write member, it's a correct thing to write a member. Item also I can write, and then CLG member I'll write, and maybe I'll comment out this thing, save it, and it is working fine. So this is the for each. Okay. Now for each, as I've told, we have already seen the for each. Now we are going to see another array method, which is known as map, which is a very important method. Map we are going to use. So map we are going to use. So this map, suppose I have a let numbers equal to 6 comma 8 comma 10. I have this thing. Then suppose what I want it to be doubled. I want it to be doubled, like whatever is there. I want this number to be doubled, like 6 into 2, 8 into 2, 10. But I want a array itself to be written. So how to do that? So first we are going to see this this with like without a without ESX normal way. So in a normal way, if I want to do, I'll do a let doubled nums equal to a empty array. I will do like this. Then for let I equal to 0, I is less than numbers dot length I plus plus I plus plus. So I'm looping through the numbers, and then this double number which I have taken it as an empty array, I will take this doubled numbers dot push numbers I into 2 and do okay, like this, and then ELG double nums and do okay. So let's save it. So see this 12, 16, 20 is coming. So how this is coming, let us see. Like I have taken an empty array. Then actually before ES6 we used to do this empty array thing a lot. For let I equal to 0, 0 like numbers dot like it will become 3, it will come 3, and then I'm pushing it. So when the first iteration will come, number 0 which is 6, 6 into 2, 12, 12 will be pushed to this double number. Next iteration it will come numbers of 1, which is 8, 8 into 2 it will be push, then 10 into 2, 20 push. So this is how we can do it. But with ES6 how do we do it? Okay, ES6 we don't need all these things. We'll just do a, there is something like for each, there is something like a map. But for each, if you see closely, it doesn't return anything. Map returns a new array. Okay, so how do we use map? Let doubled equal to numbers. The using is similar to for each only. Numbers dot map, and it will be num. I can take anything. I can take number also. I can take num also. Num into 2 L2 and then CLG POU ELED doubled is the save. See, the same thing is happening here. Okay. So what is happening here in the map? So map, again the num will be taken, and map we have to have a variable because it returns something back. It returns something back. Okay. So in for each it doesn't return. So it is like a for loop only. It returns something back. So it will loop through this and this and take this six into two. Anything we can do, and it will add it in a new array. It will do that automatically. Then next iteration it will come 8 into 2 to put it that there. Then next iteration it will come 10 into 2, it will put it there. So these helper methods are very important in very important because they are like a very big shortcuts, like they are shortcuts, and that's why they are very important. Okay, so that is there. And now the next thing is like okay, and one more thing is important is this map. If you give a array of length 3, it will return an array of length 3 only. Okay, so the next thing which we are going to learn is known as filter. Filter is also very important array method. So let us learn the filter. So for filter, what we are going to do, we are going to again take that um, an array of object we have taken. And this is a very real example. Suppose you go to amazon.com homepage, and when you select, you get everything. But when you select the smartphone, you get the smartphone. You select the laptop, you get the laptop. So a logic like this is there in amazon.com front page, home page. Okay. So again, I'm going to show it first without, without any without ES6. So again, we have to do something like this. Empty array we have to take. So I'll go here and do a let fill third equal to an empty array like this. Then I will. I'm first showing the example without this. Okay. So for let I equal to 0, I is less than products dot length and I plus 2, right? So means I'm looping through all of this thing, and then if products I dot category equal to smartphone, then filtered dot push products I then third save it, and I'm getting back an array of object of 2. I'm getting back the correct thing, which is smartphone. So how is it working? So filtered and empty array I have again taken. I'm again looping through all of this thing. So each iteration it will get this object. So product I is this object. So product 0 is this. Dot category is smartphone. Is triple equal to smartphone? Yes, it is right. So it will come inside this if statement. Inside the for I have a if statement. So filtered dot push product I. So I'm pushing that thing. Next iteration again it will come and it will product 0 product 1, it will see that a smartphone is there, again it will push it. Next iteration it will come products uh, 0 1 2 MacBook here. It is not like, it is not it is a laptop, it is not a smartphone, so it will not push it. This will also not push it. So this is how it will work. Again, a lot of code is I have to write like this. So now we'll change it to ES6. So ES6, there is something known as filter. Okay, so filter. So let me have this let filtered ERED ES6 equal to products dot filter and voice is breaking. Okay, maybe I'm doing it for a long time. Okay, okay. So let's see. I don't think like the voice is breaking. I cannot check it right now. Okay, I cannot see right now. I think the voice is not breaking. Maybe for 1 second it might have broke because nowadays this breaking thing doesn't come that much. Okay, so I'll take a break after this and then we'll do the projects. Okay, so products dot filter and this time I will maybe I will write item this time. Item. Anything we can write item and item dot category equal to laptop and C. Only a single line. CLG till third BS6 and the laptop is running. So yes, and this filter how it runs. So it will again go through this whole thing and it will item each item will be this object item dot category. So first one to one first two are not true, so whatever is true it will put that only inside. So one more thing, there is a difference between filter and map. If you're passing an array of length 4, it will give you back an array of length 4 only. Filter, it is not like that. If you array passing array of length 4, it can give you array of length 3 2 1 0. Zero also it can give. So suppose I'm searching for something which is not there, like computer, empty array. Like this, it is there. And now, yeah. So we're going to take a small break and for 10 minutes. So because I'm talking for now long. Okay. So and then we'll meet at 5:30 and we'll start with because I have to do some setup also. We'll start with the JavaScript projects. Okay. So we'll start at 5:30 p.m. with this project because all the theoretical part has been done right now. Thank you. set. Let's get started. Okay, so as I've told, we'll start with the JavaScript projects. So let me make some. We have a lot of folders today. So we're going to create a simple converter app first. Okay, so converter converter app. So again, in this converter app, I'll have the three files: index.html, UI, style.css, and main.js. So this is the project. Okay. Again, this index.html, I'll have the not and converter app, converter app, and now let us link all the things. So link CSS, script, sarc, meme.js will be done. Okay. So one more thing which I'm going to do here. So we're not going to write much of CSS. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use Bootstrap. Okay, so Bootstrap is something which you can use. Again, we do a lot of like this Bootstrap. We have done a lot on our channel. You can see that. Okay, Bootstrap also is like sometimes people are scared of CSS, so they can do this. Okay, so Bootstrap, you can get this link from anywhere. Bootstrap, you just to add the link. So Bootstrap, I will add the link. And the next thing, let us now create a bit of the code. Okay, so let me go live. Maybe I'll see this time in this one. Okay, so here I will have a div dot container. Let me write some code div dot container and h1 dot display o dot text center. This is a shortcut how you can write with classes and all. Okay, so these are all Bootstrap classes. Okay, so convert that highlight and see good Bootstrap. So this is all coming nice because of the Bootstrap. Okay, so now the next thing is that I'm going to have a form here. After this, I'm going to, and after this, at around 6:10 or 6:15, the third attendance form will be given. After this is done. Okay, so FORM form, and then here I will have some of the code with the set inside the form, some text. Okay. So inside the form, I will have a bit of code here. In this, I have a display. So I will save it. So you will get, okay, this H4, and then a div of form group. I have an input I have got, and it is of type number. ID is very important, and this all things are Bootstrap. This nice thing is coming because of Bootstrap. Plus is enter kilogram. Okay, placeholder is enter kilogram. Now what I'm going to have, like the moment the user enters something here, it should be changed. So from kilogram it should be changed to pounds. Okay, so this I'll go and do again like a div dot card card primary dot mv to I'll do, and then inside this div dot card hash block I'll do, and here h4 EOUNDS pounds I'm going to write, and here after this I'll do a div hash LES UTPUT output. Okay, so this I have written. This pound nice thing, this pound will come and it will. So what I want, the moment I enter the weight here, it should be converted to a pound. So where we'll do it in the main.js. But how we are going to do? So first, where I need to do it in this cages input. So I have to take the input whatever the user enters here. So how to select that? So I have an ID, and you see mostly in JavaScript projects, what happens? You take IDs a lot. Okay, so I'll do a document dot get element by ID, and then I'll do a KGS. Okay, let me copy it from here. KGS input dot add event listener, and then input uh, E will be there. So E add event listener is there on the KGS input. Means this event listener will fire. And what is this input event listener? This input event listener is a special event listener. It will fire the moment I input something in this input box. It will fire at the moment. So what I'm going to do, let KGS equal to E dot target dot value. So E dot target dot value is a special thing through which we can take whatever the user writes here. So now kgs, suppose I write 65. So the kgs will contain 65. Now I got the 65. So first thing first, this will anyways be fired only the moment someone types something here. So the moment I type 6 or 5, this will be fired, and this second thing will be, so this function will run. So this function will run, it will take the 65. Then what will happen? I will do a document dot get element by ID. So all JavaScript projects are like this, DOM projects mainly. Okay, so document dot get element by ID. I'll take this LBS output. It's an empty div because it's an empty div. LBS output, and with this, so C V dot inner text equal to KGS into 2.205. So that is the correct formula for kg to pound, because pound is more. So I'll save it. Then I'll go here and do a 65, and it is converted to a exact pounds. So this is how you do this thing. Okay. So this converter project is like very like easy. Like if you want to add more converters, like you can add it very easily. Like again, form. Suppose I want to add suppose I want to add another form I want to add, and that is like measurements. So measurements I want to add. So I will just come here, and after this div is ending like here, and this div is ending like here. Okay. So I'll have another div. So this div is like exactly same. The only thing which is different is that I have to enter a fit here, and I will, okay, the color also I have changed, and I will get a centimeter here. Okay. So CMS output and feet input. These are two important things. And now what we need to do here, we just have to give this for the fit. And again, it is very simple. Again, I'm going to copy paste this thing. And this document dot get element by ID kgs input, not kgs input. This time we have to give the get the feet input, and the input will be right. And this is this, instead of kgs I will call it a feet, and then this CMS output is there. So CMS output I'll put dot inner text, and then the correct formula I will give. So feet into the correct formula is 30.48, and I will save it. Let us see whether it is working. Yeah, it is working fine. Okay, so this is done, and also, and so everything is okay. But sometimes Bootstrap also you have to add something like, see, this is black on a dark screen. So maybe I have added the normal CSS. I'll add something like this. Card block will be white, so it will like look like white. It is much better. So this is done with, we're done with this simple project. Okay, so that is done. Now we are going to do another project, and that project will be a lorem ipsum generator. Okay, so lorem ipsum generator we are going to see, and let me again do a new folder, lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum. Okay, so this lorem ipsum I have written, and then here again I'll do the index.html, style.css, and main.js. So it's three things we are going to have, and we're going to have a knot like this, and lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum, and link to a CSS, was it, and the RITT script, and the SRC main.js, right? And please do like and subscribe if you're not done, and please do tell your friends also if you're not done it yet. Please do, we're doing a lot. So 12 hours is not like easy. Okay, so that is there. So let me add some code in the here first. Okay, so in the body, and I'll have a section, and then a hipster ipsum form is there, and this a label is there, and then I have this. Okay, let me also open it. It's better to open it in, always to open it in Chrome. Chrome is always the best browser. Okay, so it is showing like this. See, all the browsers it will show differently. Okay, so that is done. Now see this section center and all these things are there, and label, a label is there, paragraphs. Then I have an input type range. It is also a special type of input in which you have this. When you give this, you can have this thing. Okay, input type range is there. Min 1 is max 10, value is 5 by default, and input type number is also there, in which a min max and a value of 5 is taken by default. Both this is ID is different, and then I have the button of submit, button of type submit, class button generate, and then I have a article having this lorem ipsum text, and then this main.js is there. So that is there, and let us also put the CSS, and we'll continue with the JavaScript then. So the CSS, some button and all these things are looking good, and this before after you can take, so that the padding is 0, body and all these things are done, and this is how it is there. So now we'll go here, and now we'll start with the CSS. Okay, so in the JavaScript, now start with the JavaScript, not CSS. JavaScript, from where we should take the lorem ipsum text. Okay, so we can take it from anywhere. Like I've shown that lorem ipsum generator a lot. So lorem ipsum generator is also created like this also. Okay, so like I HIPS hipster. There is something known as hipster ipsum. It is like lorem ipsum only. A bit different is there. Okay, so they have something like this. We can get it, and we can get 10 hipster ipsum text from here, like not 5, we'll get 10 hipster ipsum text from here. Okay, so and then we are going to put it in a const text equal to, we can put it in a array of string we can put it. So let us do that, array of string, and maybe I will show like this. I'll put it in an array of string, and I'm using the backtick. So there are actually 10 hipster ipsum text I put in this array of string. Now, what I need to do, I need to show this thing. Okay. So the first thing we are going to do is to write the logic for this range and this number, and we will write the like thing like that. When we increase it, it will increase automatically. Okay. So let us first choose all the things. Like we'll do a const form equal to document dot query selector, selecting the form, which is this dot lorem form. Then const num of para equal to document dot get element by id num of para. Num of para I'm getting, and similar to this I will get the num of para range const num of para range equal to document dot get element by id sum of para range I'll do, and then I'll have a const result equal to document dot query selector and lorem text I'm going to do. Okay. So that is done, and now we want to sync both this. See, this is the range and this number. So if I increase this, this should increase. If I write something here, this should increase. So both of them should be synced. So that is first thing which we are going to do. So we are going to come here, do a num of para dot add event listener input. The moment I increase the input, it will fire. So you can see sync para num bus will be there, and then of para range. So both of them will call the same function sync para numbers. Okay, so we'll come here and do a function sync para numbers is e, then const value equal to e dot target dot value, and so value is taken from there, whatever is coming it will be taken. Then what I'm going to do, num of para dot value equal to value, and then num of para range dot value equal to value, like this I do. So let us save it and let us see whether this is working. It is working fine. It's working fine. Okay. It is also working fine. So both of them are working fine. So our syncing is done. Now the thing is that we want to show the show the text whatever the person does. I want to show the text. So for that we'll have a this form we have. So let us have a event listener here. So I'll have a form dot add event listener. It is like so VMIT submit comma e like this, and first as always we'll have a e dot event default, and anyways it will fire when you click on the generate button. Okay, generate button, the moment I type on it generate button it will do. Then const value. Okay, so value equal to num of para dot value. So anyone you will take, both of them are equal. But there is a problem with this. This will come as a string of number, and I don't want that. There is a way to solve that thing. Either you use the parseInt function or you use the number function, which JavaScript provides us. So parse int function I will use, and then what will happen here? And this will fire the moment I click on the generate button. Okay, so I will have a let emp text equal to text dot slice 0 comma value. So what is the 0 comma value? So what is the slice? Slice is, and what is this text between? So text is this. Text is this. Text dot slice is a like whenever you don't know anything, go here, do a slice in JavaScript, and you'll get this thing. Okay, so slice method you'll get, and like it can like 1 to 3 it will slice. It will get thing from 1 to 3. If you do it from 0, it will from 0 till that value it will get. So that is the slice. Okay, so slice I'm doing on it, and then what I'm going to do is this temp text equal to temp text dot map item is, so temp text dot map. So I'm mapping through that. So suppose I got an array of three, array of string of three values I will get. Then I'm map looping through it, and then I'm doing a class equal to r t sult result. So what is this result? This result is again something which is there in this CSS, and dollar item. So this dollar item will be this string. This is there. So but it will be an array. So from array we want to change it to like a string. Then we have to use another thing known as dot join on the empty string. So like this, and then I'll do a result dot inner HTML equal to temp text. Inner HTML is important. So I'll save it, and then it will work only if I click on the generate. Maybe I'll do a one first and then date, and it is not showing. Okay, okay, something. When something doesn't work, so it is always good to go here. Also cardinal inner HTML and null and inner HTML 30. Okay, is getting a null. Okay, so when some error like this come, it's good that this error have come. Okay, so how do we check it? Like this error have come, how do we check it? So we'll like go from here. Like if is this thing correct? Okay, so and CLG console log is your best friend. Okay, value value, and I want to do one more thing here. Type of value. Let's save it and inspect. Anyways, this add event listener will only be fired only when I click here. Okay, so I'll go here and click here 5 and number. So it is okay. Means this line is okay. 5 and the type is number. Okay, so now the next thing which I want to see is coming in this. If I do 2, okay, so this is coming. This is good. Like this is coming like this. Then okay, so map, and let me remove this dot join first. Okay, dot join first. Let me remove, and let me save it here. Save it. Again, I'll do it. I do generate, and yeah, it is okay. So see, it is okay. Like it is coming like this. Okay, and in an array, it is coming like this P class and all these things. Okay, so that is okay. Now, after this, I will use the join. So let us also see one time what is this join. Okay, so join in JavaScript. Join method returns an array as a string, original string, comma, separator. So we have to give a separator here. So it is not written here correctly. Okay, so it is written here correctly. Okay, so if it is something like this, then the fire, water, and whatever is there, it will be joined. Okay, if I give some separator like this, so I will go here and use this separator dot join. Save it. Now I'll go back here and make it 2. So this is also correct. Okay, a big string has been done, but now line number 31 is the thing which is giving me error. So this is how I got the error, and I think I have got the error here. So see, I have done so many things. I could have directly come to these things, but if I got directly come to these things, you would have not noticed. But the error is that line number 31, result.inner HTML. Okay, result.inner HTML include temp text. Okay, so okay, so this what is this result actually? Let us see. Result is document.query selector lorem text. Lorem text is what? Lorem text is this. But the problem is not there. Problem is in the query selector. I forgot to give a dot here because query selector, if it is a class, you have to give it a dot. If it is an ID, you have to give a hash. So I forgot to give this dot here. Okay. Now, if I will remove this also because this will work. So I will do now again a do and generate. See, this will work. Then generate, it will work. So this is how we created a lorem sum generator, and we also checked that there was a issue and we solved that issue. Okay, so the last project what we are going to do is one sec, the last project some bottom. Okay, so the last project is called, after that we'll have this English class, as you know. So this, it is known as a GitHub profiles. Okay, so new folder, GitHub profiles. Okay, so please be ready and join in, because the attendance link will, someone is checking. Okay, then links. Okay, so that is there. So this GitHub profiles I've created, and here again I will create those three files: index.html, style.css, and main.js. So these three files I've done. So and this index.html will be very small. Let's come here, do a not, and here GitHub pro files I'll do, and have a small link, style.css, and this will have most of the things in the JavaScript in this project. Okay, so like this I'll have, and in this project we will going to do a API call. You're going to learn how to do a API call also, and that is there. And let us have some, again have some CSS here, using something known as Google font here, again a flex box and all I've used. So this index.html, I'll go and go live, and it will show like this. All these styles are coming because of the style.css. Okay, so all these nice styles are coming because of that. Again, I prefer to do it in the, so this is there. Now the next thing which you're going to do, we're going to jump into the JavaScript now. Okay, so first thing is that there is a GitHub URL. Okay, so API dot GitHub, github.com slash users. Okay, like this, slash users endpoint is there. In that, what happens, in after the slash users, if I give any username, like maybe my user GitHub username is Nabindu 832. If I give this thing, it will show everything related to my user ID. So a lot of things it will show. Okay, so let me have this open. So I'll have a const API URL equal to, like, okay, this much I'm going to have. Okay, so there's the users I'm going to have. Then let us take some of these things. So like const how much time, so we'll take const of main. So this main I have taken, form I have taken, and this search, this search ID search, these three things we have taken. Okay, so that is there. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create a function known as a get users, so that this API URL has been passed there. So we'll do a get user, and I'll pass my ID there. This will always show initially my data. So now when the 82 I'm passing. So this get user function we need to create. Means I think this get user should be down here, and we'll have a let us have a other function const get user equal to async async like this. Okay. So because we're going to use the async of it, so that's why I'm adding use this async. And one more thing, this like this, it will have the user. Okay, it will come the user will come here, and then what I'm going to do, const response equal to await, and we know the fetch API because this is an API endpoint. You have to get from there, do the API URL plus user, so which is in past, which is right now it is hard coded and Ubuntu 82 is in past. So now I'll do and come here and do a const respdata equal to await rest dot json. So I'll do this thing, and let us see whether the data is getting passed or not. CLG respdata. So let's data. So, and this will anyways be loaded the moment this is been done. I will go here and do the console, and I got this object. So it means it is working. So instead of doing it in the console, okay, uh, what we are going to do, we are going to create it. Okay, so we know this, like I'm going to pass this data to a create user card. Create user card. We are going to do, and this is the another function. So this function create user card, and this in this the user will come, and then here I'll do a const card HTML equal to inside a backtick. Inside a backtick, I'm going to have the data. So what data I'm going to have inside a backtick? Yes, this thing is a lot to type. So inside this, I'm going to have this data. Because in the user, I'm getting the whole of the data. So inside this, let me also see one more thing. Whether this is okay, I didn't not do. Okay, so class card and all these things are there in the style.css. Okay, so class card div avatar, so user dot avatar URL I'm taking. So this is like this, user dot name I am taking, user dot name bio, then again some style, then user dot followers, user dot following, user dot public repos. I have this many public repos, and Twitter and all these things, user dot location. And also one more thing to know is that I have a div with ID of repos. It's a we are soon going to create this thing. So I have got all these things in this. Now what I'm going to do, this main is there. Okay, so this main is there, main dot inner HTML. What is this main? Main is like this empty tag like this here. Okay, main dot inner HTML equal to card HTML like this, and I'll save it. The moment I save it, you see the data has come. Okay, so my data from my GitHub has come. Okay, so this is how it is gone. But I'm going to see show one more thing here. Okay, so like the data, so there is one more thing here which is like this. Use, if you go to here Navin 82, and here if I add slash repos, I will get all of my repos. and this will come as an array of object. That is the main thing. It will come as an array of object. Earlier thing was coming as an object. Okay, so let us do this thing also. Let us show all the repos. At least let me show like maybe some initial repos. Okay, so for that, what will happen after this create user card, I will get another thing like get reus repos, and I'll do a username, and then again we have to do the okay, again we have to do the same thing. Okay, okay, so again one sec. So this get repos we have to create first. So again what we are going to do, const get repos equal to async, because again this async is required, async and user, and then I'm going to maybe I'm going to copy this again, and const reps equal to fetch and username plus slash repos, because this is the endpoint repos. And what we are going to do, we are going to call a new function here, add repos to card is resp resp data. Okay, so now this add card to repos resp data we have to create. So let us create this function. We write a code for this function. Okay, so okay, so this function is like again it is taking this whatever I'm sending the repos, and then this what I'm doing here, repos el equal to document dot get element by id repos. What is this repos? This is this repos. Okay, this repos I'm getting, and then I'm doing a, this is a like a empty div. I am okay. Then I am doing this repos el is this. This repos I'm doing a for each, which is an array of object. Doing a for each, going through it and creating what I'm creating for each, like anchor tag. I'm adding a class of repo, href, target blank, repo dot name, and then this repos es, this one dot append child this repo. So this will be done for 10-15 times. It will be done. So I will save it. Now, if I go back here, okay, function repos en. So it is not been loaded. One sec. Okay. Username is not even main 11. Okay, got it. So you open the console, you'll always get the error. So I'll get it. And see, the second API call is also correct. And since in this API, see this, if you do the inspect, what I'm actually creating this with this command, anchor tag, adding a class of repos to it, href, HTML URL I'm adding in that I'm got from the API. Target equal to blank underscore blank, which I've told that it will open a new thing, and then all these things. So now what happened? All of my repos, not all of my repos, some of my repos have been told, and then I have to click on it. It will take me to that. Click on anything, it will take me to that. Okay, in a new file. Okay, so this is done. Now we're done with the project. Only one thing is remaining, that like this input box is still not working. So let us have this input box also working. So for that, what we are going to do, like our form is there. So let me add it at the end. Okay, so maybe this I'll add form dot add event listener. So what I will do, form.add event listener submit and e.prevent default. So user equal to search dot value. So search, what is the user is search is what? Search is like this thing. So search dot value I am doing, and then if user is there, then I'll do a get user call with the user and the search dot value. I'll make it like this. Okay. And I don't have a button or something. So if I do the enter, then only this will work. Only then only this will work. So let me do that. Let me do that. And I want GitHub. Okay. A person who have a lot of GitHub, and that person I think is Brad Traversy from Traversy Media. I want his GitHub. Okay. So because I don't know who have a lot of GitHub. Okay. But this guy have a lot. So I'll do this thing Brad Traversy. I'll go here, this thing, and then do the enter. This all the Brad Traversy repos are been there. And this is all the things which are there. Again, I click on it. His things will be done. Okay. So this is there, and we are done with this HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and JavaScript project. And one sec. So let me also give the attendance form, and we are going to start with like 10-minute break, and then we are going to start with communication skill. But let me give the third attendance form, because all of you were asking, and this is the time to give the third attendance form as promised. So so Anuj, I have already told about the asynchronous JavaScript. And one more thing, we are like transmitting at 720p. So there is something which I think we are transmitting at 720p. And what you need to do, you need to, when you are on YouTube by default send it to 480p. Okay, so 480p or 144p, and then asynchronous JavaScript I have already told Anuj. So what is this? This all like this all asynchronous JavaScript I have already told in detail. If you want to see, we have a lot of you can contact me. We have a lot of project on that asynchronous JavaScript. Asynchronous JavaScript is mainly done a lot in your I have an advanced JavaScript class also. In that also it is done. And the other thing is asynchronous JavaScript is done in Node.js part also. Recently done a Node.js thing, and in that asynchronous JavaScript promises and all were done. So you go through that Node.js, you'll learn about asynchronous JavaScript, because it is used mainly in the backend programming. So asynchronous JavaScript is done. And those who are telling that we are not doing it, okay, one sec, let me tell one thing. Okay, so for that I will have to share my screen again. So this is all asynchronous JavaScript only. Okay, so this is all asynchronous JavaScript. Told that much which is required for a front end, but for a back end we need to know more about promises and all. So that is there. uh, so as you can see, a lot of projects we have done, and this project name is GitHub Profiles. Okay, and we are streaming at a quite a good rate actually. Okay, so one sec, I will tell one thing. Yeah. So one sec. So ad is running. Okay. So I will tell one thing. Okay. So what you have to do. Okay. First thing is that please fill the third attendance form. Okay. Please fill the third attendance form. And what happens in YouTube? Generally, you have to go here. Quality for me is auto. So if you have a very bad internet, what it will do, it will try to do it on 144p. So you have to always come here and do a 720p. Then it will be at a very, very good pace. Okay, 720p, it will be there. Okay, so sequence playlist, yes, I will provide the sequence playlist, but still the bootcamp is not complete now. It will be completed by 9 o'clock. So at that time, it will be done. Okay, so So this is not yet completed, na? So it will be done at 9. Okay. So thank you. Like I will now close and now maybe I will send. So it's not a big thing. So okay. So we'll start with the okay. So I will start.
everybody. Hope you all are keeping well. So, before starting the session, let me say thank you to all of you as you all have learned so many things from morning and you have joined the session. So, thank you for joining this session. Secondly, I also like to thank to all my team members that they have been teaching you from morning till now, and they have transferred so much knowledge to you. Thirdly, I would like to thank to the technology because of which we are able to transfer knowledge from our end to you. So let us start with this session, that is English communication. And as software developers, this is something which is very important for you all to develop, because being software engineers, you have to deal with so many people, and English is the only channel which will help you to communicate and help them understand what's there in your mind. Yes, so let me share the screen first. I think I have done something wrong. Okay, so let me know if my screen is visible to you. Is my screen visible to you? Okay, so let us start with this session. Before understanding why we should learn English communication, or why we should develop our this language or develop fluency in this language. Yes, let us understand what is there in this session for you. What is there inside? So first of all, we will understand why it is important for all of us to learn this language, right? Next, we are going to share some tips which will help you to develop fluency as well as your knowledge in this language. So the tips remains the same with whichever trainer you go, but the thing is this, that you have to be consistent and you have to follow the tips. So tips remains the same always and everywhere. Yes. Next, we will talk about the most important part of English grammar, that is tenses. Yes. So when you are framing sentences, and if your tenses go wrong, that means your whole sentence goes wrong and people won't understand what you are talking about. So this is one of the crucial part of speaking in English, right? So whenever you want to develop your fluency or you want to speak in English, tenses is the most important part, right? So while speaking, if you make some mistake in pronouns or maybe in articles or preposition, it might be adjusted, but with tenses it is totally new. Yes. Then we will talk about common English errors, right? English being the second language for us, we are bound to make mistakes, but the moment we know the types of errors we are making, we will definitely improve on that, isn't it? Then we will talk about pronunciation. So here also the rule remains the same, like what I said to you about tenses, that if your tenses goes wrong, your whole sentence goes wrong. In the same way, pronunciation is also a very important aspect of this language. Right? So when you are pronouncing your words correctly, that means you are delivering the correct message to your listener. But if you are not pronouncing the words correctly, then the people won't understand you correctly, because in English there are many words which have different spellings, but the pronunciation is same, but there is little difference in the pronunciation. So we must know that difference. Now this session being only for 2 hours, I might not cover all the words, but yes, there would be some sample words which would be covering, and they are the words which we generally make mistake while pronouncing. So if you know at least these words, it will help you. Apart from this, at the end of the session, I will share you my YouTube link, my Instagram link, and my Facebook link. link. So these are the three places where I always share something. Maybe it would be something about a new word, or maybe about pronunciation, maybe about grammar. So if you follow me there, you will learn every day something new. So if you follow, it will be something good for you. It is totally free there, it is not chargeable at all. Yes. Next is, as you all are professionals, you are going to work in some corporate, you must know how to talk to people. Now, in this session, we will talk about how to agree and disagree with people. Now, when we agree with people, people are happy. The art is disagreeing with people, and that too politely. So, how can we disagree with people and that too politely? Yes. Okay, so I hope I'm audible to you guys. Please write yes if I am audible. Yes. Next, we will talk about some interview skills. We will cover some interview questions. Not all, but few. So, those are few interview questions which would be asked to you, and you should know how to answer and what to answer. And in the last, we are going to know how to write a cover letter and why should we write a cover letter. Yes, so all these are something which we are going to know in this session. Yes, so moving forward, let me introduce myself to you. You all know that my name is Shikha Biswas. I am from Bhopal. My highest qualification is MBA. I started my career as a financial analyst. I was working in a big corporate in Mumbai, but then I changed my mind to do B.Ed and start teaching to people, because somewhere I was getting a message from God that I should be a teacher. Yes, and after doing my B.Ed, I got a job in Bangalore in a very renowned school as an English teacher. Yes, so there I taught English for 5 years, and during Corona, we moved to a native, that is Bhopal, and here I started my career as a trainer. And it's been more than 2 years that I have been training many people, and many people have been trained through me, and they are successfully placed in various corporates. Yes, so when I learned that I have passion to train people, I also did ESL certification, that is English as second language. So I am certified ESL trainer, and teaching is my passion. So when my students get success, that is the main success which I get. Yes, so let me tell you why should we learn English, or why English is needed for us. And when I'm talking about why, you should understand what you want to learn in English. Yes, so here I'm not able to see your messages because the screen has taken the full place. So I might not be able to see your questions. So it's better not to write anything, and I will give you some time to ask your questions. So at the end of the session, you can ask me question, right? So here we are going to understand why we want to learn English. So these are some things which would be connecting you also with these reasons, right? So for getting a good job. So most of you want to learn English, or you want to improve your fluency in this language because you want to get a good job. So when you are able to present yourself properly, there people come to know, they come to know about what is in there in your mind, and you might get promoted in a better post than what you have applied for. So maybe as developers you have expertise. Yes, so if you don't have communication skill, you might end up going in only in the entry level, getting job only in the entry level. But say if you have expertise in development as well as in communication, then you will go much more higher than what you are thinking of. Yes, so that's why it is very important for us to develop this language. Yes, Many of you might be thinking that we are why should we learn English? We are very much comfortable with our native language. But the important thing is this, that we should think big. Okay, say for example, if you are in your job and you have to travel to various places, maybe in Delhi, in other parts of India, or maybe other parts of the world, at that point of time English is the only language which will help you to communicate with people. So it's never late. So it's my request to you all, try and start learning this language, right? Next is to get promotion in the company. So I know many people who don't know to talk to people in this language, and that's why they are not getting promoted. But once you know to present yourself, once you know to communicate with others, once you know to tell others what is there in your mind, definitely you are going to promote it. So when the managers take out this promotion criteria, they have different aspects which they look upon. It's not only the developing skills, but also the communication and soft skills. Now when I talk about soft skills, it's about how you are behaving with your team members, how you are working as a group, whether you are rude in talking, or whether you are very soft spoken, polite, or how do you take feedback, how do you contact with people. All these are taken care of. Okay, so that is why people who go at the top, they need to have this skill. Okay, so anybody who is at the top who don't have the soft skills, they have only this hard skills, they only know to develop, they cannot deal with client. And in that moment what happens, the company might go into losses, because once you will lose client, you will be in losses, isn't it? So that's why company always thinks about promoting only those people who can deal with client, who can deal with people, who can deal with all the other employees of the company. And that's why it is very important for all of us to develop this language. So one thing more I want you to know is this, English is the most easiest language which I feel. If you read our Indian languages, it is quite hard for everybody to learn this language, but in English is quite easy. Little bit of effort if you put, you will definitely learn this language, right? Next is to be able to speak in English to the people around you. So I'm not talking about only developers here, I'm talking about all the general public, maybe the housewives, maybe some other people who don't need English in their daily life, but actually they want to learn this language, because the moment they land in their children's school, and they face the teachers, and the moment they are teachers come to know that they don't know to speak in English, their status goes down. So that's why it is very important for us to learn this language. So these are different reasons why people want to learn this language. To go abroad and start your career. So nowadays I'm getting many people who calls me and tells, ma'am, I want to go abroad, and that's why I want to learn IELTS. This is where you have to understand what you want to learn. Okay, so first you got why I want to learn English. The first 3 points only want the basic English fluency which we tell you to learn, but the fourth point will be that you need to learn IELTS. Not only the basic English, but you have to learn IELTS. You have to clear IELTS, then only you'll be able to be placed, you know, abroad. Then to be a good speaker. Now, when I'm talking that you can be a good speaker or you want to be a good speaker, then also you have to be a advanced speaker. It's not only you should be fluent in English. So when I'm telling that you, sorry, you are fluent in English, you might get little mistakes, grammatical mistakes, and people can avoid it. But when you are a speaker, that means you are speaking in front of the audience, and you must know to use some advanced vocabularies, you must know to use advanced grammar also. So there you cannot go wrong. Here you have to learn advanced English, right? And the last point is to do better in your academics. So when we talk about our students. Okay, so if they want to learn English, what they want to learn in English, they have to learn everything, be it speaking, be it writing, be it understanding, everything. So when you are into academics, you have to be proficient with all these things, right? So now I hope you understand why you want to learn English, and if you know your why, you have to find out what you want to learn in English, right? So here there are some tips which will help you to improve this language. Yes, and the tips remain same wherever you go, be it IELTS, be it normal fluency, be it like any Indian trainer, be it any foreign trainer. For everybody, the tips remains the same, and the tips is LSRW. Now, what is LSRW? LSRW is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Now, what happens in our Indian schools, that they teach us English, they teach us basically we are taught with English grammar and little bit of literature, right? No, now our students, they don't know the actual concept of grammar, they don't get the actual concepts broken. When the grammar is broken into pieces, you will be able to understand it better, but this is not being done in our schools. They in our schools, they are teaching very haphazardly, and when our students grow up, they don't know what is noun, what is pronoun, and then they have to start again with the learning. I'm sorry. Okay, so what happens here, that you should start listening English. Okay, so every day you can listen to any audiobook in English, or you can listen to any podcast. Now there are various podcasts available in in YouTube, in Audible, even in Instagram also. I have got my one client who creates only podcast, and his podcasts are so good, you'll be able to listening to it, your spoken English should be good, and at the same time your grammatical part would also be good. Okay, so I will tell you about him also. And then we have got the writing part. Now writing is very important, because it is said that our hands, are these fingers are connected with our brain. So when you are reading any story, so before writing comes reading, read any story. Okay, now after reading what you understood from this that story, write in a notebook. There might be some words for which you don't know the meaning, write those words. Now I am not asking you to write all, maybe there would be 10 to 20 words for which you don't know the meaning. At least you can take out two words which we use mostly. Okay, the words we generally use, those kind of words you have to take out the meaning, and try to remember them, try to implement them in your writing as well as speaking. So we are done with listening, writing, reading. Now comes the speaking part. Now this is one thing which is lagging everywhere. So I was talking about Indian school people, students, they learn English, but the only thing is they don't speak in English. I remember that I was also in an English school, but we never used to speak in English. But yes, my school was very strict. The teachers always used to say, speak in English, speak in English. But we always used to refrain to speak in this language. And sometimes when we grew up, when we were in 8th or 9th standard, we started saying, why to learn this language? But then when I was in job market, I came to know why this language is important. But being in English school and in such a strict school, it was quite easy for us to frame the sentences. But yes, we were not that much proficient. But being in the job market, we started being proficient also. So you have to start speaking this language, right? So if you don't have anybody to speak to you, just take your phone, start recording on something, and listen to yourself. If you feel that there is some mistake in the recording, delete that recording, start recording again. Okay, find some friend who is good in English and try to speak to them in English. And there are certain apps nowadays which will help you to speak in English. Apart from that, if you're not getting anybody, you can get a coach for yourself who will help you to learn this language as well as also to speak in this language. Yes, but then you have to remember that you always have to do the hard work. Every day morning when you get up, you have to give 15 minutes to listening, 15 minutes to reading, 15 minutes to writing, 15 minutes to speaking. Apart from this, we also have got two more aspects, that is thinking. Yes, I have not written here, maybe. Yeah, so thinking is also very important. Now, how can you think? If you are totally beginner to start learn this language, what you can do is this: try to name all the materials which are in front of you. Okay, so maybe this specs we call in Hindi as chashma, but what we call it in English, that is specs. Try to name them. Then aloo, that is potato. Yes, we call in Hindi we call it as aloo. In English we call it as potato. So try to name all the materialistic thing which you have. Try to name them in English. Then next part you can do is this: you can understand what you are doing. Like, I am learning English now, I am practicing coding right now, I'm talking to my mother right now, or I am watching TV. In this way you can start talking to yourself, and then you can talk about others. My mother is cooking, my father has gone to office. Okay, so like this, day by day, if you keep on thinking within your mind, you will be able to think in English. And the moment you are able to think in English, remember, you will be able to speak in English also. Now, most of the time, people, they stuck in between when they speak in English, because they always think in their mother tongue and then they translate it into English. Then what happens, that our language comes out in a broken form, because in our language, in our Indian language, maybe the verb comes first and the subject comes later, but in English the subject will come first and then the verb will come. So what happens in this way, your sentence is broken. So that is why it is very important for us to listen English every day and then think on it. We have to read, we have to write. Yes, and then imitation. Yes, imitate. You have to imitate somebody who is very good in speaking in this language. So go to YouTube, find any speaker who is very good in this speaking form. Like Devas Gupta is there, he is a trainer. Yes, so his spoken English is very good. And this Jay Shetty is there. Yes, and you can listen to some foreign speakers also, like Oprah Winfrey is there. And Joe Dispenza. Okay, and Sadhguru is there. He is our all-time favorite. You can listen to Sadhguru also. Yes, so listening to all these people, if you imitate them, if you try to feel that you are somebody like them, and then imitate to talk like them, imitate to have that kind of body language, then you'll be falling in love in with this language, and you'll be able to speak in this language. Yes, now when you are imitating, it is like you are acting like somebody else. But first of all, when you are starting, you have to imitate, and then you can develop your own style. Yes, so these are some tips which can help you develop your this English fluency. And it is said by Mel Robbins that you have to try first. So if you say I am not confident in this language, what is the meaning of confidence? That is, confidence is the willingness to try. So first of all, you have to try. It's not you will be trying once. You have to keep trying. Okay, that means you have to be consistent. You have to keep practicing. So first of all, you have to try, and maybe after that you will fail. But when you fail, you will have some experience, like where did I fail? So you will have some knowledge, like how can you improve on this, isn't it? So every time you are going to try, every time you are going to fail, and every time you have to learn something new. Okay, so even the people who for whom this language is their first language, even they were telling me that, we also follow all these rules in a everyday basis, that is LSRW, to keep themselves updated. Yes, it is because they are in this area of teaching people, but then we being students, means you being students, you also have to follow all these steps. Yes, so moving forward, we are going to tenses, the most important part of English grammar. Yes. So here we will learn about simple present tense and present continuous tense. So first of all, we must know what is the difference between the two. Simple present tense always talks about the activities which we do regularly, that is permanent action. Now when somebody asks you what do you do daily, what you will answer? That I wake up at 6 a.m., I take my bath, I eat my breakfast, I go for my school or I go for my college. So, can you see the structure of the sentences? It is subject and the basic form of the verb. Okay. In between, we don't have any kind of helping verb. When do we use helping verb? We use helping verb to show whether the action is continuous, whether it is past continuous, or whether it is going to happen in the future. Okay, but in simple present tense, when you are talking, we will not use any kind of helping verb. That is, we will have the subject and the main verb. Okay, now usage of the verb also changes here according to the person you are talking about. Like for I, you, we, they, we will use a basic form of the verb. For he, she, it, and if you are taking anybody's name, in that case the verb will be coming with S. Like she goes to her school, she eats her dinner in this way. Okay. Here, talking about simple present continuous. Continuous means something which is happening at the moment of talking. So now when I'm talking, I'm teaching you. I am teaching. Yes. So this is continuous, but this action is temporary. Okay. Now I am teaching. After 2 hours, I will not be teaching to you. Yes. So that's why this action is temporary and this action is happening at the moment of speaking. And that's why we will use this simple present continuous tense. So this are the basic difference which you have to keep. Now, where do you work? Yes. Don't answer them that I am working in IBM or I am working in L&D. No. You have to say I work in IBM or I work in L&D. I work in IBM as a software engineer. I work in L&D as a software developer. So the moment you say working, that means it is a temporary action. At the moment of speaking, you are working, but after few moments, you will not be working. But it's something which is going for a long time, isn't it? That's why you have to use work, not working. Yes. So let us understand some more difference between these two. That is, when we talk about present simple, okay, we it is a regular action. That means the action which used to happen in the past, now also it is happening, and in the future also it is going to happen. So if I say I brush my teeth, I brush my teeth. That means I used to brush my teeth in the past also, now also, and in the future also I'm going to brush my teeth. So you cannot say I am brushing my teeth or I will brush my teeth. So if it is the question, it depends on the question also, the type of question being asked. If they are asking what are you doing, then you will say I am brushing my teeth now. Yes. But what do you do daily in the morning? Then I brush my teeth. Do you brush your teeth? Then you will say yes, I brush my teeth. So the moment you say I brush my teeth, that means the person would understand, yes, you brush your teeth daily. But if they ask, do you brush your teeth, and if you say yes, I am brushing my teeth, then It's totally a wrong answer, of course. And also, it says that now you are brushing your teeth, but maybe in the past you didn't brush, or in the future also you are not going to brush. Yes? And so here it's I plus do. That means the subject plus verb. So this is used to talk about things that happen repeatedly, again and again. You are doing the same thing. Yes. Present continuous, as I told you, it talks about all the actions which is happening at the moment of the speaking. So it is nothing which has happened in the past, or maybe which is going to happen in the future. But we are talking about the present moment now. Yes. So it is I plus helping verb am plus doing. Moment it is continuous, we have verb plus ing with it. Yes. So it is used to talk about actions happening at the time of speaking. So I am doing, she is doing, he is doing, they are doing, you are doing. Okay. So this is the formation of the subject plus the that helping verb, and then the main verb will come. Okay. So whenever we are adding ing with the basic verb, it doesn't remain verb at all. It changes to gerund. So now it is advanced English, but for you it is like um, enough to remember. That is, you have to use subject plus helping verb plus the main verb in ing form. Okay, so here there are some more examples for you. When we are talking in simple present tense, we will say water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. But in present continuous, we are saying the same sentence as the water is boiling. Please switch off the gas. That means when I'm telling water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, means at the past also it used to boil, now also it is boiling, in the future also it will boil in 100 degrees Celsius only. Right? But when I say the water is boiling, please switch off the gas. That means I want you to understand that now the water is boiling and I want you to switch off the gas. Right? It rains heavily during monsoons. We all know during monsoons it rains heavily. In the past also it used to rain heavily. Now also it rains heavily, and in future also it will rain heavily. Okay. It is raining. Please close the window. Yeah. So now it is raining and I want you to close the window. I love to read storybooks. So if somebody tells you, I love to read storybooks, that means that person loves to read storybooks from his past time. In the past also he used to love, now also he loves, in the future also he is going to love reading books. Yes. But then if I say I'm reading a book, please don't switch off the lights. That means the action is happening at the moment of the speaking. Now, the next question is, do you sing? See the question here. Do you sing? Now, here the question is under simple present. The person wants to know, do you sing? That means you have to answer, yes, I sing. The moment you say, yes, I sing, you are telling the person. That means in the past also you sang, now also you sing, and in the future also you are going to sing. Okay? Then listen to them. Are they singing? This is under present continuous. So somebody is singing somewhere and I want you to listen whether they are singing now or not. Okay. Most people learn to cycle when they are children. So we all have learned cycling when we were children, isn't it? So this is what is true with everybody, and this is a regular thing I can say. 𝐞𝐞𝐛 is in China now. She is learning Chinese. Okay, so now this person is learning Chinese. Okay, and that's why it is under present continuous tense. Okay, so now we are going to understand the difference between simple past tense and past continuous tense. Okay, now here again the rule remains same for simple present and simple past. In simple present, the structure was subject plus verb. Yes. And in simple past, the structure is subject plus verb but in its past form. Okay. Simple past tense denotes an action that took place at some time in the past. So if I say I ate my dinner, that means I finished having my dinner. I ate my dinner. Okay. Or My there were many children. Okay, children played in the ground. Okay, children played in the ground. That means that is also a past activity. So what could be other examples? I played football with my friend yesterday. We lived in Delhi for 5 years. Okay. In the same way, past continuous tense, again here the verb will remain same. That means the verb will come with ing. The difference will come in the helping verb. Okay. So past continuous tense denotes an action that was going on at some point of time in the past, and the examples are: we were doing our homework. I was working with him. She was with her grandmother. He was with his father. We were playing football. They were playing cricket. You were not talking to me. Can you see the difference between helping verb? It's only the difference between helping verb. Okay, that is was and were are the two helping verbs which we use with the different kind of subjects we use. Yes, she was looking outside the window. Okay, so I hope you understood. So for simple past tense, if I say it is easy, of course it is easy if you know the past form of the verbs. Okay, so if you say like I sended the email to you, then it is wrong. The past form of send is sent. The past form of see is saw. Okay, so you need to know there are certain verbs which are not easy. Okay, so but if you know all the past forms, it would be easy for you to frame sentences under simple past tense. Next, we are going to understand some common English errors which people do. So for examples, I have a umbrella. Now here the mistake is in article, right? So it would be an umbrella, not a umbrella. Now here you also have to have a good knowledge about articles. In our schools, we have been taught that any word starting with vowel, that word would be having an before it, and any word which will be starting with consonant, that word would be having a before it. But yes, it's totally wrong. It's not correct. Yes. So the words which are starting with a vowel sound, not vowel. I'm not saying vowel. I'm saying vowel sound. Only those words would be having an in front of it. And the words which are starting with consonant sound, only those words are going to have a before it. Yes. Say, if I say a 1 rupee coin, a 1 rupee coin. O is a vowel, but I did not use an. Why? Because for one, the sound which is coming first is wa, wa. Okay, we are not getting the vowel sound, we are getting the consonant sound, and that's why we have used a before it. Yes. This is a island. Again, it's wrong. We will say an island. And this word island, many people pronounce it as island. It is not island, it is island. Okay. Then an unicorn. Okay. Now, whenever any word which is starting with U, again we start using an before it, but it's totally wrong. It's not an unicorn, it is a unicorn, because when we are saying the full U, first of all the Y sound is coming. Unicorn, university, uniform. For all these words, you are not going to use an before it. The ma'am said not to write anything. Again, the ma'am. No, we will not use the before it. Okay. The Rita. Again here, before the proper noun, we are using the. No, we will not do so. The India is a big country. Only there are few countries before which we use the. For example, the USA, the USSR, the Netherlands. Yes, all these countries they use the before them. But for other countries, we are not going to use the before them. Okay. For any proper noun which you are using, before that we do not use the word the article the. Okay, the Rita, the Seema, the Rahul, the Rohan. No, that's wrong. Okay, the Mount Everest is the highest point on earth. No, we never say the Mount Everest. We say only Mount Everest. We can say the Himalayan ranges. For range of mountains, we can use the. But for the name of the particular mountain, we will not use the. Okay. Okay. Now here, errors in uncountable nouns. Yes. For example, an apple. It is countable, right? We can say an apple. I ate an apple today in the breakfast. Yes. But can we say an advice? Is advice countable? Then why we are putting an before it? We use a and an only before those words which are countable. But advice is something which is abstract, we cannot see it, right? So of course it is not countable, it is something which is uncountable. So what we will say, I have a piece of advice for you. Never say I have an advice for you. Come here, I have an advice for you. No, come here, I have a piece of advice for you. Yes? Then irregular verbs, as I told you earlier, also people make lots of mistake in this irregular verbs. And to learn verbs, there is no other way than memorizing it. And there is a big list of verbs. Now you will think, how can I learn it? Learn at least 10 words every day. 10 words. Yes? For example, buy, bought, bought. Yeah, buy, bought, bought. Come, came, come. In this way, all the three forms of the verb you have to learn. Okay, so if you say, I told this example earlier also, I sent it the email to you. No, it's I sent, S-E-N-T, sent. I sent the email to you, please check it. I gone there in the morning. No, I went. If you want to use gone, you have to use had also in between. This is past perfect. I had gone there in the morning, right? Otherwise, you can frame the simple sentence, I went there in the morning. I bought some apples today. No, I bought some apples today. Yes? So, moving forward, we have some more errors, that is, usage of did. You will see people make lots of mistake with this verb did, even those who speak fluently. So, I did not went to the party. It's not a correct sentence. The moment you use did is past tense, it's a verb. After that, the verb which is coming, it will be in its basic form, not in its past form. That means it will be in its present form. Okay, V1 form, as we say. I did not go to the party. I did not go to the party. It's not I did not went to the party. You will see people say, did you understood? Did you understood? It's wrong, totally wrong. It's did you understand? Did you understand? Okay. Yes. Then I did not knew. Knew is past tense. We have already used past tense once, that is did. I did not know. I did not know. Did you watch that movie? Did you watch that movie? Yes. Then I was went to the market. Oh my god, this is one of the mistake which is done so commonly by so many people. Both the words are in its past form. We will not use two past forms together. Either you can say I went to the market, or you can frame the continuous one, that is I was going to the market. I was going to the market. Yes, I going for a walk. No, I went for a walk. And if you are using going in between, you have to use am also. I am going for a walk. I am going for a walk. You is not listening. With you, we never use is or was. With you, we always use the plural form of the helping verb, that is are and were. You are not listening. You were not listening. You was not at home. Again, it is wrong. You were not at home. Yes. So let us understand some words which we generally pronounce incorrectly. Yes, the first word is women. Women. We min. M-I-N. Min. Women. It is not women. Women. Many people pronounce it as woman. No, it is not woman. It is women. Women. Okay. This is pizza. Z sound. Okay. Z. Like we say Kazi, Kazi Nazrul Islam. In the same way, we will say pizza. Okay. So I have heard people saying pizza, Zoom, and Jew. No, it's not like that. It is pizza. It is zoo. It is Zoom. Okay. So you have to, practice a lot to get out this word from your mouth. This is hotel. Okay. This is hotel. Hotel. This is not hotel. Many people say it as hotel. This is hotel. Hotel. This is sweet. Sweet. Not suit. Suite. This is sweet. Right? So we have got only these few words where you have to, improve your pronunciation. Since we don't have much time, and so I cannot cover with many words in which we do mistakes. But yes, I will give you the links of my Instagram, my Facebook, and my YouTube. There I update daily, and you are going to learn something daily from there. Okay. So next we are going to understand some tongue twisters. So to my students, I give training on all these so that their pronunciation gets cleared, and of course they practice on these daily. These are only four tongue twisters, but we have got a list of tongue twisters. When my students, they keep on practicing, and that's how their pronunciation and their speech and their reading speed, everything improves. So first one is she sells seashells by the seashore. Now, if you feel that it is very simple, actually it is not. Now, if you are a good pronunciator, if your pronunciation is good, then it is okay. If it is not, then you of course have to work in this. People who don't have good pronunciation, they will read the same thing as sea cells by the seashore. Yeah, but actually it is wrong. The moment s comes with h, it becomes sh. Okay, you should pronounce it as sh. But when it is not with h, you have to pronounce it as sir, normal sir only. So it is she, not she. Okay, she sells. Here I'm not telling shells, I'm telling normal cells. She sells seashells by the seashore. I saw Susie sitting in a shoe shine shop. Okay. Now here, many people would pronounce sitting as shitting. Now shit and sit both have a very different meaning. In the same way, in the first tongue twister, she and see both have two different meanings, and they are very very much different. Like if I say she, people will understand I'm talking about a girl, but if I say see, they will feel that I'm asking them to look at something, right? So I saw Susie sitting in a shoe shine shop, right? Next one is fuzzy wuzzy. See here, I have got Z, and how I'm pronouncing it, it is Z. Z. Fuzzy wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? Okay. So if you read it like fuzzy wuzzy, then it's totally wrong. You have to practice on this. Okay. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Okay. Now Peter, Peter, Peter. This is a name, and that's why we are saying Peter. Piper, Piper, Piper. This is Piper. Many people pronounce it as Piper, but actually it is wrong. It is Peter. Piper picked. Okay, and the moment it is pe, okay, then the pronunciation will be a. That is peck, not pick. Peck, peck of pickled peppers. Again, here e is there, so I am telling peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Now, how you can improve your pronunciation through this? You have to practice daily tongue twisters, okay? And that too, you have to understand whether you are pronouncing correctly or wrongly. So these are very small sentences which will help you to focus on your pronunciation. So maybe daily you can take 3 to 4 tongue twisters. You can focus on them, and you can focus on each word to understand whether you are pronouncing it correctly or not. Right? Okay. So moving forward, let us understand some interview skills, which I told you earlier that we will be covering only few questions here. Yes, so that you can understand what you will answer if these questions are thrown to you. And I shouldn't say if, of course, these questions would be asked to you. So before this, I would like to tell you, do you know the difference between CV and resume? Yes. So many people say there is no difference between resume and CV. CV is something which is called in North America, and resume is something which is called in all the parts of the world, but the meaning remains the same. This is what I have heard from others, but actually there is some difference between CV and resume. When somebody is asking you for the CV, that means they want detailed information about your course and about your profession. But when people are asking your resume, that means they want to know only your educational background and your skills, but not in details. You can write in pointers, but not in details. Okay. Generally, CV is asked for academics. Say, for example, you are applying for Harvard University, or you are applying in USA or Australia for studying something. At that point of time, those people will ask you for CV. Okay, and when you will fill up their CV, they have got a certain template. When you fill it up, you will come to know, if you are writing that I have done graduation I have done honors in this subject, they will ask you which all subject you read, how much marks you got. If you have done some kind of research, then what's the research you did, what was the finding, means that much detail you have to give in CV. So when you are, means you all are going to be professionals, you are going to work in corporates, and that's why you will never come across this word CV. Your company will never ask for CV to you. But yes, if after joining the company, your company wants to send you to some great university to educate you more, in that case you have to send CV to that university, not to your company. So don't get confused with CV and resume from now on. When you go for an interview and you tell them, hey, this is my CV, please look at it. No, you will say resume, because CV is nothing to do with you until unless you are applying for academics. Understood? So let us move forward. So below are some tips for a successful interview. You have to update your CV if you are going for some academics. Okay, I should have also written here resume. I missed on the part. And also, if you can write a cover letter. Now if you go abroad and if you're applying for any job or any course, you have to write the cover letter. That is mandatory thing over there. But in India it is not that mandatory. But then if you can do so, that can help you be out of the box. Okay, so research about the company before going for the interview. It is always good to know about the company, their vision, their mission, their products, their services, which kind of qualification they want, which kind of skills they are looking for, which kind of employees they are hiring. Okay, so if you have a brief knowledge about all these things, it will be helpful for you to crack the interview. So prepare yourself beforehand. Now here I can give you some HR questions. Being developers, you must understand which kind of question they are going to ask you. And yes, to developers they will give you some project on the floor itself so that you can solve it. So you have to prepare yourself beforehand. Yes, then dress up professionally. Now first look is the last thing, first impression is the last one, which we always say. So you have to dress up properly. It's not like on the day of the interview you are going on searching here and there, where is my shirt, where is my pant, oh my shoes are not polished. No, please don't do this. Please prepare all these things beforehand. 2 days before, you look at your shirt, whether it is cleaned or not, whether it is ironed or not, whether you have any shirt or not, right? If you don't have, please go and buy one shirt for yourself. Get it fitted, and get a trouser for you. Get a pair of shoes for you, nice socks for you. And if you are wearing some kind of coat or blazers, just see this, that your this cuffs which are there, your shirt cuffs, they should be showed. That means the coat sleeves would be little smaller than your shirt sleeves. So you have to look in all these things. You should be cleanly combed, cleanly shaved, everything, right? Then you check the address. Where is the company located? How much time it will take for you to travel there? Because on the day of the interview, you don't want to be late. The moment you will be late, you will be anxious. You will get nervous. That you will think in your mind that what the people will be thinking, that I am late, or you will think like I don't know what will happen. You will really be worried. So it is always good to be there in the venue half an hour before the interview time. Yes, then reach at least half an hour before to the interview venue. Already I covered it. Yes, so let me move forward. Some interview questions which we are going to cover here is, they will be asking you, tell me about yourself. Okay, tell me something about yourself, right? So actually this question is asked to know what's there in your CV or resume. What's there in your resume or CV? Okay, so maybe they are taking so many interviews and they don't have time to go through your CV. And maybe they have read only your name. So it is always good to know what you have written in the CV, and you have to talk about that in front of them. So you should not write any false things. Okay, don't write false experiences if you don't have. Nowadays companies are doing background verification, and if they get that you have shown something wrong, then you would be blacklisted. So it's better not to show any false things in your resume. Yes, to start the conversation, and also to know if you are suitable for the said profile. So the moment they ask you, tell me something about yourself, they actually want to start to talk to you, to start to converse with you, and to understand how you are interpersonally, whether you are good or not. So interview, that means the meaning is they want to view you internally, how you are. So you have to present yourself in that manner. Yes, so don't get anxious, don't get nervous, be confident. You only have to think that whatever I am presenting, I'm presenting for myself and I have to be my best. You are not going to present for the interviewers, you are not going to present for any other person. So the moment you think that I am going to present for myself, I am going to answer everything confidently for myself to my best level, you are definitely going to do your best. Okay, so here you have to talk more about your skills and achievements. Whatever skills you have, whatever achievements you have to talk more about that, rather than talking about your family background or maybe your hobbies or interests. Until unless they don't ask you, you will not talk about all these things, right? Talk about all the other skills which you want to learn in your future. In fact, you can also include the skills which you want to learn in your future. Now, how can you start the conversation? You, first of all, you have to do a firm handshake and you have to do a eye contact with them. Now, when I say eye contact, it is not 100% eye contact, but yes, at least 60% eye contact should be there. So when you are handshaking, of course you have to look into their eyes, there must be a warm smile on your face, and then they will ask you to take the seat, and that is the time where you can sit over there, right? But you will not ask, can I sit or not? Yes, you will not ask. They will only tell you whether you can sit or not. Yes. So that's all about. And then when you are giving the answers to them, when you're talking to them, look into their eyes. I'm not telling you that throughout the time you will look into their eyes. When you are starting, when you are ending, you can look into their eyes and telling that it is 60%, and in between you can look here and there. Yes, but try to make a eye contact. Yes. So you can start with my first name, or I am from this place. Mostly we Indians say that my name is Shikha because I am basically from this place. Basically is wrong. You can just say I am from, or I hail from. Yes, so I am from this place, and then you will start with your educational background. That means starting from the highest qualification at the beginning. That means I did masters in computers from Indira Gandhi National University and have recently graduated. So, being 21st century freshers, I hope you have so many chance to develop your skills online. So take this chance, develop your skills, and nowadays so many people are providing certificates also. Try to grab them, but more than certificates, it is important to show your skill to them, that yes, I know, I have learned this, and also I know to work on this. Yes. So show all these training programs to them, whatever you have gone through. Next is, why do you want to work for us? This could be another question which they can throw to you. And the moment they ask some such kind of question, people do get very much, excited, like how can I answer this? I don't have answer for this. You might be in your thinking mode. So you have to prepare yourself beforehand so that you will not be in your thinking mode, and it is like you will be in a situation where you already know, okay, yes, this question was about to come and this is what I have to answer. So what you can answer for this, you can say that this is the brand that I love. Say for example, Apple is our favorite brand, isn't it? In the same way, for online shopping, Amazon is our favorite brand. And if you get a call from these companies, of course you'll be very much happy, you will be overwhelmed with happiness, isn't it? So, how you will say, I was thrilled to see this job position offered on your website because my family has used this brand for years and I have many happy memories of it. This is just an example. You can, tailor your own sentences, your own, you can put your own likings and interest in this, saying that Apple is my favorite brand and I'll be glad to work with it. I all my family members and we use this. We know how good the service is, and it will be a very great opportunity for me to work here. Yes. In the same way, you can say my friend works here. So I heard from my friend that this company is so good, you have a very good working environment, and you are very good to your employees, and that is the reason why I want to work here. Third reason could be, these are only reasons I'm giving, you could curate your own reason. I mean, you can take out your own reasons also. So my skills match with the requirement. Okay, so I believe I have all the skills which are required for this job positions. My skills and goals both align with that of the company. Okay, so you can say that whatever job position you have taken out, all those align with my the skills which I possess. Yes. Then the last question, they would be asking you if they like your answers, if they like your personality, if they like your experiences, your skills. Then they will ask you what are your salary expectations. Now here, don't say it totally depends on you or whatever you like to know. First of all, you have to talk about your skills. Okay, this question is asked to understand your confidence and also to know how much realistic you are towards your goal. So if you are an experienced person, if you have worked in many companies, of course you have too much experiences. Again, you have to start saying about your skills. I have worked these many years in JavaScript, and that is why I feel my salary should be this much. Okay, so don't say that, don't make yourself lower in this part, don't demotivate yourself. In fact, be motivated, be confident that you have that much skills, and of course you uh, desire that much money, right? So let them know what all skills you possess, and also talk about your knowledge in the area as well as your experience. Let the person know that you are a valued employee for them. Okay, here I have not the example is not there, it's okay. Yeah. Then we are going to understand how to talk politely in a corporate environment. Yes, so there are many aspects which help us to talk politely, and English is such a language. If you don't focus on your words, it could be quite rude for the listener to understand. And if it is rude, then of course you will be in a bad situation. So it is always good to make good choices of the words and to understand how you are going to talk to people. Yes. So here we are going to understand how to agree and disagree with people. Now, when you agree with people, it is very easy to agree with people. Hey, I'm with you. I agree with you. Yes. But then disagreeing is the main part. Here is the main art. You have to understand how you are disagreeing with people, and that too politely, right? So here, if you are agreeing with somebody on something, you can say, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Or I couldn't agree more. The meaning of this phrase is also that I agree with you. I couldn't agree more. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Or you can say exactly. This is the most shortest way of agreeing with somebody. You can say exactly, right? Then you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. You can say that again. You can say that again is actually a informal manner. That means you can use it with your friends, or maybe with your colleagues also, but in not in a formal environment. Maybe when they are out with you, they are enjoying with you, that time you can use with them. So you can say that again, or tell me about it. Tell me about it. Yes, this is how you are going to agree with them. Now, how can you disagree with them? Yes, so there is something discussion going on, and actually you don't want to agree with that. So you have to say, I am afraid I disagree. So this is the most common phrase which is used in the managerial level, okay, in the corporate environments. So you have to understand, and also if you don't know about all these phrases, you might have to memorize also. And if you are practicing this, then of course it will come to your mind very easily. That means if you are disagreeing with somebody, you can say, "I'm afraid I disagree. I am afraid I disagree." In the same way, you can say, "I'm sorry, but I don't agree." "I'm sorry, but I don't agree." Right? "I don't see it that way. I see it differently." "I don't see it that way. I see it differently." "I am of a different opinion." That means you have a different opinion. So when you have when you say this kind of phrase, the person would ask, "Then tell us what's your opinion about it." Yes. So see how politely we are saying that we are disagreeing, and at the same time we have a different opinion. "I'm not so sure about that." That is, I don't know whether I'm sure or not. "Well, I think I'm not sure about it," or "I have a different opinion." You can start the conversation in this way. "Actually, I think I disagree," or "Actually, I think I have a different opinion." In this way also you can say. So these are some phrases which will help you to both agree and disagree with people politely. So let me repeat again the phrases with which you can agree with people. That is, "I totally agree with you," or "I couldn't agree more," or "I agree 100%," or you can say a short word, that is "exactly," or "this they you are absolutely right," "there's no doubt about it." You can say that again. Now this is for informal situation, you should remember that. You can say that again, or "Tell me about it again." This is for informal situation. How can you disagree politely? That is, you have to say, "I am afraid I disagree." Now I want you to keep this phrase in your mind, since this will help you a lot in your corporate journey. "I am afraid I disagree." "I'm sorry, but I don't agree." "I don't see it that way. I see it different." "I'm of a different opinion." "I am of a different opinion. I'm not so sure about that." "Well, I think." "Actually, I think." Okay, these are some phrases which will help you to disagree with people politely, right? So, moving forward, we will understand the cover letter, but till then, let us just know what all things we have learned here. Today we understood why we should learn English, and if you have understood your why, you have to understand your what also. So just find out what you want to learn in English. We also understood the reasons for which people want to learn English. We also saw different techniques which will help you to develop this language, especially fluency, that is listening, speaking, reading, writing. And apart from this, you can find a mentor for yourself. You can imitate others, imitate a good speaker, and yes, you have to keep practicing. Then for tenses, we saw the difference between present simple and present continuous. We saw that present simple is something which talks about actions which are done repeatedly, and present continuous talks about actions which are temporary and are happening at the time of speaking. In the same way, we also saw a difference between simple past tense and past continuous tense. So when we say simple past tense, that means we are talking about all the actions which have already taken place. But when we frame sentences under simple past tense, we have to be very much thorough with the three form of the verbs. Okay, that is V1, V2, and V3. Then when we are saying past continuous tense, talks about the action which was continuous some time back in the past. Okay, then we also saw some errors in articles which we generally do, like we say an unicorn, but actually it is not an unicorn, it is a unicorn. We say the ma'am, the Rita, the India, the Mount Everest. No, the India, the Mount Everest is totally wrong. Okay, so before any proper noun, we are not going to use the. Mount Everest is also name of a mountain, that is proper noun. Again, we are not going to use the before that. So we will use the only before mountain ranges, that is the Himalayas, the Western Ghats. Yes, and before the name of the countries also we will not use the until unless they have taken this article in their name, that is the USA, the USSR, the Netherlands, right? Then we saw some errors in countable and uncountable nouns. So, as I told you, apple is countable, so we can use an apple, a bicycle, a bike, an orange. Yes, but we cannot say an advice, an idea, because these are something which are not countable. But yes, we do use an idea, but actually grammatically it is wrong because it is not countable. In the same way, irregular verbs. For the regular verbs, we can frame it correctly. Like for walk, it is walk. For play, it is played. Yes, but when it is the question of irregular verb, people really get confused about it. For example, buy, bought, see, saw, go, went. Yes, for these kind of verbs are irregular verbs. So the only thing is to memorize these. This can help you to frame correct sentences. And then we also saw English errors with the word did. As I told you, did itself is in its past form, so we will not use the next verb which is coming in its past form. We will use it in its V1 form, that is present form. That means I did not go to the party is correct. I did not understand is the correct sentence. In the same way, we are not going to use two past form of verbs together. That is, I was went is wrong. We will just say I went to the market today, or I was going to the market today. And I going for a walk. Again, here we need a helping verb, that is, I am going for a walk. So these are some common mistakes we do with tenses and English. Pronunciation also, I told you, if you have difficulty in pronunciation, please make it correct, otherwise you will give a different meaning to the listener. So here we spoke about women, it is not woman, it is women. Then it is not pizza, it is pizza. It is not hotel, it is hotel. It is not suit, it is not it is sweet. Okay, apart from this, we also saw interview skills. So I hope you understood how to answer and what you will answer. We could cover only few questions here, but because our time is not that much, and that's why we could cover only this much, sentences. And then also we understood how can we agree and disagree with people politely. Yes. Now the last thing we are going to understand is how to write a cover letter. But before that, you must know why you should write cover letter. Yes. So cover letter is something which is like a uh, your showroom. Yeah. So when you go to a showroom to buy something, you see all the things are placed in a very beautiful manner. You go and see them and you check what you want to buy, right? In the same way, cover letter shows all your skills in a very short manner to the interviewer or to the company. Okay, so here you first of all you write about yourself a little bit, and then you start writing for which post you have applied, and then you write about all the skills which you possess. Okay, so it's like a showroom for you, and if you write this cover letter, all the interviewers would be very happy that you are a little bit out of the box, you are a little bit more knowledgeable than others, and you would be given more attention than what others are getting. Okay, So let me show the cover letter to you. Yeah. So this is the format how you are going to write your cover letter. So it is first of all in the left hand side top you will write your name and what skills you have, what are you, whether you are a software engineer or something different. Then in the right hand side, you here I have put a box because I could not format it, but you can write it without a box. Okay, so first of all you will give your Gmail, I mean that is your email ID, your phone number, your location. You can give a small address location of yours, your LinkedIn. If you have got YouTube, you can give that also. Means if you are doing something, professional kind of work, then you can provide your YouTube channel link also here. Okay, so now here in the left hand side, you will write the address of the person to whom you are sending this cover letter. So it's like to Emma Thomas, Human Resource Manager, IBM, Money the Tech Park, Bangalore, India. And as it is a professional letter, of course, you have to start with dear and the name of the person to whom you have written this letter. You will not write hi or anything different, hey or something. No. For professional letters, it is always dear, you have to write. Okay. So I came to know about the opening in your company from a friend of mine. I'm interested in applying for the position as I feel I possess all the skills required for the said job. Okay, so here I have not mentioned the position, but you can mention that I have applied for this position and I came to know about this position from my friend. Okay, after this you can write about your skills like as a software engineer I have developed my skills and knowledge so much that I have brought many success to my present company. So if you have experience you can write this line or you can talk about your skills and knowledge. Okay, my main interest in coding has made me an expert at dealing with all types of coding challenges and I'm very familiar with the usage of React JS. So maybe in coding there would be some part in which you would be very familiar, you would be very good. So do not forget to write that part. With over 2 years of experience, I can quickly understand the codes and have deep knowledge of developing them. My interest in coding has given me the ability to write technical content. Technical content here I'm talking about the blogs. There are many people who, whatever work they do, accordingly they write blogs also. Okay, so if you are not writing, it would be a very good idea for you to write such kind of blogs and promote it somewhere. Then it would be easier for you to get jobs in the market. Okay, so which helps me understand my concepts better. So once you have worked on something, and then if you write on the same topic, of course your understanding would be very much clear because you write it in a way to teach others, isn't it? Then you can also include your achievements over here so that they could be more attracted to see your CV and to meet you, right? So I achieved the best employee award in my previous company for fixing code errors and satisfying client requirements. I have developed many websites as a skilled professional with lots of experience in development. I am confident I will prove to be an asset to your company. I am available at your convenience and hope to hear from you soon. So do not forget to write this ending line. Okay, that is as a skilled professional with lots of experience in development, I am confident I will prove to be an asset to your company. I am available at your convenience and hope to hear from you soon. Okay, thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Roshni Malhotra, and put your signature and date at the bottom. Okay, so this is how you are going to write your cover letter. If you did not understand, let me repeat it once again for you. That is, at the left hand side you will write your name and about your skills, like what you are, And then in the right hand side you will write all the things which will help the company to connect with you, that is your email id, your phone number, your address, your LinkedIn profile. Now if you don't have any LinkedIn profile, please go and create ones, because LinkedIn is something through which the companies come to know what all skills you have. And if you post something based on your skills, then it would be something I can say cherry on the cake. Okay, so try writing some post or blogs, anything about the area on which you are expert at. Okay, so after that, we will write the address of the receiver, that is to Emma Thomas, Human Resource Manager, IBM, Manyata Tech Park, Bangalore, India. As it is a professional letter, we will write dear and the name. Okay, so dear, and see here I have written Miss. Okay, so this also this initials you have to write, whether it is Miss, Mrs., Mr. Don't forget to write it, and then comes the name. After this you have to put a comma. Here also in the address also you must understand, after the name you have to put comma, after the designation you have to put comma, after the name of the company you have to put comma, and address also you have to put comma, and then at the last line you can put a full stop. Okay, if you can add a subject line, that would be well and good. I haven't added any subject line, but subject line would be very much good for you to include here. Okay, so again you can write the job position at the first line, from where you have come to know you can write. Then and in the second line you can talk about your skills, your knowledge, about your experiences, and you can talk about how many experience, how many years of experience you have, and what are your basic skills. Okay, then you can talk about how interested you are in the said area, whether you have any achievements from your previous company, even if you have achievements from your college or school, that also you can write, but that should be somewhere aligned to your skills. At the end, do not forget to write this last line, that is, as a skilled professional with lots of experience in development and confident, I will prove to be an asset to your company. I am available at your convenience and hope to hear from you soon. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Roshni Malhotra, signature and date. Yes. So here we have come to the end of this session. And now, if you have any question, you can ask to me. Okay. Let me come back. Yes. If you have any question, please ask me. Cover letter was not visible. Oh my god, I have finished it all. Um, can you write in the comment whether you will? Should. Can I take the cover letter for you once again? Please write in the comment box how many of you are there. Write yes or no so that I can train you in the cover letter once again. Okay, so let me start sharing once again. Just a second. Now is it visible, guys? Let me know if it is visible. I hope it is visible now. Okay, let me take it once again for you. I'm so sorry I did not come here. Okay, so as I was telling you, for cover letter, in the left hand side, you have to write your name. Okay, and what you are, whether you are a software engineer or you are an electrical engineer, whatever you are. Yes. And in the right hand side, you have to give all the information through which the company can connect with you. Now here I have put a box because here I could not uh, do it properly. Okay, but you can do it without the box. You have to write your email id, that is roshnimalhotra@gmail.com, then your contact number, your address, and your LinkedIn profile. Okay, let me check if you have answered. Okay, thanks. Okay. So another thing which I was telling is that if you don't have your LinkedIn profile, please go and create one. Okay, because that is very important, and all the employees are there in LinkedIn. How you are working, what you are doing, they keep on checking everything. So try posting some or the other thing every day in the LinkedIn related to your studies, related to your skills. Okay, so it's a I mean, I can request, and also I'm telling it would be a very good idea for you to create a LinkedIn profile. After writing this, you will write the address of the person to whom you are sending the cover letter. Okay, so it's like to Emma Thomas, human resource manager, IBM, Manyata Tech Park, Bangalore, India. Now this address would be in the left hand side again. Okay, so here again, after to you are writing name. After the name you have to put comma, then you are writing the designation. Again you will have to put a comma. You have written the name of the company. Again you have to put comma here. Manyata Tech Park, that is the location of the company you are writing. Here also, you have to put a comma, and then at the end, you will put a full stop. Now, as it is a formal letter, we will start with dear. In between, I have not written any subject line. If you want, you can write a subject line also. Okay. Now, dear Miss Emma, it is a formal letter, so I have started with dear, and then you have to put the initials. Don't forget to put the initials, whether it is Miss or Mr. or Mrs., whatever it is, you have to write it properly. Dear Miss Emma. Now, after this initial, you have to put a full stop, since these are short forms. We do not write the full spelling of these things, right? So that's why you have to put a dot here. Then you will write, I came to know about the opening in your company from a friend of mine. So here I have not written the job profile. You have to mention that here if you know that, because I don't know which kind of job profile you people get. That's why I did not mention it here. Okay, so I came to know about the opening in your company from a friend of mine. I am interested in applying for the position, as I feel I possess all the skills required for the said job. Remember that you only have to speak about your skill, because your cover letter is the showroom where you are showing all your skills to the company. Okay, so here now you are introducing yourself to the company. As a software engineer, I have developed my skills and knowledge so much that I have brought many success to my present company. So if you have experience, you can write this line. If not, you can write only about your skills and knowledge. My my main interest in coding has made me an expert at dealing with all types of coding challenges, and I'm very familiar with the usage of React.js. So, whenever you are learning some language, there would be some part of coding where you are very much expert at it. Maybe it is HTML, maybe it is CSS, maybe it is JavaScript. So, do not forget to mention that. With over 2 years of experience, I can quickly understand the codes and have deep knowledge of developing them. Okay, so my interest in coding has given me the ability to write technical content. Here technical content means I'm talking about technical blogs. I hope you people know about blogs, and it will be a good idea for you people if you write start writing some blogs on it, like whatever you are learning today, whatever you are going to learn, okay, about maybe you are learning something from book or maybe from YouTube. After learning, you write the same thing according to your own understanding. Okay, write the post it in LinkedIn, and people will come to know, they will understand, yes, you have some kind of skills, and whenever there is job opening, um, if they check your LinkedIn profile, they will come to know, yes, you have some kind of skills, right? So which helps me understand my concepts better. So of course, when you understand something, after that when you write something, that means you are writing it to make it understand to others. So that is how your concepts get more clear. For example, for a teacher, when we read something, okay, and when we want to teach that to somebody else, we read it in a manner so that we can understand it better. But then when we teach to others, we get more understanding of the topic. Same applies to you all also. Okay, then you can write about your achievements if you have any, like, I achieved the best employee award in my previous company for fixing code errors and satisfying client requirements. I have developed many websites. If you have, I know you people are developers, you might have developed some websites or something. So it would be better to mention about that. And there are so many websites also where you put your creations, like GitHub and all, mention about that. You people have much more idea than what I have. So, as a skilled professional with lots of experience in development, I am confident I will prove to be an asset to your company. I'm available at your convenience and hope to hear from you soon. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Roshni Malhotra. After that, you will put your signature and your date. So, the opening line and the ending lines are very much important, because these are the lines where you are very polite and you are attracting them to yourself. Like, the sales people, when they sell something, okay, they talk about all the upper part of the product. When you see something, first of all you see the upper part, then you see the core part. In the same way, you are also a product to the company, and you must know to sell yourself, right? So skills are your core things. When you introduce yourself, that is the upper packaging you are doing. Skills are your core thing. Again, when you are closing this letter, again, this is the outer packaging you are doing. So remember, you are a product and you should understand how you are going to sell yourself. Understood? So this we have come to the end of the session. Now you tell me, do you have any question in here? Anybody has any question? No questions? So I hope you learned a lot from this session. Yes, there are many basic things which I have explained. If you haven't followed, the video would be uploaded. You can go through that also, right? So here I would be ending my session, and please develop your skills. Another thing is this: if you don't have your LinkedIn profile, please create one. And before I go, let me give my. Okay, I will stop screen sharing. I am giving my links to you. Please join in there. You will learn something new in English every day over there. Okay, let me give my links. Just a second. Okay. So I have asked the host to share the link with you. He will share with you. Please do join all my links. And I am very much sure that you will definitely learn something from there. Yes? So here I am ending the session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Good night.
Okay, so thank you, Shikha. Thank you, Mosam, for taking such wonderful classes. And we have come to an end today. We have come to an end. And thank you all for being there for such a long time. And I've also shared the attendance form. Okay, let me share it again. Okay, so I can see a lot of you are here till the end. Okay, well, so please mark the final attendance. Dance and hope you're liking what we're doing. This class we have generally only once in every month. Okay, now this is like not every time we will have it. So it's good that you all join and you'll get your certificates and you'll get the free course by tomorrow. Okay, so there are a lot of people have joined, so you'll all will get by tomorrow. And the other thing is that I told about the playlist. So I think I have already shared the playlist. So if you want again, I can give it again. The playlist I can give it again. So you can see the playlist and all. And beside this, we run a lot of like boot camp. But right now the thing is that the boot camp which is going on, it is half done. Okay, it is half done. So I cannot tell like that you can join like we have this paid boot camp. Okay, so let me like, but you can always keep in mind, one sec, that it is there, and you can always join that later on because the next thing on March is starting, the next batch will be coming. So you are always like, if you like what we are doing, we have like this boot camp in which the personal mentoring is there. Okay, personal mentoring is there, job assistance is there, and all those things are there. So you can always join that. We have like online boot camps going on. So one sec, maybe I will give the link. But as I told, this is not going on right now. This will be like already half of it is done. So the next batch is going to start in March. Okay, so that is there, and we are going to. Okay, so one sec, one sec. So yeah, boot camp. This is the link. So I've given the boot camp link, and you can, anyways, you can go through this boot camp link. And let me also one sec. Let me also tell a bit about it maybe, and you can make a decision. At least you have a lot of time right now. Okay, so so, so yeah. Okay, I will see my screen. I don't know why it is so slow. Okay, so this is a boot camp which we have. We have full stack developer boot camp. It's a weekdays boot camp. It is a 2 month long boot camp in which we do everything. Like and you can see the cost is also not that. It's an online boot camp, and which happens every 2 months. So January batch have already started, and it will go to till like Feb end, and after that March batch will start. So you all, if you want to know more about us, get in connection with us, get connected with us, learn about us, be in the channels. We do a lot of like YouTube stuff. You might have learned about like this right now. That we do a lot of YouTube stuff. You go to our channel every day, like 365 days a month. We have something. We have something on the channel live most of the time live. Not only this 12 bootcamp, we have got everything. React.js, Next.js, Node.js. You thought about it, whatever will give you a job, it is there. It is there. Even English we have. Okay, so all of these things we have. You can always come to our channel, always learn from there. Always, if you want to go much more deeper with the job assistance, with the more mentoring, you can always join our bootcamp also. Bootcamp is like not like the like it's like very fast. It's an online bootcamp. It's on Zoom. It's not on YouTube. It will be on Zoom, and like everything will be there one to one, and all those things are there. You can go through this link more. And anyways, it is not starting right now. It will be starting after 2 months. So you can go through it. And as I've told, you can go through our YouTube channel. If you're not hit subscribe, you to subscribe. We always have something. Okay, it's always have something. Every day we have something. Like previous week we have done, which is Node.js week we have. Okay, so in that we did 5 days on Node.js. So generally on weekdays it is only 1 hour. It's not like 12 hour. It is like 1 hour, Monday to Friday. So it is like that. Okay, Monday to Friday it will be like that. And maybe if I want to but my system is like this is another video. This is a video system. This is like slow. So maybe if you go here, you have that. You can see. I think you can see like the videos we do. Videos are also there. We write like some like I did a TypeScript tutorial. Redux Java. Like we have very advanced JavaScript. We have hooks and all, a lot of things we have. And we mainly do the lives also a lot. See, not just I was talking about just recently did starting at 8:30 p.m. And then I did a advanced React.js bootcamp, advanced JavaScript bootcamp, also Bootstrap bootcamp, also React.js bootcamp, also and Bootstrap and JavaScript and everything. We have generally like this everything we have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all these things we have. So please do like and subscribe. Please do tell your friends and all, and spread this thing. And again, thank you all, and uh, thank you all for joining. And hope you like this bootcamp. Please tell your friends and all, colleagues and all. So we took a lot of effort to do this bootcamp. Okay. And those who have not filled the attendance form, please fill the attendance form, find the attendance form. And with this, we'll end today's stream. Okay, we'll end today's stream. And thank you all.